When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Pinakamalakas sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas sa TNT, masalang sa'yo. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser,
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tangka yung season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya, lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero ng Chu.
Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Ilang beses na rin siya nag-champion eh.
Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban. Siguro yung top 3 tango sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogen. Yawi, Ogwen. Ako, si Ogwen, si Yawi. Top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yahweh, si Light, saka si Ogwen.
Si Yawe, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako. Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya.
Si Ogen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season, napipredict ko na yung mga ugalaw niya. And sa RG, ganoon pa rin. Si Chakno yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict na kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chapno kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabot. Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chapno kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung diyan pa rin yung gutom.
Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon. Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny J kasi unti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chakno, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya.
Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinakagusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung prank ko yung usap. Mahilig tumiktok sa prank ko yung first skill play ka.
mahirap. Yun lang kasi ako malakas eh. Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL. Si Ogwen, hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light kasi Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang roam this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko.
Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati and parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawe. Former teammate ko siya, tas hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room.
Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng MNNE boss.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng MNNE boss.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Kabigting, IGN po Bao, multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay gold lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from Mpl-Ph and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyuan of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post-4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatryout po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatryout po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MDL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin yung girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok ko na yung PL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Noong nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinat ako ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice.
Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung Season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So ayun, nag-start ako sa MDL Season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Mpl-Ph.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung bonding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSG ay masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakaka-banding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po marami ako natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kaming tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onyx ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa APBR, okay naman po. Mababait na po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling yung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon. Lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok na yung PL.
Yung experience ko sa RSG ay masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So, doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasayo po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po talaga, ang tryout for MDL lang po, so parang na-overwhelm.
kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSG-PH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa Onyx-Ph this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala kong this season sa Onyx-Ph is yung adaptability kung mabilis ako maka-adapt and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayong MPL, gusto pong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi napakagaling po niya. Ang taas ng IQ sa game.
Ang gusto ko pong makatapat is Blacklist kasi nandun si Aeon, best friend ko po. Tapos pangalawa naman ang Echo, si Sanford dahil dati ko pa siya nakakatapat. Gusto ko maglaban kami sa MPL.
Gusto ko sana makalaban yung Omega, si Kelra. Kasi lagi ko siya nakakatapat sa RG. Gusto ko rin matry at matalo siya sa MPL naman.
Ang gusto ko po makalaban ngayong season, Echo po. Since si Yawi and halos same kami ng playstyle tsaka hero pool.
Echo kasi yun nga, sila yung nanalo nung last time sa M4. Saka sila yung pinakamalakas kasi ngayon, season, tingin ko.
Yung team po na gusto ko makalaban this season is yung Echo po. Dahil andun si Sanji, kaya gusto po malaman sino mas malakas sa amin.
Supportahan niyo lahat ng teams na gusto nyo and sa mga supporters naman ng MNNE Evos, abangan nyo kami and gagawin namin yung best namin this season.
Abangan nyo ako sa Season 12, guys. Papakitaan ko kayo. Papatunayan ko na kaya ko may pagsabayan kahit nag-aaral ako.
Sana supportahan nyo kami sa mga paparating na laban at sana i-welcome nyo ako na member ng RSG-PH.
Hello, ako si Mumukid. Please support me this upcoming MPL season. Thank you.
Abangan niyo po ako sa darating na MPL na mapakita at mapatunayan ko ang sarili ko bilang rookie.
Hi, thank you for supporting Onyx-PH. Subaybayan niyo po yung mga laro namin ngayong season. Marami po kaming nakahanda.
I'm Aeon Usi po. IGN ko Aeon. Mid laner ng Blacklist International.
I'm Kim De La Cruz. IGN ko po Kim Poy. Roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako nga po pala si Andro Piora. IGN ko po Andorio, ang jungler po ng Smart Omega.
Ako nga pala si Ezekiel Cavilan. IGN ko Spidey. Ang role ko ay jungler. Ang team name ko ay Smart Omega.
Ako si Brian Miles Santos. IGN ko is Spider Miles. Ang role ko naman is Roamer.
Ako si John Marl Sebastian. IGN ko po Lord JM. Ang role ko po, Turtle Lane.
Si Haji, busy sa MPL. Then nag-looking for phosphors yung sila Coach Bon. Parang renefer po ako, then nag-try out. Tapos yun, nakuha na po.
Piniem po ako ni Coach Bon tsaka ni Haji na mag-try out sa kanila. After nun, pinag-try out ako sa bootcamp. After 1 week, kinuha na po nila ako.
Nung una po, kinakontak po nila ako sa dati ko pong team sa amateur. Tapos nung nag-end na po yung contract ko sa dati kong amateur team, nag-try out po ako ng jungler sa Smart Omega.
So, nag-audition po ako sa TikTok. And then, nanalo po ako sa The Greatest Gamer Philippines. Tapos, kinontak po ako ng Smart Omega na makakapaglaro po ng pro scene sa MPL.
Galing kaming MDL, tapos nag-champion kami ni Lord JM sa Just ML tournament.
Kinabukasan, ginising kami ni Boss D na kukunin kami ng MNNE.
Siguro yung experience ko po sa Blacklist International, masaya naman po. Pero at the same time, nakakalungkot kasi malalayo kami sa family namin.
Sobrang na-amaze po ako kasi sobrang disiplina po nung pangangalakad nung nila Coach Bon, nila Coach Dex.
Noong una po na kinakabahan po ako kasi makakasama ko veteran eh. Tapos nung natuloy-tuloy na po yung practice, kumbaga nasasabay ako na.
Para sa amin, wala namang bago kasi same cycle lang yung nangyayari katulad sa team namin before.
Yung para sa akin naman, onting adjustment lang na ganito pala yung cycle ng pro player at solid din yung bonding kasi mas dumami kami.
Masaya naman po. Marami akong natutunang bago.
Siguro yung nafe-feel ko lang po ngayon, sobrang excited ako maglaro. Gusto ko ipakita kung yung laro ko talaga.
Wala naman po masyadong iba sa amateur team. Kumbaga nasa amateur lang po yung paghihirap pero dito na po ako sa pro para magpakitang gilas pa.
Sobrang saya ko po kasi di ko po in-expect na ako dito sa MPL.
Siguro yung gameplay ko na makakatulong sa blacklist is yung pagiging aggressive ko po sa laro. Feeling ko yun yung isa sa malalaking factor para manalo, ganun.
Yung pinakamayambag ko, siguro yung pagiging flexible ko. Sobrang dami kong pinractice na hero ngayong season eh. Lahat kaya kong gamitin na hero ngayon.
Lahat ng natutunan ko po nun sa amateur scene, maidadala ko po sa Smart Omega dahil nabatak na po ako nung time na yun. Saka po yung mga ginagawa po ng mga MPL veterans sa jungler po, kaya ko din po gawin.
Yung madadala ko sa team ko ay consistent, saka team player ako. Confidence ako sa laro ko, saka mag-i-improve pa ako lalo.
Playstyle ko kasi is utility and sa tingin ko makakatulong yan para ma-reach namin yung top spot.
And ang playstyle ko naman is aggressive. Feel ko makakatulong yun kasi baka may chance kami palagi na maka-early.
Siguro yung team na excited ako or gusto kong kalaban is Echo. Since sila yung defending champion, gusto kong makatapat si Sanji po since same kami ng role.
Echo. Tapos yung player si Yawi. Kasi world champion, so parang gusto ko siya makatapat ngayon.
3 player po yung gusto kong makatapat eh. Si Kyle TC, si Irad, pati si King Kong. Kasi nung amateur ako, sila rin yung pahirap sa akin nun. Papatunayan ko rin na kaya ko sila sabayan kahit nauna sila.
Yung pinakagusto kong makalaban na team ay Blacklist kasi yung pinakamadaming champion sa MPL.
Gusto naming makalaban para sa amin APBR eh. Kasi tinalo kami nila last tournament. Tsaka gusto ko ding makalaban si Few kasi idol ko yan eh.
Sa akin naman, Echo kasi MPL champion eh.
Para sa mga supporter po ng Blacklist, yung Blacklist agents po, thank you po sa pagsuporta sa amin. Tsaka sana patuloy niyo pa po kaming supportan sa mga upcoming matches namin.
Sa lahat ngayon ng team sa MPL, ngayong season, good luck lang sa ating lahat at galingan lang natin, enjoy lang natin lahat ng games natin.
Salamat sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa Smart Omega sa pagtitiwala. Abangan po nila yung bagong Omega.
Sa mga makakalaban namin this season, gagalingan namin lalo. Saka may babawon kaming secret weapon.
Para sa mga supporters namin, salamat sa pagsuporta and di namin kayo bibigoyin this season.
Yung sa mga makakalaban namin, maghanda na kayo.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT, maasahan ang saya.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser,
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu.
Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Kinamesta rin siya nag-champion eh.
Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban. Siguro yung top 3 tank ko sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogwen. Yawi, Ogwen. Ako, si Ogwen, si Yawi. Top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yawe, si Light, saka si Ogwen.
Si Yawe, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako.
Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya. Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga ugalaw niya, and sa RG ganoon pa rin. Si Chuck yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict niya kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chak kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabot.
Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chuck kasi hindi naman nawawalaan kung diyan pa rin yung gutom. Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon.
Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny J kasi konti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chuck, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya.
Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinaka gusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco yung sa mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play ka. Hindi lang kasi ako malakas eh. Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL. Si Ogwen hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light at si Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko. Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko na laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati and parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawe. Former teammate ko siya, tas hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room.
Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban doon.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng MNNE boss.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng MNNE boss.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Gabigting, IGN po Bao. Multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay Gold Lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSG. My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from Mpl-Ph and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyuan of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post-4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatry out po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatry out po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MDL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin yung girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok po ako ng MPL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Noong nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinataw ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice.
Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung Season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So yun, nag-start ako sa MDL Season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Mpl-Ph.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakaka-banding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po, marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kami tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onyx ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa APBR, okay naman po. Mababait na po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling nung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon. Lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok ng MPL.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasayo po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po talaga, ang tryout for MDL lang po. So, parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSGPH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa Onyx this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala kong this season sa Onyx is yung adaptability ko, mabilis ako maka-adapt, and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayong MPL, gusto kong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Happy Sunday, MPL Arena! And hello to everybody watching around the world. I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang mga kapanapanabik na tagpo na hinatid namin sa inyo nung unang 2 araw ng linggo, unti-unti natin mapapatunghayan na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas lakas. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. We still have 3 exciting matches that will epitomize the very essence of lakas ng Pinas. But before we enter the land of dawn, alamin muna natin ang mga latest chika sa Smart All Access segment. Kasama natin dyan ang ating panel, Hans, Manjin, and OSX. Pasok!
Sa mga hindi maipaliwanag na dahilan, Jose Manjin Chan. Jose Manjin Chan?
Nakasilip.
Sige, pwede na yun. Welcome to the Smart All Access segment kung saan pag-uusapan natin ang lahat ng bagay na tungkol sa MPL. Mind you guys, kasama ko Manjin Faldas and of course OSX, ako ang inyong lingkod, Hans Galeria, to give you all the action. But mind you, nagtataka siguro kayo, wala pang Pasko, pero nakasuot namin ng mga Christmas hats namin. Pero ipapaliwanag din natin na 99 days na lang kasi Pasko na. Na-excite ko na ba?
Gusto ko na makita yung ninong ko ulit.
99 days.
99 days na lang agad?
99 days na lang.
Ultra fast.
Parang isipin mo, nung una pa lang, di ba? Ang dami nating ginagawa. Si Manjin, lumilipad, di ba? Ang dami niyang ganap. Pero ngayon, magpapasko na naman.
Ang bilis.
Ang bilis talaga.
Pamasko namin.
Oo, pamasko na. O, bigyan mo na. Konti na lang talaga. Promise. Konti na lang, makakarating na tayo sa Pasko. Pero, isa pa sa mga mabilis na bagay ngayon ay yung titignan din natin ang main hashtag natin para sa araw na ito, which is hashtag Mpl-Ph S12 C versus World. Ano ulit yun, G?
Hashtag MPL S12 C versus World.
1 point, OSX.
MPL S12C.
Wala po, nagbabasa.
Bakit ito naman? Ano naman eh?
Basta guys, nakalagay na yan dyan. Tira nyo lang mabuti. So gagamitin nyo yan sa lahat ng mga matches natin. Alright? Okay lang yan, pre. Okay lang. Kasi ngayon, di ba? Bakit? O sige, bawi ka. Bakit ba sa tingin mo C versus World ang makikita natin?
Walang basa.
Guys, walang binabasa.
Magkalaban ang World Champs at ang Champions ng Southeast Asia.
Yeah! Pasok. Pwede na. Tama siya, guys. Okay? To give things a little bit more context, RSG Philippines, our MSC 2022 champions will be going up against our current world or defending champions ng M World Series na Echo. Mamaya yan sa pangatlong series. So, That's gonna be sped up later on sa mga matchups natin. But at the same time, kung meron pang ibibilis to, yung 4 na galamay. 4 na tumatakbo. At yun yung nakita natin kay Kyrie nung nakaraan. Nag-Leomord siya, min.
Yun ang kabayo ni Kyrie. Huwag kayong malito. Alam namin nakakalito si Bentings minsan kamukha, pero this time sa MPL Indonesia, gumaganon yun, no? Kung hindi nyo napanood, gumaganon yun.
Paano?
Gumaganon.
Yan.
Ang Leomord ni Kyrie.
Isabay mo yung hat mo, min.
Sabay mo.
Yan!
Salamat kayo, nagkape ako.
Tingnan mo.
Balikan natin,
Sabi ni Mona Bilhin, Kyrie Leomord. Makikita din kaya natin to sa Mpl-Ph.
Pwede.
Kasi, medyo nalito ako, di ba? Nalito ako. Pero, OSX, di ba? Kay Rockart ko lang nakikita yung Leomord.
Ay, oo.
Pero, makikita ba talaga natin sa MPL to?
Feeling ko
Dito sa
merong...
Pilipinas.
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 Besides na meron tayong Kalesa at makamukha ni Kyrie si Leomord, meron tayong tatlong...
Kamukha ni Kyrie si Leomord.
Hindi, yung...
Oo nga.
Tama naman.
Tama.
Oo nga,
Hindi si...
tama naman. Tama.
Yung buhok, pre. Yung
tama
buhok.
naman.
Meron talagang hawig. Pero ito hindi imposible dahil yung meta natin ngayon, 3 fighter. Martis, Fredrin, pwede rin Baksha.
Uy.
Ano nga ba si Leomord?
Fighter.
Fighter eh.
Tama
So,
naman.
may slight chance. Okay, pero mape-pressure konti yung teams natin na gumamit ng assassin. Ngayon, sustain tayo ngayon sa fighter, sustain yung jungler natin ngayon eh.
May tsansa. Para sa akin may tsansa.
Meron
Bakit?
eh.
Kasi minsan pausuhan lang yan eh.
Sa bagay.
Pausuhan lang yan eh.
Sa
Kapag
bagay.
may isang nagpauso dyan at naging effective, si Kyrie, Pinoy din yan.
Ay,
tama.
Oo.
Ito, siya din nagbigay nito ng sa MSC. Ikaw
So, minsan, kung sino nagpapauso, yun yung gagawin ng karamihan.
Di ba? Si
May
Kyrie
tsansa.
nagpauso ng Leomord. Si
Oo.
Bentings nagpauso ng Bentips.
Oo.
Naging magkamukha yung dalawa. Sinasabi, okay, sige, pwede na. Malapit na. Actually, feel ko hindi lang si Kyrie tsaka si Bentips yung magkamukha. Kasi feel ko may pwede rin tayong ipakita na into the multiverse ng MPL na... kasi eto, hindi ko alam kung mag-agree kayo Ito ang mga nakita natin from before. So, tignan nga natin kung meron na kaagad. Tingnan natin mabuti. Kasi ngayon, nakikita ko pa lang yung sarili ko eh.
Ay! Wow!
Okay. So,
akalain mo yun?
So, TNC Yasuo and Black Oheb. Parehas ng angle, pero analyst yung isa, gold laner yung isa. Actually, gold laner din pala si Yasuo
Parehas
dati.
yan.
Pero
Pareho
analyst
din
siya ngayon.
Oo.
Out of 10, how would you rate the look-alike combination?
Feeling ko, onting buhok na lang. Onting
Konting
buhok
Yung
na
side
lang.
ng left and right na pagka-KP. Yun na lang.
Buhok na lang kulang. O sige, next tayo. Tingnan natin.
7 ako, 7.
7.
Pwede.
Ayan
Ay,
Ayan,
grabe.
talaga.
Ito ang 10 out of 10.
Yan, papunta na yan sa Grand Line, pre.
Oo. Nakakalito talaga yan.
Alam mo, nagtataka nga ako ba't hindi siya yung kinuha sa live action.
Oo nga eh.
Pwede siya eh.
Pwede
May
siya
oras
dun.
naman
May
siya eh.
oras naman eh. Kaya naman eh.
Oo, parang si B1 tsaka si B2, parang magkamukha talaga. Sino ba dyan yung Zoro, yung nasa left ng screen?
Alam mo, nakita ko lang
Mali
si
ata yung
Coach
name eh.
TikTok lang yung sure ako na Coach TikTok kasi wala yung lollipop eh. Wala lang yung lollipop. Pag may lollipop yan, game na. O, next tayo.
Ay!
Oo nga, no.
Dito, sombrero lang yung kulang.
Tsaka yung tattoo.
Sombrero lang.
Yung tattoo.
Tattoo, tsaka damit.
Oo,
Damit.
Pero kaya naman mag-hoodie ni Riboy.
Kaya naman eh. Pakita mo na.
Si Ribo Dope.
No?
Oo.
Si Ribo.
Si Ribo.
ayan,
Ay, yan.
Ayan.
Diba? Ayan.
Ay, vlogger na siya. Vlogger era.
Pakita mo, boss. Luto ko, boss. Mamaya, magkakaalaman. Ako,
Okay,
next
ito,
set ako. Actually, guys, meron pang isa.
Sige.
Okay.
Sino to?
Tinatawag natin siya. Uy!
Ay!
Ay!
Grabe!
Ay! Alam mo kasi.
Teka, nakakalito.
Bakit ngayon ko lang na...
Pakita
Oo
nyo
nga,
nga ulit. Pakita nyo nga ulit. Kasi feel ko talaga
Oo,
Pakita nyo nga ulit.
Parang
Oo nga.
si Diego Loizaga plus
Diego Loizaga.
si Chakno. Wala, speechless ako.
Ako din.
Oo.
Nag-agree din yung audience eh.
Nag-agree din.
Oo.
Hindi. Humiyaw sila.
Oo.
Humiyaw
Tsaka
sila.
lahat ng nanonood ngayon sa mga live stream.
Pakiramdam ko
na
nalito
nag-agree.
sila. Parang
Oo.
hindi nila alam kung ano yung sabihin nila.
Oo.
Kasi,
Oo.
magkamukha.
Oo. Kung naniniwala kayo magkamukha si Diego Loizaga tsaka si Chakno sa live stream, press 1.
Oh,
Press 1.
Gawin niya na.
One comment. Gawin nyo na. Ang dami na nag-one.
Ang dami na. Ang
Ayan,
dami na.
nakita ko na.
Sigurado
Ayan,
na ako. Nakikita ko na.
Ayan na. Wala na yung chat. Baka na.
Mabawi ka. Mabawi ka. Pero,
Sumayaw,
sige. Okay. Nakita na natin lahat ng mga look-alike. Ngayon, it's time to do the daily routine. Manjin, pinagdaanan mo ba to kahapon?
Nung isang
si Mara
araw.
pala, isang araw si Mara kahapon. Pero yung matches muna. Okay, tignan natin yung mga laban. Ang pinakaunang laban ay Smart Omega versus TNC. Next up, we have AP Bren versus MNNE Boss. At ang pinakahuli, C versus World, Echo versus RSG Philippines. Sige, silipin nyo muna.
Nakita ko na.
Tingnan muna.
Ang init naman ng laban ngayon.
Ako excited ako doon
Feeling
sa...
ko walang sweep na mangyayari ngayon.
Parang walang sweep kasi puro upset kahapon, no?
Oo, puro
sweep
diretso
kahapon.
2-0 kahapon.
Upset and sweep. Oo, kasi di ba yung mga nasa dulo kahapon yung nagwagi sa mga nasa taas?
Ako rin, kukuha rin ako ng nasa dulo. Actually, ito na yun. Legit
Ito
na
na.
yun. Daily routine na natin to.
Sige!
So, guess the emblem challenge.
Let's go!
Okay?
Gusto ko to.
Tawag dito ay charades.
Charades!
The emblem charades. So,
Okay.
kukunin ko na ang maiwagang baul. Maraming salamat, maiwagang kamay.
Okay.
O, OSX, kunin mo na ang ating...
Ako ba ako contestant? Hanap ako ng contestant.
sige.
Meron ka rin ba?
Meron na, alam ko.
May nakita
meron
na rin ako eh.
May nakita na siya
Sino
eh.
ba yung nakita mo?
Pero kunahin ko na lang
O,
muna.
ituro
baka
nyo.
paresa na lang.
Ituro nyo na lang in 1, 2, 3 kung
Turo mo
sino
na,
nakita
sige.
nyo.
Ito.
1, 2, 3, go.
Ayun, si Kuya, oh.
Ito.
Tawagin mo na.
Kuya.
Yan.
Walang pre-select dito.
Wala.
Kuya, halika na. Nandito ka na.
Siya malapit eh.
Oo, siya malapit eh.
Sakto, nakapula. Nakapula yung sombrero.
Oo, sakto.
Okay. Kuys,
Okay.
ano pangalan mo, Kuys?
Jeng po.
Okay.
Si Jake. Ba?
Jeng. Yan. Okay.
Jeng.
Okay.
Jeng C.
Jingle bells.
Okay. Sige. Oras na. Wait lang, bubuksan mo muna to.
Teka, sino magka-acting?
Pag-usapan nyo muna, pag-usapan nyo.
Ako na lang mag-acting.
Ikaw na lang.
Tapos ikaw siya mag-uula. Jeng, game ka na.
Game na po. Game na.
Jeng, eto na. Para sa MPL merch. Para sa MPL merch. Let's go.
Let's go po.
Okay, ako acting. Hindi, siya pipikit. Okay. Sige. Ala, ano ba yan? Oh my... sige.
Oy, nakapikit siya.
Okay, game. Sige, ako acting.
Napikit. Okay.
Ayan.
Bibigyan ko kayo ng 30 seconds. OSX. Yung role mo dito, ano ka lang talaga, mag-a-alarm ka lang.
Sige.
Okay,
ito.
mag-a-alarm ka lang.
Sige, 30 seconds.
Si Manji na nga acting. Ito,
30 seconds,
para
ha?
malaman ng mga... game na. 30 seconds.
Okay.
Starts now. Yan na, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uy, 5.
Five word. Five syllables. Three word. Pull yourself together. Naku, mahirap to ah.
Kaya mo yan, boss. Kaya mo yan.
One. Three word.
English daw, English.
English.
Sige. Last 20.
Naku, ano yan?
Sige, 40 seconds na. Pero tuloy mo lang.
Walang pipigil
Sige,
sa'yo.
walang pipigil sa'yo.
Hula ka lang.
Ay, mapipigilan ka na pala. 10 seconds na lang.
Ang hirap.
Sige, boss. Hula ka lang. Ano yan?
Cheer.
2, 1, and...
Naku, ang hirap talaga.
OSX. Alam mo, hindi. Okay lang yan, Jeng. Kasi, ang bilis kasing tinapos ni OSX yung Ang bilis tinapos yung alarm eh. Ang bilis tinapos yung alarm. Pero Manjin, ano ba yun?
Sorry, hindi ako nag-practice eh.
Ano ba yun?
Okay yung
I-explain mo sa amin kung ano yung ganon.
Yung ganon, blood. Kasi,
Ano
injection.
yung first? Ano yung first? Yung gumanong ka?
Festival.
So kung bubuuin mo yon, ano yon?
Festival of Blood.
Yeah!
Yun daw.
Okay. Well, good job. Sayang, ubos lang yung oras.
Sorry.
Pero okay lang.
My bad.
Ganda ng representation ng festival, no?
Oy, ang ganda rin ng country mo, ha? Nag-alarm ka today. Gusto ko yan. Pero kahit anong mangyari, nakuha niya pa rin. So, meron offering MPL merch courtesy of MPL Philippines. Congratulations kay Boss Jeng. Ano masasabi mo? Sige, shoutout mo na lahat ng gusto mo i-shoutout.
Shoutout sa anak ko, shoutout sa kaibigan ko, tsaka sa mga magiging kaibigan ko ba lang.
Yeah, so, diba? That's how we do it right here at the MPL Arena. Kaya kung gusto yung sumama dito, make sure to go over here and be part of the audience and enjoy all of the festivities in behalf of the Smart All Access. Banjin, OSX, Jeng, Hans Galleria, patuloy natin to sa ating mga casters.
The time to rise up starts now for these two teams out here. What is up, guys? I am Nice, joined here with the boys, Rockhart, Wolf. How we doing? Do you guys feel the Christmas spirit?
I do. I'm very Christmassy.
I can feel it.
I can feel your Christmas.
I was gonna say, he's very Christmas here. Okay. Quick explanation, by the way, to all our international viewers out there. The Philippines loves to start celebrating Christmas as soon as Burr months hit. September. So,
That's right.
you know,
It's
in the
odd.
malls, they start playing Jingle Bells, and, you know, here in Shooting Gallery Studios, we start wearing Santa hats. So,
yeah.
Feel the spirit.
There was a time where I'm seeing, like, I'm following, esports internationally, right? And then there is a picture of a Filipino, then he went for a selfie. It's the 1st of September. And then in the background, there is a Christmas tree, right?
Yeah.
And everybody, because he's he's being followed by international viewers. Everybody's like commenting, "Hey, why do you have a Christmas tree at September?" That's just how it is in the Philippines, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen.
That's how it is.
We seem to be just so happy whenever there's a reason to celebrate. We're always so eager to grab it.
Yeah, for
Right?
sure.
That's just, I
That's
guess
just how
that's
it
just
is.
how it is. That's why we're so happy all the time.
I've been here almost more than 10 years, actually, and I still wonder why we do it, but I'm a part of it now, right? So, anyway, before we just discuss more about the matchup, we do want to give a shout-out to our official teleco partner, Smart. Without you guys, this would not be possible, and there's more.
Of course, Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla's Speed Test Intelligence. Data for speed and coverage Q1 to Q2 2023.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without switching your number via the mobile number portability or the MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
All right, with that being said, thank you very much, and we have one more for you guys to take advantage of. Basically, the Smart Power All 99 is all you want because it's 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps for you guys to use. You can watch, share, stream anything you want. You can also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with Unli TikTok and Unli text to all networks. So all that power for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
Ah, yes.
Whew. Now,
good times.
Good times.
Good times. This matchup is about to be a good time because something that can be said is obviously these two teams, Smart Omega and TNC, they need to start having a good time because they could be running out of time, even though it's only week 2, right? It's wrapping up here. We only have 6 weeks of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. It's no longer 8 weeks, right? Now, for these two that we're going to be focusing on, of this matchup's headline is pretty much Hesu and Ryota. It's their time to shine. They've been leading their teams. I mean, what's sticking out here for you, Wolf?
Yeah, Ryota, we know for sure that when he was the only player left to win the entirety of the Onyx MPL Season 8 and 9 lineup went abroad, the great exodus of Onyx. He was the one left in Onyx Philippines, and he led that team, right? And then now that he is part of Omega, he's given that similar kind of leadership role for Omega because he's one of the vets in there together with Chakra as well as Etomax. But for Hesu specifically, he has to prove now that he's not just about the kaldag.
The dancing.
The dancing. It's not just about the dancing. It's not just about the looks. He really needs to translate the hype so that he can actually show that he's good. And by the way, he's now being compared to RQ's Banana because if you remember in MPL-ID Season 10 and 11, he was actually subbed in for R7 when R7 decided to not play anymore. And then there's also Lematic that he also has to substitute for. He was heavily criticized when he also subbed for Arki Hoshi last season. And that's also true with Hesu after Cram decided to, TNC decided to not play Cram anymore because of some health issues as well. So they're in a similar vein, right? Last season, everybody was criticizing them when it comes to their gameplay, but you can see already at the start of Season 12, both Banana and Hesu, they have been performing so well.
Yeah, I think that they found a sort of a spark in them, a confidence. Obviously, aside from the similarities where both of them look really good. I mean, that's already a given.
Yeah.
But you know what? This time around, you are in the front seat, and no matter what they throw at you, apparently, these guys just play out their minds.
And let's not forget again, Hesu, despite the amazing personality he has and how much he I feel like even on a global scale, right? He got the Kaldog globally. There was influence there.
Yeah.
Even, our good friend Mirko, I think, had a challenge or he had danced it or something. But again, there's a good comparison for a reason because Hesu has stepped up. He's now in the limelight, and we'll see if that's enough. Now, Ryota, on the other hand, he has had to move away, basically, from his comfort zone. As Wolf put it, there was a lot of just background with him for the longest time with Onic, and now he's on Omega. And he's with some relatively strong names in this MLBB competitive scene. Yeah. But it seems like, a lot of people are also counting on Ryota here to help lead some of that. Hopefully Smart Omega can pick up on this. Now, comparing it here to RSG's Repo, what basically is the purpose here, Wolf?
We know for sure that they're vets. And second of all, they kind of look similarly. But Repo has matured. They're matured a lot. But one thing that is really common between these two players is that they clown a lot during pop-offs.
They're colorful.
They're very colorful.
They're very colorful. That's the way to put it.
Ryota even copied the classic meow from Repo with that kind of. He did that.
I'm glad that you just showed.
That's a multiverse.
That's a multiverse.
Yeah.
It was. And
it's important. It's lore.
It is. It's part of the lore, right? So that's important to keep our hands on, man. The hand motions are getting me, right? No. But again, Ryota, lots of just experience, obviously, as you guys saw there from the graphic and the breakdown of how much really he's been playing. And he's kind of out of his comfort zone here, right? And at the same time, when you think about that, when you are stepping out of your comfort zone and you've been playing with one certain team for so long, you've built this reputation. I mean, in essence, your skill as a player is still there. But what a lot of people are looking for is how does this mesh in, synergy-wise, Because, again, Ryota is an amazing player, but even on an individual level, we do know, since it's a 5v5 game, you need to find out the synergy here. And for both of these teams, I feel like, again, this is one thing that has been missing as a piece to the puzzle for both of them, right? I mean, that's why they are where they are in the standings. They really have not been able to mesh very well, despite all the experience and veterancy that a lot of these players have. That is something to be said here, Rockhart.
It's super close right now where they are in the standings. Although it's Ryota's, the question of whether Ryota can slot in well with this lineup, it's it's all fun and games when Ryota goes like that. But you know what? It's also a big difference when you can, it's a question of whether he can keep up with Chaknu, with these big names, with Kelra, a very aggressive player. A big difference from where he came from, where he was in the lead, right? He was in the league when he was back in Onic.
Yeah.
And this time around, he has to kind of keep up in terms of in-game speed with players like Kelra, who just seem to be itching to get unleashed in this season.
When he went to Onic in Season 8, and ever since then, seasons 8 to 11, he's not literally the main guy when you look at in his stint with Onic Philippines. Specifically, seasons 8 and 9, and even 10, if you think about it, he was subbed in. So he didn't have a complete season where he is the starting XP-laner.
Yeah.
Now he comes to Omega. We can now therefore say that he now, this is really his time. He started in Playbook as the main XP-laner, but that was his rookie season, and they weren't successful anyways. But now, as part of Omega, he really needs to step up and, mature in, very, very smart succession, fast succession, because in Smart Omega, that is a battleground even, there's a lot
just
of
the team in general.
It's team in general.
It's so chaotic.
It's so chaotic.
Yeah,
It's so
Chaknu's there.
there's a lot of known names, a lot of pressure because there's a lot of fans for Smart Omega.
Whole barangay.
Whole barangay.
That's how I feel sometimes walking in my barangay. It's
Yeah.
a little chaotic, to be honest.
It is true. I know how you feel. I know what you're saying. But fortunately for you, you can see everything. Not like us.
He's towering over him, right? Yeah,
towering over.
don't get me on the stories, right? But speaking of story, we're going to be throwing it over to our insider to talk more about this matchup before we get to it. Let's see what they have to say.
More than just an internet sensation. Yan ang laging banggit ng mga miyembro ng TNC Pro Team as they head forward in today's matchup para paalalahanan ang kanilang star XP laner na walang iba kundi si Hesu. This is the insider coming in para sa inyo. My name is Hans Galeria at tututukan natin ang karamihan sa mga members coming in from the TNC Pro Team. There were so many things na kailangan din nating paghandaan at pagtuunan ng pansin. Nung tinanong ko ang ilan sa mga members coming in from the Phoenix Army, nabanggit nila na dapat daw sana or nakitaan nila ng talento si Hesu way back before nung binibuild up pa lang nila yung TNC developmental team na dapat sana ay ilalagay nila sa MDL Philippines, the very first season of MDL. However, things took a major turn nung nakitaan nila ng skills and talent si Hesu that really brought him up para sa main lineup ng Phoenix Army. It was also the same thing na napapatunayan niya towards the rest of the members of his team na kaya niyang makipagsabayan sa kanila. His hard work and dedication ay naipakita niya sa kanila mga scrimmages and also with the things that he is doing outside of the venue and outside of the game as well. However, meron ding mga bagay na kailangan din talagang pagtuunan ng pansin. They constantly remind Hesu to always keep his matters in check. Kailangang pagtuunan or kailangan pagbutihin ni Hesu lahat ng mga bagay na gusto niyang gawin because whenever things took like a major turn, ang ginagawa lang nila ay laging paalalahanan si Hesu. Hindi ka nandito para maging trending sa social media. We want you to be the best version of yourself that you can be, which is why, hopefully, sa iyong stint dito mismo sa MPL Philippines, you'd have a chance para makakuha ng tropeo na dapat sana ay para sa iyo talaga and you can claim it as your own. Now, para sa side ng Smart Omega na kung saan ay makakaharap naman nila si Ryota, also in the XP lane, Hesu was also reminded of basically the same thing. Ang nabanggit lang nila ay dapat kaldagan mo siya sa game para pagkatapos ng laro, kung sakaling ma-sweep or kung sakaling matuwa natin sila, then that means that is an opportunity for you para kumaldag sa stage. And that is finally it for me. I'm sure na handang-handa na ang TNC Pro Team at ang Smart Omega para sa paparating na laban na ito. Again, my name is Hans Galeria and let's throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Hans. Great to hear from you always before these matchups start. So, you know, as you guys saw it here and as we've been talking about, there's a lot of the lines, I mean, I feel like at this point, too, there's already kind of this microscope on some of these players because of the fact, once again, I mean, we're almost entering the halfway point of the season next week. And so there's a lot of kind of these expectations, especially in the hands of, for example, Hesu, right? Because he had his, well, technically last season was his sophomore year, right? I mean, that was his sophomore year. He's now had to like step into this role where a lot of people are looking at him, not just because of, you know, how well he's done out on social media and online, but because of what he can actually bring to the table here. And in this matchup, it's going to be even more important because, again, he's going against someone like Ryota, like, I mean, not even just Ryota. Like, again, Smart Omega has a ton of big names here, right? And so, but how do you capitalize on that? As we look at the teams get pushed up here on the stage, it's get ready to deal with that chaotic nature of Smart Omega that actually either works for them or works against them.
I guess, you know, well, for Hesu, for example.
That's the answer.
All right.
You know what?
That's the answer.
That's the answer.
But no, kidding aside, like you can see Ben Things in the background as well in Hesu. One thing that I want to say is that I was able to interview Ben Things. Ben Things is part of like the decision making as well for the roster. I mean, who gets to play for the roster of TNC because he's the captain of the team. And one thing with is that he said that he only puts respect onto players, or something like he considers a player if respectable if that player is as hardworking as he is or more hardworking.
As hardworking as he is, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So there was this story where Ben Things, he noticed that Hesu after MPL season 11 trains more than him actually when it comes to the numbers. So Hesu stops playing way after he stops playing.
Yeah.
So it's like Benting sleeps at 4 a.m., Hesu will sleep 6 a.m., something like that.
So he sees like just how much effort really like he's putting into improving
Absolutely.
and everything, you know.
Absolutely.
And again, Benthings is probably speaking from a lot of experience because even until today, I feel like there's a lot of just attention on Benthings to do a lot for the team and kind of carry some of that weight even from seasons before. And just again, when you look back at was that season 9 where they had an amazing season, and a lot of that was Benthings doing Benthings or Ben tips. It's kind of again you gain this. Really, I want to say like a lot of people are just so focused on what you're doing, and what what I like that he does is he takes that, especially with what you just said, Wolf, and he puts that on the rest of these players, right? And I'm sure it kind of elevates them in a way to get to that point where Benthings is, right? But again, so far what we've seen is obviously they're struggling. I mean,
these are things that you don't really see.
Yeah.
These are things that you don't see when you're just on the stage. Things that happen in the background. Like, how do teams select who comes in first, right? These are things that are definitely, you have to just trust the captain on how he handles these.
Got to trust them. And now we're going to welcome the teams to the stage. Let's welcome them out.
They already have a series win under their belt, but they are in a streak of getting swept. Will the Lason finally take effect and kickstart their signature surprise runs for the playoffs? Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Mega! Though they were just swept by the reigning world champs, they continue to show glimpses of greatness. Can the Phoenix Army continue to breathe life into their goal of rising from the dead? Always rise! It's TNC Pro Team! Their coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Scholar. MPL Arena, welcome to our first match of day number 3.
Walking out to the stage, great to see also. They brought out some of that extra merch, but let's welcome the roster here for Smart Omega first. We've got Kelro in the gold lane, and Doru in the jungle, F2 Max in the mid lane, Ryota in XP, and Shakdu in the roam. Not too much difference here from what we've seen.
I'm a heavy believer in Omega, I gotta say. I was literally, every time Rebo and the rest of the gang, Max walks in, I just tell them, pick up steam, pick up steam. I believe in you guys, man. A little bit, just a little more. And I feel like they are slowly getting into that form. The way that Andor, I think they're waiting for Andor to just get comfortable in that position where a lot of people are looking at him to enable players like Kelra and such.
Now you have TNC Pro Team with now Innocent, King Kong, Goyo, Hesu, and Benting. They're staple 5. And we know for sure that we can expect a lot from Hesu as he has been improving so much in this game. And of course, King Kong has been playing the game, approaching the game aggressively, which is really good for TNC in a way that even when they're losing the games, they're still utilizing King Kong in an aggressive manner. So imagine like if they're losing early game, King Kong is still aggressive. If they're winning the early game, King Kong is still also aggressive. That's very consistent for him to play aggressively, which TNC likes.
I feel like with these two, I mean, speaking about King Kong here is, you know, if he wants to go with the Fanny, yeah, it didn't really work out yesterday, but
he's going to force it, though.
I was going to say, you know, knowing how they like to play.
Yeah.
And these two teams, at least personalities, this is the time to match that chaos with chaos here. But the team head-to-head, Wolf, anything specific about these two teams?
Okay, so at least when it comes to most picked heroes, they do like to play the Bruno, but it's going to be totally different with other of their choices. For example, when you look at Kelra, you know that he will prioritize the Beatrix over anything else, whereas for Innocent, he's willing to play that Harith, which is good for TNC because now we know that they have a little bit more hero pool to boot.
I love this graph because from 75% yesterday, they're now on 83.3% first blood ratio. That's TNC for you. Say what you will about assassin picks of King Kong, but it's getting results, at least in the early game aspect.
Yeah, they just gotta, I mean, they start strong, and I feel like in a way you can almost say that about quite a few teams, but it just comes down to you start strong, can you keep going? Like, can you keep the gas going without, you know, falling off basically or letting it slip out of your hands? Because sometimes that's what happens, even with, you know, the fact that TNC, man, they're riled up here.
I'm here. Man, the Phoenix Army.
I'm hearing it through. Like, these are noise canceling for the most part, but I'm just like, whoa, okay. They're ready because, again, they need to be aggressive here going against Smart Omega. That's exactly what they have to do. And like Rockhard put it, you know, King Kong in general loves to play aggressive in the jungle. Sometimes it works for him. Sometimes it just does not work out so well for him. I think, again, if he decides to go for Fanny or something, maybe secure those buffs for him and help him out. Wolf, take us through these keys to victory for both teams here.
Smart Omega and TNC Pro Team's keys to victories are brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series ultra fast game play. Let's talk about Omega first. What they need to do today is to manifest the Jack Mamba. It means a lot of things, right? Essentially, you have to make the plays happen, no matter what moment it will be. For example, Kobe, the namesake, the Black Mamba for basketball, for NBA, is ever so dependable in clutch situations, but he's also dependable in normal situations. When you want to score, you look at this guy, you pass the ball to him, and that's what Omega needs to do now. If the Black Mamba has a Gasol and, of course, the Diesel, Shaq as well, Jack Mamba also needs Etomax, so he needs a little bit of help. Now, when you're looking at TNC, you have to throw Andoryu off his game because there was a time where Ben Things actually was known as a great jungler disruptor, right? There was a time where he uses the Franco, he invades, he resets the buff. Sometimes you can see Ben Things being active in disrupting the jungler's rotations as well. So a couple of things he can do, a man-to-man defense against the roamers so he can extrapolate the rotations of Omega, or a man-to-man defense literally against Andoryu so that he will be a watchful eye against the jungler's rotations. And of course, for both teams, don't leave your gold laners unattended. Take care of your gold laners. We know that for both teams that their win condition typically relies heavily on their gold laners, and that's what they need to secure today. That was the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
Thank you so much for the breakdown there on exactly how they need to win, right? I love to, I don't know if you guys caught it, but while you were going through all that, Wolf, you saw Ben Things smiling because here in the crowd, everybody's shouting Kyrie. So, you know, can't tell the difference, Ben Things, you know?
So hard.
Yeah, so hard. But, again, that is something that can be said, multiverse here. But Ben Things specifically, again, there's going to be a lot of focus on there. And even with that last one now, for both teams, Rockhard, I mean, like, what you've seen so far, it's week 2. Allowing your gold laners to either, do you really want to just protect them, or as much as possible come up with something where, again, you leave them to their own lanes, do their own thing, and then hopefully they pop off later on. Like, what has been working more here, and what should these two teams do?
It's so odd because what I've been noticing, especially for teams like Echo, I have to bring it up because Benny Cutie has been taking a back seat.
Yeah.
In some other teams, the gold laners have been starting to take a back seat and basically letting the other laners take control here. Is that right, Wolf? It seems to be a trend.
Oh, man.
What happened? I did not see it.
Ryota gave us the old Barretts.
Okay, okay.
Think what Daytona's Welcome does, and that's what he did. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, to answer your question, right? Because it's always dependent on the hero, I would say.
See, you can't even get to your
No,
point.
I can't get even.
You can't get to your point.
It's so difficult, you know. But kidding aside, for to answer your question, Rockhard, it's just really about thinking that always about considering what hero it is. Like Bruno, for example, he
The
can
hero
take over.
pick, right.
It always is about the hero pick. Iritho, you have to take over. If you're going for the Claude, there will be a time for you to take over, but in the early stages, you're more of looking for a way to farm. But I guess it's to be completely clear on what really how to answer your question. It really is, at least on a personal level, I like it when gold laners take over, no matter what the hero, right? And that's why I really like Kelra.
You heard it here first. Wolf likes it when you take the initiative.
That's right.
That's what he likes.
I knew it.
If
I
you're
knew
a
he was
gold
going to do
laner.
that. Yeah, and Kelra has been shining.
Yeah.
He's been that's a reason why he's so famous right now. I mean, he's the guy who will fight you 1v4, and he's gonna give you a hard time, and he's even gonna take some blood with him. He's gonna take some bodies, and I completely agree. And when
So you're
that
the
does
same.
happen,
You're in the same realm, right? Like, no, like literally, you're in the same
I'm not gonna
realm
fall
of
for
gold
this.
laners.
Yes, gold laners.
How about
man.
you, Naisu? What do you think about gold laners?
I'll tell you what. I prefer to take the initiative. There it is,
there it
and
is.
we'll leave it at that. I like my gold laners though to go in vacation mode, so to speak, right? Because
some teams are doing that.
yeah. Then I think that's again what Rockhart was even talking about. Like these gold laners and some of the way that the playstyle is evolving is really, as much as possible, let them go in vacation mode and just kind of farm up the best way they can. But Wolf makes a good point too, because a lot of these gold lane options that are picking up, they actually need time. And something that has really shifted in the meta here is sometimes these games are ending, to a point where like your base is fully taken down in the first Lord in some cases, right? Like, so you don't have that much time, but we'll see how this all plays out as we load up into the draft here for game number 1, exactly how these two teams want to shape this first game draft. We have Smart Omega on the blue, TNC is going to be on the red. First band's already coming out here. Nothing too crazy. I see the respect there though from Smart Omega. They're like, you know what? King Kong might be a little bit crazy after yesterday. He's going to go for those assassins. Let's take him out. They do that. They might want to force him on something more controlled for, King Kong. Maybe the utility here.
Now the utility that's being provided by these junglers, I guess it's just very hard to ignore. But you know what? I kind of commend TNC for sticking to their guns here. Just go for these assassin picks that that's really how King Kong knows how to play MLBB. I mean, well, who are we to follow him, right?
Okay. Now there is a big potential for the Bruno first pick.
See value in me?
Yep, there it is. Or I only see two things, right? Two heroes, Baksha or Bruno.
Baksha or Bruno, okay.
Yeah.
Omega seems to be really having fun with that Baksha, with the possibility of Baksha. It's a lot easier to play for a player like Andoryu, who again we saw in the win condition for TNC. You got to mess him up.
Wow, this is neither. Is this worth it, Wolf? X-Borg first pick?
Absolutely not.
What's going on?
I completely agree with Wolf.
Absolutely
No,
not.
why?
You go guard Bruno now if you're TNC, or if you want to play it safe, Baksha and Bruno. There's two heroes, no problem at all. And the thing with Baksha is that it's really not that. I guess it's not that. It doesn't look at the as X-Borg as a problem.
Yeah.
Right? It's not even a problem for him.
You know what blew my mind yesterday while I was watching, in the comfort of my home? You were casting this, Wolf, and you called that on the response for the red side that Edith and Gord would be picked up. I cannot believe we're in a world where Gord is being prioritized in like the first phase. Like that already is crazy. He did get his first loss yesterday, right?
I have to bring it up that almost the same time in that same draft, he called the last pick. Midnight called the last pick as well. Same.
Yeah.
They were calling for what do you call that? The Masha.
Masha.
That was so
Oh.
crazy. Anyway, sorry.
No, I actually like where we are in the meta.
Yeah.
Like, the variations, the flexibility available for these team compositions, like
that's right.
It's a much more varied than it has been in the past. And, I hope we continue down that path here for the rest of the season. So, last pick here for the first
Baksha.
phase, Novaria. So, Novaria and Baksha. X-Borg again being that first pick. for Smart Omega, they have something up their sleeve, I feel like, and we'll see what the response is.
I know what two teams are thinking now.
What are they thinking?
Nobody is grabbing the Bruno because both of them have prepared for a Bruno count. And I do hope that it will be TNC to pick up the Bruno this time, because that means that the Bruno counter will be revealed afterwards. But of course, TNC would want to secure their jungler first. Maybe a Martis actually, because you don't want to be put in a spot where you don't have you don't have a jungler. But this is going to be Claude for TNC. Understandable, but I think they're gonna have a problem with their jungler, honestly, because Omega will just ban it out.
That's true. I love Claude, but at the same time, yesterday I think there was a game where he was 0% not activated. He never even reached the late game, which is a disturbing picture for some teams that will rely on the Claude. But at least this time around, they have a Kadita and the Edith to control that early. So it's not going to be totally out of it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Ban's coming out here. Still focusing on that jungle, right? Again, narrowing the options here for King Kong, like you guys mentioned. And we'll see if they actually expend one more, their last ban. Their last ban towards King Kong's pool here.
Hellkurt ban.
Hellkurt? I was like, I'm trying to sit here and think, like, you know, what would it be? You know? At this point, those are the main ones that get picked up. I mean, unless he really is like, you know, I'm feeling a little risky. Let's just go the Ling. So, I don't know.
So you ban maybe Kufra here for TNC or Cho for the Mamba surprise.
Oh yeah,
great idea.
Yeah. Cho is great because he can actually like look for the Kadita. So it's like you're a minesweeper if you're playing if you are playing the Cho. So that could be the ban. They ban the Bruno as we mentioned, like it definitely will be the ban for sure. But that leaves a lot for Omega, actually. No jungler.
Okay.
They're forcing TNC to play the Martis, actually.
Martis, yes.
My goodness.
King Kong, will you oblige?
He has no choice. Like, what's left? Maybe Akai, actually.
More tanky options, yeah.
Tankier option.
But that's also just, again, like kind of containing that play style of King Kong. You know what I mean? Without really having to be like, all right, now we've got to go put all this pressure on his purple buff. We're just going to go ahead and just ban all these assassins and force them on something a little less King Kong. You know what I mean?
Cage the beast.
Cage the beast. There you go.
Martis, though, looks to be the prime option for TNC. Or maybe, if you think about it, the only option. Maybe a Guinevere, actually. We saw that. But yeah. Oh, they pick up Grok. Oh, this could be a...
Could it be a jungle Grok? Like we've seen before in the hands of, was it Kyle TZ? I think that brought that out.
Yeah.
Big possibility.
Big possibility. I like the Cho for Omega. Then they can close it out with a Beatrix. Cho Beatrix could be good. Kufra Beatrix could be good. Of course, we know that Chakto can play it so well. Yeah, there's no reason to kind of like experiment here for Omega. It does a very straightforward for the side of Omega to just pick up something like a Beatrix or even a Brody, so that they have a lot of early game engage. But of course, the Novatrix combo is just too good to pass up on.
Yeah.
I hate my brain making associations with that Grok, by the way.
Why?
Because he's a tank assassin.
Tank assassin.
He was a prime tank assassin before. So still within King Kong's range. Minotaur Irithel, though.
Yeah.
You match like slow burn with slow burn in the gold lane.
All right.
That's what you do. But we've seen, I think even yesterday, the damage from Irithel at one point when you start to get those like 3-4 items is disgusting. Like you got to have an answer for that.
Okay. So they think
soon be your burial ground.
Yep.
Isn't it just surprising that even when the X-Borg was first picked, there is no X-Borg answer?
There's literally none, isn't there?
What does answer the X-Borg?
Pharsa, nuke mages.
Nukes.
And pokes. Like the Kadita is not a nuke, it's more of a bomb.
A one-shot. A sniper rifle. It's like a sniper rifle.
Wait, is that the same thing?
Well, yeah.
Like say it's not a nuke, it's a bomb.
It's like
that's the same thing.
It's a claymore, right?
Well,
it's a claymore.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for
step.
the smart power prediction. Watch out for the claymores as well, because at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL S12. One lucky commenter will guess correctly. Who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll and those claymores.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, moving up into the game.
No, I want to
Thank
say
you so
like Farsa, Eve, they're nukes, right? Because
Yeah,
they
it's just
come,
so bursty, yeah.
They're so bursty. They come from above. If you think about it, like.
Wait, so are you saying Kadita isn't bursty?
Kadita's bursty, but Kadita
From
doesn't.
the ground.
This come from
You
the
gotta
ground.
watch your step. Yeah, that's all it is.
That's all I wanted
I was
to
gonna
say.
So in essence, what Wolf is saying is, yes, Kadita is bursty,
Yes.
but she comes from the ground, not the sky.
Not the sky.
There you go.
That's exactly.
Because nukes come from the sky. You've never seen a nuke come from the ground, right?
Yeah.
In any movie. Come on,
Oh
man.
my goodness.
Anyway, is it so odd that the direct counter to export doesn't come straight in the lane, but from other lanes? It's
Yeah,
like-
from others.
That's how.
Yeah, actually, good point, because usually it's thrown in the XP lane. So like, what is an XP lane counter for export?
It's so difficult, actually. Like, there isn't any answer. Maybe glue, in a way, because glue is like glue can trade, and it's like even when you get extra like stacks from the export, glue also gets stacks, and you know for sure that if you get hit by a 1-2 combo of the glue, you're in big trouble,
Yeah.
right? So maybe that hero, maybe Diroth in a way, because you can literally burst down the export, but
Yeah.
it's not that easy, because if you miss your shots as the Diroth, you're in big trouble. So there's not really a lot that can actually answer the export.
We were in the desk with Omi yesterday, and he just hates that pick. He
hates the export.
He's always put in the position where he has to use it, but either way, whether he's using it, he hates it. When he's facing against it, he hates it.
Just despises that
I just
pick.
have to remember that.
Yeah?
He despises that export because of the facts that were stated here on the desk. There's just no way around it right now.
Well, it's always, I mean, again, and I know a lot of people that obviously have played against him will kind of feel this way. And when you're dealing with the fact that, all right, he's got the armor and then he gets immortality like the first item,
Yeah.
you're just kind of like, oh, man, like we have to expend so much literally just to handle one guy, and that's it in itself. That's already an advantage, and maybe one of the reasons why, once again, you see it first picked by Smart Omega. They're just kind of confident in the way that will paint this whole game for them, the picture for them, and what they're kind of going here, utilizing that pick.
At the very least, there's an answer, right, where they don't have like a Farsa or anything like that, but long range is where you have to pop the Firaga armor before the game starts, or before the fight starts. And then there, you maybe have an advantage. But either way, he's going to regenerate that Firaga armor relatively quickly compared to others, and he's going to do so much damage while he's at it.
Of course, we're gonna see. You're looking at the crowd, and I saw a glimpse of Miko.
Miko's there, yeah.
So now, him and Ryota are actually practically inseparable. Like even when they were playing in different teams, there was a time where Ryota was in Onyx and Miko was in Next Play.
Yep.
They still bond a lot. There's the guy, Miko Phobia, and now he's supporting Omega as an influencer.
So
like Butters.
Yeah. What a buddy, though.
Yeah. Is he? He's not, but he's not the correspondent. He's just.
Oh,
yeah,
he's not? He's just there to support.
He's just there.
He's just there. No, I don't know. Like I actually don't know if he is
Well,
part of the correspondence or.
If he's not part of the correspondent, then he's doing a great job anyways, because
Yeah.
he's always
there.
associated for Omega, right?
Yeah.
So
Yep. That's so cool.
they're
though.
inseparable. Had a chance to work with these guys, and their bonding is like unmatched, like compared to other Onyx Philippines members.
Well, jumping back into the game once again. This is the first match, the first series of the day to round out week number 2 here. It's Smart Omega and TNC both looking to get a win here. It's crucial as they're at the bottom of the standings currently, and they could really benefit from a sweep here. Now both junglers, as we get a look here, King Kong on the Grok. Really want to see exactly how he decides to play around this, because we haven't seen him too much in the jungle specifically. I think only, that one time maybe from Kyle Teasy here.
Yeah. So it's not as speedy compared to the Baksha. And he will always say, whenever I'm on desk, nothing outspeeds the Baksha right now. That means that for TNC, all they want to do is to make sure that they take advantage of the wild charge during the Lord dances or the turtle dances, because it's a very strong, big physical damage, and obviously you can keep yourself grounded just because of the power of nature.
Power of nature just has it takes some time to ramp up, but when it hits, oh man, it's gonna hit like a tank. Now Keller, I feel like he's oh, run Chaknu. That's some odd shenanigans we're seeing here. Obviously, he can heal up very relatively quickly. One of the reasons why I actually really like the Minotaur. But it's a huge knock-up duo here in mid. I just realized Goyo and oh my goodness, Bentings. They're gonna, if you get caught by one, expect another one coming soon.
We know from a lot of the team compositions we've seen so far in these 2 weeks is a lot of that overlapping, right? Where at one point too, the enemy team is kind of, depending on what's picked up, they're like, man, I just want to play my hero. You know what I mean? Because they're just spending majority of the time in a pickoff in the air. So that's something, and why Ediths especially are so popular right now.
Yeah.
They just provide so much of that CC, and also not only are you tanky, but you provide quite a bit of damage. Now, fighting for it here for the first turtle.
Seems to be very happy to go in. Flicker from Hesu, man. Goes straight to the middle of it, but will suffer first blood from Ryota. Turtle still up for grabs here. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be King Kong with a wild charge retribution. I guess that will be a kill for a turtle. Pretty good trade.
Pretty good trade for TNC. Could have sworn that that was a bad decision on their part. And also they allowed Ryota to stack up on them and pop the ultimate. But the idea is, let Ryota pop the ultimate before the turtle retri battle will be there. That meant that when the turtle was on the threshold of the retribution, they didn't have to worry about anything that Omega can throw onto them. In fact, Goyo got level 4. That's why he was able to burst on Ryota after the Petrify combo.
That's right. And as you saw there, between both roamers here, they've met 14 times. Currently at 7 for 7. So we'll see who gets the upper hand in that matchup. Again, both very prominent names in the MLBB Philippines scene, and then just what they've accomplished so far. And a lot of this, once again, when Chaknu came back for this season, there's been just a lot of these expectations for him, and of course, like Etu Max and even Kelra, right? So hopefully they're able to find something that works for them. But right now, I think one of the biggest things too is, again, Minotaur alone has, I'm not sure 100% on the win rate there, but yes, it works. The CC is great, Minoy and Fury and everything else, but you want to be able to follow up on that. And I feel like early game damage-wise, they might find themselves in trouble dealing with some of the bursty potential from TNC. That's one of the big things. And I think this Minotaur will help them kind of sustain through some of that, hopefully. But, again, is this going to be enough? If they can get this ball rolling, though, that would be great for them. But so far, with these lineups that they have, I'm not expecting, honestly, too much before we lead into this next turtle.
I agree with you. And Omega is a team that has the benefit of playing slow, which kind of does not align with their jungler of choice. Like that. Yeah. They want to play back, they want to play fast.
Man, this guy did not go down. Triple knockout. I forgot about the knockout from the wild charge. Oh my goodness. I pity whoever gets caught in that chain CC. Eto Max, though. And have to use a flicker to get out of there. Riona's still doing some good damage as well as Andoryu, but I don't know how long they can keep this up, though. They're running out of fumes here. They're running out of health. TNC, they're pressuring hard. And the turtle, of course, will go over to TNC, but man, oh man, I do not want to be in front of that TNC chain crowd control.
The big boys of TNC, my goodness, it's a lot of knock-up, as you saw, and they wouldn't mind committing all of their ultimates just for a takedown on Chaknu.
Poor Chaknu, by the way.
Yeah, poor Chaknu. And look at this, they're not stopping.
Yeah, that's so easy for them to do.
Oh my goodness.
It's so easy to execute this lineup, man.
Exactly. It's classic MOBA win condition. The true key to victory, actually, in any kind of MOBA game, be it PC, be it mobile, more stuns equals more chances of winning. Yeah. Basic MOBA
basic
knowledge.
math.
Basic math.
Basic MOBA math. Basically, the triple C comp here, right? Yeah. And that's what we're seeing. The fact that they have so much crowd control available to them, this crowd control composition, it's tough to deal with. Look at this. They're still actually going to go.
Wow. Okay, all right. King Kong being a big boss right here. And no, very confident because Goyo's right there. Benfix with a knockup already used the Earth Shatter. Already there. Hesu, don't forget, he also has a major crowd control skill on that Bravest Fighter.
It's literally bouncers, like just walking hand in hand.
Yes.
Zoning out. I mean, I don't know. This is nearly the We Bear Bros in game.
Yes.
There's 2 bears right there.
I agree. Could not be an easier game for Innocent to pop off here on the Claude.
Okay, well, still, what you're seeing again, TNC with nothing fancy. Like, again, that's, I think, what Wolf is even painting the picture here about the MOBA map.
Yeah.
It's like, it's nothing fancy. You're just planning yourself really well in the front line from TNC, and you're getting these turrets, and, you know, there's not too many things happening just yet. They are capitalizing on the fact that they have a Kadita as well. So that's one thing. Smart Omega's got to answer back somehow, but again, they're lacking in the damage department.
Now for TNC, like, let's just say there's nothing fancy about chaining stuns, right? Maybe the only fancy thing here is that all of their stuns are actually skill shots, like Bentings. Your knock-up, you don't really target it, so technically speaking, all of the stuns coming from TNC aren't that reliable. But the thing is, you only need to hit one, and then the chain CC will follow through for sure.
It's a lot easier if you land the one, right?
Exactly.
Whoa!
Look at that. Look at him go.
That was picture perfect.
Yes, sir.
Being forced, it's like corralling sheep. It's like you're forcing sheep on something here, but of course Kelra will not stand for it.
Hesu.
We got follow-up from Hesu though with the Bravest Fighter. A bit of an ulti there on the flanker, gives Kelra a double kill.
Okay, still going to be going. Might put pressure here on Ben Things to do something about this, but he is tanky enough. I don't know, man. Looked like Hesu was a little too aggressive there. Carl dogging his way under the turret.
Wolf, you jinxed it.
Yeah, kind of jinxed it, right? But, of course, the thing with the Hesu is that I think that was a bad decision anyways, because even when they do land a stun onto Omega, onto Kelra, Kelra still has the Purify, and he is under the turret. So, okay, well, there's the Purify.
Being used up already just to be safe, but like you mentioned, I love the Purify on Kelra. Again, he's not being as aggressive as we thought he would be. He's just answering. Like, mano a mano here.
I think it's good, though, too, because, again, he's garnered himself a couple kills, right? And something that Irithil definitely needs is time to build up. But already, as we just saw from that last skirmish, you know, he's respectable in the damage now up to this point, which is crucial, right? First Lord, though, will be one of the deciding factors on how they finally get some of these turrets to work with. Again, most of these turrets are still up. They don't have a ton of space to work around with. If they could get the tier 1 in the mid lane down for TNC, that might help them, because that's the minor advantage that TNC has, and you can see it. You know, this is basically the result of having that tier 1 down. Okay, King Kong checking the bush in a very, you know, King Kong way.
You're not going to be scared to use that. You
Might
got
as well.
so much crowd control behind you.
Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, a wild charge is just a bonus, because you have Onward, you have the Ocean Oddity, you have a lot of stuns, like you said. And imagine, like, that looked like a silly play to us, but if there's someone in there, that will be a good play.
Instant
right?
kill.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, only because we can see, right?
Exactly.
All right.
That's King Kong for you, aggressive.
Very
and not stingy at
preemptive.
all.
That's right. Okay, so no rough waves here might make it a little tricky for TNC to take this. They got CC, but the damage is a little far away. So how are they going to play this? Omega seems to be happy to just keep going on the Goyo. Nothing fancy, just business for Kelra.
Wow, okay, so that was a big pickup. Like you mentioned earlier, Goyo not having the rough waves, now he's not even in the picture. So they fight for this Lord full force from Smart Omega.
4v5, knockups already used up on the Ryota, using the Fear Armor to soak all of that up. All that juicy crowd control that we talked about there, going down the drain for a few seconds. That means Omega can kind of force it forward, pushing it in. Chaknu getting into position. Reset on the Lord. That is huge from King Kong.
Good reset there. Now Goyo's going to be back. Ben Things will just go ahead, regenerate there.
Yep.
Great play from TNC to stall that on and keep it from, you know, ending up as a Lord take for Smart Omega.
Exactly. And now Omega will even have to think about the minion wave, because if you're looking at the top lane, there's a massive push actually ushered by Innocent. And look at them. They want to reset this once again, because you already watch where Innocent is going. He's making the beeline towards the bottom lane. And what's going to happen here is he's also pressuring that long lane, as I call it. Long lane, I call the long lane, the lane opposite the Lord lane, the long lane.
That's right. Makes sense, though. Yeah, makes sense. So now...
Pretty long lane.
Yeah, it's pretty long lane.
Oh, they're chasing. Oh, flicker already used by Ben Things. He was waiting for the primal ref to go on.
This means Kadira, look at Goyo, able to put himself in a, plant himself in a good spot already.
Oh, look at Innocent, too.
Good play from
He just took the buff as well.
The macro.
Yep. He took the orange, put the pressure there in the bottom, and it's only Max down there by himself. No one's even going for the Lord yet.
Goyo able to find a good spot, or was
really
he spotted?
deep? Really?
He was
spotted.
Was spotted.
He's definitely spotted, yeah.
They know.
Andoru trying to get the connection. Kelra.
Man, Goyo. I don't know how long he can last these. Again, very defensive. Rough waves being used here by TNC.
Innocent's still there.
Yeah. We're back into position. This is deja vu. Goyo without the rough waves. He's just waiting in the wings. And Omega threatening the Lord.
They might be going for a cutoff here as Innocent now finds Ryota.
Oh, Ryota, they chose a target. They finally go for it. They stun Innocent. He is super low. The knockup from Chaknu. And there you go.
Chak Mama surprise.
Wow. Maximum range with him in Owen Fury, and it was enough. Even after the flicker, Innocent couldn't run.
There it is, Goyo. Kelra, but Kelra has the Purify. Damage will not be enough to reach him, and Goyo's gonna fall. Man, Kelra is not falling for these traps.
I mean, he would have went down either way, but that Guardian's barrier, he's like, he didn't get Kelra, and he's trying to run back. Ben Things. Things got really bad really quickly for TNC.
Goodness. And Omega definitely has the lead. He spotted Hesu as well. And E2 Max. He is the spotter. And who was the sniper? It was Chaknu finding them there.
Man, oh man. Doesn't care. I hate to say it. This is classic TNC. Yeah. Beautiful early game.
Remember when I was saying, keep the gas going. And make sure you have enough gas.
At some point, man.
Don't run on E, man. Because that whole exchange went from bad to worse real quick. And now they've got to deal with it. Again, they actually have relatively good clear. They should be able to handle this Lord. But they're going to definitely lose some of the real estate here on their side of the map.
Oh, it's the Omega. Relying on their, quote-unquote, all-reliable at E2 Max, their captain of the ship for Omega, defending the bottom lane and also keeping tabs of Innocent. He was also instrumental to taking out Innocent because he landed the ultimate onto the claw. That meant that they had a shot, and of course Chaknu finishing it up. And by the way, the last knockup coming out from the Minotaur or Minoan Fury is always like the hardest when it comes to like damage output.
That's true. Max range as well on that last one.
Yep.
So here we go. It's Omega just exerting their dominance on the map as usual. Chaknu heading still, waiting for someone to make any play. It's gonna be Ryota though. Goes in with a last Insanity. Good damage onto minion waves as well as King Kong. Wild Charge already used for the escape.
Oh man, you see Goyo too, trying to get in position.
Spotted. They know.
They know.
Know what's up. They know what's up. Hesu trying to get into position. Goyo's in trouble, but
is
able
he?
to pull off rough waves with the Ocean combo.
Innocent's not there.
Oh, there it is. The DPS coming in from Kelra. 4 bouncers right next to you. Kelra can do no wrong.
That's tough. Again, looking for a play, and then Innocent forced to go back to base, and it just collapses in front of them.
It's all just about the tempo for Omega. All they needed to do was to wait for their item timings. We're talking about their lack of damage, but this is the point where Kelra has reached critical mass.
That's right. There it is. All these knockups now are having a hard time hitting their target. Ryota, again, using all of his tools to get into safety. Hits by Etomax are starting to really hurt.
So that's what I was saying too. Again, in the early game where TNC kind of had that advantage with some of the tools that they had, especially Goyo. Goyo had a great early game, and now you see him taking some of these risks, right? Let me try to find someone, get spotted out. The damage is obviously already there for Smart Omega as we see even the poke potential from Etumax alone. And the fact that Kelra is deathless and is exactly where he needs to be on this Airfill. it's getting even more grim for TNC to basically salvage the situation. Is there anything that sticks out, Wolf, that they can do when it comes to staying in the game, basically?
Yeah, well, number one, they have to make total use of this Kadira. Because this Kadira, unfortunately, his mission should be taking down the members of Omega, like the squishy ones. You see, like E2 Max or maybe Kelra, hopefully Kelra, of course. But whatever is happening to TNC's formation is really bad because now Goyo always wants to survive, and he uses the rough waves just to get out of harm's way, just to keep himself alive, which is really bad. I mean, I wouldn't mind Goyo, like if I'm teammates with a Kadira, if the Kadira dies, but that is in exchange for a position 4 or a gold laner, I'm happy with that. But I think Goyo is always like thinking about his life so much and thinking about his positioning so much, he overthinks, and that means that he's now not in a position to be impactful in the game. So that's essentially one hero that's not making an impact for you.
Yeah,
that's what they need to address.
It's like Goyo's, he's trying to stay alive at the same time do his target. At the same time, your target's Kelra.
Yeah.
I feel like if you don't give your 100%, you're not gonna get him.
Yeah.
It's all. If you notice, it's always almost. He almost gets Kelra.
Always.
But yeah, you can't do that against the Filipino Savage. I get what you mean.
Yep.
Yeah, right now he's just having an amazing game too so far, really able to profit off that slow kind of pace they went in, TNC holding the lead for the majority of that early game and everything. Great punishments from Smart Omega here, and crowd's all in good spirits too as they wait up, but right now, the way that it looks, Smart Omega, they're not too far from capping this game out, right? Yeah. If they decide to actually wait for the next Lord, force TNC in a situation where, now relatively speaking, they've been making the mistake of positioning out of what almost seems like desperation, for Goyo to find a target like Wolf has been mentioning. Because again, most of the targets he's found is Ryota. You don't want to be expending that rough waves on an export, you know what I mean? So
yeah, that's
at least for the most part. And we saw when he did actually find Kelra that one time, but Kelra played it so well with the Purify, able to escape, gain the health back. I believe he does have that Haas Claws to get the life back that he needs. So, that's definitely a problem here that TNC has to solve. Now they're even working against some more. The Divine Glaive being picked up by N2 Max as well will make the pokes even worse for them.
It's a lot of damage they can output just because of this Novaria. Okay, so Exhort boots for Goyo, understandable, because he... Wow!
Oh, Jesus! Whoa! Wow! What is Kelra on right now?
Damage. He's on damage.
What is that? That's way too much. Oh, Chakmamba, 2K6.
Oh!
Oh my goodness, there you go. Omega, they found their target, but Innocent finds Eto Max as well. Goyo still in the wings. He's looking for a target. And once more, will be able to exit out for the meantime. Now, that's the best that TNC could have come up with.
Hey.
Finding Eto Max.
Watch out, Innocent. Gets out with the BMI. Oh, King Kong. Are you... Okay, he's not serious. Okay, so watch out for Goyo. Who actually...
Oh, he's serious.
Oh, he's serious.
Oh, Innocent.
Wow, goodness.
So decisive for Omega.
Oh, so bad.
See, you're questioning it. And that's what happens.
Yep.
Those are King Kong things.
Just King Kong things.
Oh my god. Okay, now TNC will definitely lose control of this Lord. No chance at all. And sometimes when you make a questionable play, it's not just your behind on the line, right? Sometimes your teammates too. And that's exactly what happened in there. Without King Kong, without the conceal, without the Grok to spot out where Omega is, it left Innocent, hanging. There was no defense at all for their Claude.
Yeah, and right now, no Innocent to clear for the next second. They have some time. They just need to buy more.
They're all going to be up here.
He's going to be back up. Goyo is also on the sides, but this time it is definitely TNC on the ropes.
You'll notice that TNC decided to go for the roam and for the roam on the Kadira. And by the way, the Kadira actually went and became a lowest goal for a certain point in time because he was just roaming around. It's not like a Kadira that clear out waves. That's why TNC, I think that they'll have double... the only benefit here that I see for Goyo is that he will get the blessing. But apart from that, he doesn't deal the damage!
Oh!
Ouch!
Goodness!
That's the damage they have to respect there, and now they've got to respect the fact that they have to deal with this Lord while being poked down like this. Can TNC hold on?
Yeah, they got to do something right here, right now. Chakno though, preemptive with the Minoan Fury. Everyone just burning under the hands of Yoda as well. Lord's still there. King Kong already used it. All of their ults are down. TNC are now going to have to rely so much on their wave clear, their manual wave clear, as Omega are bouncing. They're pushing in, and they are going to break the base. That's game number 1 going over to Omega.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And what a moment that was for Smart Omega to cap things out there in that game 1.
Last moments there, it just felt like you were in a pressure press something. Pressure cooker, man. They were just waiting to pop.
And there wasn't any death on Kelra, right?
There was none.
That's true.
Yeah, Kelra is just okay, so the reason why they picked up the Irithel, instead of going for something like a Beatrix or the rush pick up on the Bruno, is that it allows them to take over, to take the initiative. And that's what we were talking about in the early stages, right? Kelra is now taking the initiative and leading the team. That's probably why they picked up the Irithel instead of Beatrix or a carry that farms a lot.
You know, I know you'll be breaking things down here in a little bit, Wolf, but again, I hope you highlight that first pick, Export. You know, was it the impact they were looking for in this prioritization of the Export right off the bat? Because this one looked like it was kind of worth it, right? Again, the way they played things out. And TNC, remember, early game, they were actually the ones controlling a lot of the pace. We talked about how they had so much crowd control available to them. They were actually overlapping it really well. But unfortunately, at some point in the game, things just went south for them, right? And it was just looked like that. Finally, that Smart Omega that people have been looking for, that synergy between each of these roles falling into place, was finally here in this game 1. Again, there's still plenty of games ahead of us for the series. We could even see 3 games, hopefully, versus them, but versus TNC. But at the same time, Smart Omega did a great job, and this is kind of going with their personality. They shine, especially in the later game. Wolf, exactly how did this go down? Break it down for us.
Why don't we start with the first pick? Yeah, like you said, Naisu, it's the X-Borg that was worth it. And dare I say, it was only worth it because literally TNC did not address it. Even when it was a first-picked X-Borg, there was not anyone from the side of TNC that can take out the Firaga armor. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk first about the Minotaur. You can see Chakno, the start of the momentum from Omega was when they have found where Innocent was, with a max range Minoan Fury landing and taking out Innocent, stopping what he was doing. And we are already saying that Innocent was already taken over when it comes to the map control because he was literally taking care of the long lane and forcing Omega to react. And there was indeed a reaction. Came from E2max. But when E2max, whenever he was able to land the ultimate coming out from the Novaria, there's always an easy way for Chakno to land his ultimate. Remember, there's an 80% slow when you get hit by the ultimate of the Novaria. And that means that Chakno, in combination with his Minoan Fury, that also has a little bit of slow in the first instances, the first jumps, you can chain your knockups afterwards. And this is Chakno, by the way. He's mastered the Minotaur even before he went to the MPL. He was known in other leagues as the Minotaur of Execration, and now he's playing for Omega. It's essentially the same franchise. He's leading the pack. And by the way, the Minotaur was picked up because the Claude is directly countered by this hero. Everything that Minotaur does is stopping the Claude because of the knockup, because of the rage as well. But never deny the fact that TNC have controlled this early stage of the game. And it was beautifully done and executed by TNC. Only thing is, they had bad decisions in the latter portions of the game. But 7 minutes in, this was one of those bad decisions. And you can see Kelra not even having to pop the Purify because Hesu wasn't able to land his ultimate even after the flicker. And Kelra just really hitting. And now, the Lord Dance. It was actually good for TNC to survive here, right? Because they were able to, they were still able to reset the Lord and find the good opening. You can see now, Innocent dipping into the fight. Watch out for Itomax, actually. He was able to land slow onto Innocent. And Innocent, even after flickering out, was so slow. And now Chaknu was able to reach him. Kelra, able to survive after this, even popping his Wind of Nature, even though he didn't need it, because he was trying to make sure that he survives there. And because of that safety net coming out from Omega, they were able to get it once again. The disaster coming out from TNC happened when they tried to take care of Goyo, but Bentix and King Kong will be taken out. And King Kong didn't have any tools to get out of there as well. Again, chain of the bad decisions once again coming out from TNC, like this one where Innocent was left alone in the back lines, and Bentix didn't have the onward in the splitter anyways to kind of save Innocent. And unfortunately, they weren't able to stop him. And of course, that's going to be Omega taking game number 1. Very decisive, very good in the latter stages of the game. And I guess that it was never a problem for them. You can see the jungler's pattern for Andoryu specifically. And he was making sure that in the mid-game, so this is around the mid-game, 9 minutes to 14 minutes is practically the mid-game. And he made sure that he was there in the jungle of the enemy. Like the gold, particularly the orange buff coming out from Andoryu, is also able to pressure the base and the own jungle on the side of TNC. Let's look at some of the important emblems here. You can see Chaknu just going in for the full tank build. All that looks like a tank emblem, you pick it up. That's the Minotaur. And I would actually advise people to and suggest to people that they should be picking up the Minotaur against the COD, because it's just way too good against that hero. That's the reason why they picked it up. Now we're looking at the items as well. The priority of taking the blade armor on both Andoryu as well as Chaknu meant that Innocent will not have a good time. Imagine, in totality, he needs to take care of 3 blade armors, because that's what Ryota also picked up. There was no way for him to survive that. If Ryota, Chaknu, and Andoryu just keeps themselves available during the Blazing Duet, there's no way for Innocent to keep himself alive. That's the reason why this composition coming out from Omega really looked good. And that's also the reason why the COD is not that good anymore when it comes to the metagame, because it's very susceptible to itemization. Like, just get massive blade armors and there's no problem at all facing up against the COD. And you see some of the important stats as well. This Chaknu is 100% when it comes to his kill participation against TNC. 13 of the kills that Omega was able to get, it was because of Chaknu. And you can also take note of what impact there was for Itomax, just taking care of the bottom lane, where if you remember when he was taking care of what Innocent was doing, was eventually able to secure it. But the other stats, like, they proved to us that the early game was actually pretty even. Or if you think about it, TNC is leading, in fact. That's why the Monster Gold Stolen is not that skewed to the victors Omega. Damage to turret is also not that skewed. And there's, of course, because of the fact that TNC lost their base, that's why there's a lot more damage to buildings on the side of Omega. But when it comes to like hero damage as well as damage taken, it's pretty even across the board, because we know that TNC still managed to get a hold of the early stages of the game. Let's look at some of the keys to victory, and that was the first one, was most importantly Manifest the Chak Mamba. And what did we see in that game? We saw that Chak Mamba was actually, back to his tracks. He landed that beautiful Mino on Fury to take out Innocent, and in the last engagement that you saw when they were taking down the base of TNC, Minion on Fury was used preemptively, because Chakni knows that he can be the first one to initiate, so that there won't be any kind of retaliation from the side of TNC. Very well done coming out from Omega on recovering, but TNC, all they need to do now is to take care of business. Maybe end it better than they always did.
I'm glad that you just answered my question that I was going to ask you. What does TNC have to do? They got to answer the business. They got to go into business.
Yeah,
is what they have to do for game number 2, because even looking at the keys to victory checklist there, like Wolf put it, man, we saw the channel Chak Mamba again.
Yeah.
It was just typically a lot of people, when they think about Chaknu, they obviously think of the Kufra, right?
Yeah.
But this time he kind of had the same impact on a hero that typically isn't, I feel like Minotaur just isn't picked up so many times because some teams struggle to make it work a certain way. And, you know, even that last team fight, the way he utilized that and flickered in on the last one to get the knockup, very well usage. That was kind of what he did the entire game for the most part, right? And still, wondering, TNC specifically, I kind of agree here now with Wolf on Claude is kind of fallen off, right? I mean, he serves a purpose, but even regardless of how many blade armors they pick, man, it's just like Claude seems for some reason to take way too much time. And then because we're falling in this place where in the meta, there's usually 2 or 3 of these tanky boys or like these bodyguards, right? And it gets harder because when you're trying to look for your entry points, your angles, your flank angles with the Blazing Duet, sometimes you're forced to BMI too early, go back, and then you go right into one of those beefy boys who has multiple CCs available to you. And really, you know, Claude's not going to sit there like, in comparison, even Irthel. Irthel, you pop the ultimate, you have the heavy crossbow, you just start auto-attacking and running around. Claude, like, you literally have to get stacks, find an entry point, hopefully get your Blazing Duet off as much as you can to as many people as you can, and make sure that when you go back, you're at safety. Like, think about
so many
that
things
alone.
to think about, basically. Very difficult.
Yeah.
I think I heard someone say, I don't know who it was. I'm sure it was a caster. I heard someone say, Quantum Charge is the only thing keeping Claude alive right now. If that thing wasn't like super duper good, no one would be picking Claude anymore. And I think I'm just going to start to agree with that, especially if you are a big fan of the patch notes, you'll know the blade armor is just so ridiculously good now.
We'll find out in a little bit what they want to do, but real quick, MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out, and don't miss any of the epic power plays like we saw earlier. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official store. Make sure to check it out. You guys don't want to miss the action here wherever you're watching. And there's a lot here, right, that we're seeing. Again, this action just in these 2 weeks is quite crazy because I feel like, again, I'm personally glad I didn't do any preseason power predictions because, no, like the season so far, 2 weeks in, is it's leaving me like in wonder in a way, but also I'm very happy, like, again, where we are, right? So let's go ahead and once again throw it over to our insider to hear more before we jump in to Game 2.
Thank you, casters. Alam mo, iba talaga pag may suporta ng pamilya at kasama ko ngayon ang daddy ni King Kong, Daddy Roderick.
Yes.
Sino po kasama natin ngayon?
Yung friend ko si Rio Porcila from Taguig.
From Taguig, best friends kayo? Best friends?
Yes po, yes.
Best friends. Taga-Taguig po kayo. Anong barangay?
Barangay Central Signal Village.
Oh, batiin niyo silang lahat.
Sa lahat ng taga Central Village, Taguig at Napindan, binabati ko kayo, may laban yung anak ko ngayon at ang TNC team. Suportahan nyo.
Central Phoenix po ba sabi niyo? Phoenix? So,
Hindi, Central Signal Village. Taguig.
Okay,
Address
okay.
po,
It
address.
sounds like Phoenix. Ang nasa isip ko, Phoenix, like the Phoenix Army. Kayo po, Daddy, naglalaro po kayo ng ML.
Nakakaintindi lang konti pero totally hindi ako naglalaro sa
Hindi.
bahay.
Bakit ayaw niyo po maglaro? Galing-galing ng anak niyo eh.
Siya lang actually ang nag-focus sa pag-ML. Sa bahay pa lang talagang nag-focus na si King Kong sa paglalaro ng ML.
Buti naman po, kahit hindi niyo naiintindihan, nanonood pa rin kayo.
Siyempre po, Daddy, full support tayo dapat.
Oh, dapat. Full support. Good job, Daddy. Okay, yan. Lagi po ba kayong nandito?
Lahat ng game ni King na available kami nila, mami niya, saka yung mga kapatid niya. Lagi po kami nandito.
O, nasan yung mga kapatid at mami? Si best friend lang nandito.
Ngayon po nagkataon na wala Kaya actually po, kami na lang muna pumunta. At least present pa rin kami.
Kasi present, tas inuman after. Ikaw, naglalaro ka. Best friend Rio.
Hindi lang din. Nakakaintindi lang, pero hindi gaano
So, paano yun? Anong nakikita nyo pag may clash? Tapos ang daming sumasabog.
Based on reaction ng mga tao nagsisigawan, mas...
So pag sumisigaw sila, doon lang din kayo sumisigaw?
Yes po.
Paano pala kung sumisigaw tapos kalaban yung nag-cheer?
Lahat tayo panalo pag ganun.
Lahat kayo panalo. Okay, Daddy, kwento nyo naman sa amin anything na hindi alam ng ating madlang people tungkol kay King Kong. Share naman.
Actually si King, good boy naman siya, mabait na bata. Pero kung anuhin mo siya in personal, medyo tahimik lang siya. Pero pagka na-meet mo siya in person, tapos close na kayo, makikilala mo kung sino talaga si King Kong, mabait siya.
Alam mo, naririnig ka ata ngayon. Meron ka bang gustong sabihin kay King Kong.
King Kong, saan ka ba? Good luck lagi sa lahat ng mga laban nyo, pati ng team nyo, ng TNC. At salamat sa support ng TNC and management.
Ito naman, bago tayo magkumpisa sa ating laban, ipa-cheer natin ang crowd ng TNC. Kaya mo ba yon? Daddy, Rio, kaya niyo ba yon? Okay, pag sinabi nila TNC, isigaw natin, Nice G! Alright!
TNC!
Nice G! Alright! Balikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mar. It's always great to hear, from these supportive members, friends, families of all these players out here, because obviously there's been a shift, right, for esports over the years, and now it's always great to, hear from these closer ties to these players, and great to see. Now, hopefully that is enough to get TNC to Game 3 ahead of them. They've got to secure this next game against Smart Omega after losing that first one, and like we said, it was relatively their control early game. They unfortunately ran out of gas. So, Rock Hard, anything specifically that you could point out for TNC or that you'd like to see them kind of change up here to get us to a Game 3?
It's so hard, man. Thank you for putting me on the spot man, with that one. But honestly, it felt like they were doing fine. This lineup was doing okay. It just came to a point where Benfix was having a hard time pinpointing oh my god, everyone's doing so many fancy things. Who do I target now? It just felt like that to me. But in the beginning, Benfica could do no wrong there. He was chain CCing so well with his teammates that I thought, they probably have this in the bag. But I guess, as always for TNC, for me, I want them to go, have a more consistent late game. It's such a broad term, but that's just basically what I want to see from them. Just have them leverage this 4K goal lead, 3K goal lead they have in the early game, and turn it into something solid. Not just let it fizzle out into the wind.
100%. There's a lot of teams out there that have, I would say, mastered when they have a lead to not let it slip out through their hands, right? And obviously they're in a... Those teams are in the standings or, through the seasons for a reason because they've been able to do that, where when they have a lead, they just continue to punish until the game is over, and usually rather quickly, right? Now, for these two teams, again, Smart Omega, they're not it's not new that they have a certain timer, right? There was this whole thing even before where it's like, all right, Omega timers. But now even them, they have changed some of the play style a little bit as well to go a little bit faster. Now, TNC being on the other side here, they decide to actually take the Fredrin. Fredrin, still a solid choice as ever, Wolf, but we've seen him not picked up so many times like we used to be in that first pick blue side.
Yeah. Well, TNT can still go back to the Bruno, right? Because it's still pretty good. But knowing them, they might just settle for something like a Claude. And then you have to look for a roamer that can allow you to go front to back, because Fredrin wants to be there in the front lines, and then you have your roamer to kind of set up for it. So what do you look now? You need a mage as well. The Varia is available, and they pick up the Franco instead. Okay, so that's the roam that can allow you to go front to back. Someone who also can be in the front lines and allow you to lock down people.
Okay.
But that means Omega can just pick up the Kadita right now.
Kadita is so good. Again, I liked it with Goyo. I liked what he was trying to do. He wasn't like the reactive Kadita earlier, right? He was very behind the enemy lines there for the most part. It feels bad for me that we didn't see that come into fruition. We didn't see that have any big major effect there. Again, I can chalk it up to just Kelra having a good game or having good game sense. Other than that,
I think Irithel or Kadita should be the choice here for Omega. And why Irithel? Because it's a great versus the front to back, but they still went for the Beatrix.
Still a good front to back, right? Like Irithel is just basically Beatrix with wings.
Irithel like Beatrix. I'm trying to picture this. Irithel with Beatrix with wings.
Yeah, because of the AOE, the wide.
Maybe.
I don't know. He's flying. He's jumping. He's flying. I don't know.
Okay.
Hard to.
I can see
My
that.
imagination goes different ways. Anyway.
I can see that. I'll support you.
Yeah, I'll
He
agree.
flies. He leaps through the air. He's
Yes.
majestic.
That's true.
What are-
That's very
why
true.
you guys saying
There, yeah, actually, you get some pretty good airtime, you know, when you pop that heavy crossbow. So, we'll see. Again, Beatrix still has literally a gun for every, situation. And quite honestly, too, it might have been the reason where we don't want TNC to take it. There's a possibility that we see a lot of Francos paired with Beatrixes because of the way that the focusing mark rolls with a Franco, and they walk right into, like, let's say a Wesker or some type of burst damage, and they didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, surprisingly, I was kind of expecting even too, Bruno to pop up, but since he's not here, maybe that goes in the hands of TNC. Now, these last couple bands still focusing on the jungle because they're thinking, hey, maybe this Fredrin is going into the XP lane.
That's right. So you ban Farsa here, right? Oh, you did ban Kalita. We mentioned Kalita.
Yeah.
Should be good. Okay, so now if you're Omega, there still is the Valentina, which is great for E2 Max. And there's also like Gord, which we know is decent versus the front-to-back composition. And Fredrin also struggles against the Gord anyway, so there's really no reason not to pick it up for the side of Omega. It also allows you to be flexible when it comes to your Eden. Terizla.
Heavy. Wow. What a front line here for
So I'm
Omega.
saying this is the triple C's.
The triple C. Well, there's no export anyway, so that they just pick out the Terizla, so there should be no problem at all for that. And of course, Ryota plays Terizla.
Comfort. Yeah. Comfort hero. Get Kyrie there. Sorry. Oh my God. That was
Okay.
I was going to say, you didn't get thrown off.
I got thrown off there.
I was.
Ben picks straight to Kyrie.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can we see a glue for TNC? That could be good. Is there explainer?
Just don't die, right?
Yep. Glue and then maybe because you're already at the VAR, you're looking for a marksman now. Glue Claude maybe?
Yeah, again, where's the
Leslie?
Fredrin
Or
going?
Bruno actually.
Oh, okay. Weird though.
All right.
At least we're right with the glue.
You're right with the glue. It works. It works. You're
Yep.
just gonna try not to die, right?
Oh no, this gives fairness for Omega.
Find a new world.
Oh,
No,
so-
wow. Something that we're not expecting there is
That's
Xavier.
a spicy pick.
A pick that was so prioritized. What, last season? I think it was last season.
Yeah, it was
11?
It was prioritized in season 10 for sure.
Season 10, yes, season 10, man.
Okay.
And look at this. Let's look at the index here, Wolf. Let's
Yeah.
explain some of this.
All right, so when it comes to pickoffs, you're definitely going to be putting that on the TNC side just because of their Franco, right? And then when you're looking at team fight, definitely that is evident on the side of Omega. And what I like about the Saber, it's a very E2 Max kind of hero. Like,
Yeah.
they he likes those nuke kind of mages where you go Farsa, you go Eve, and in this case, like when he played the Novaria, it's like a beam kind of hero where you
Yeah.
go front.
Oh, I'm ready for the next analogy, Wolf.
Yeah. So it's like
It's like what?
At least
like
it
a
doesn't
beam.
have wings.
doesn't have
You
wings.
guys are, this is the, I feel like I'm trying to translate charades sometimes, you know? You know? All right.
Sorry, nice.
Let me,
There you go. Well, yeah, it's a very E2 Max kind of hero where you sit back, you pump up your damage, and even what range you have impact.
well, we'll find out if they can take us to the next game here. Ben Thing's taking a chunk of damage. They got to get it under control for TNC. If they get a lead again, can they keep it together mid to late?
Nice hook from Bentings. Obviously not much damage coming in from Goyo here. And Navaria has a lot of wind-up time, so they can't do any big instant play as of yet.
Man, this is a little crazy, a little fun fact. You know, seeing Netu Max play the Xavier here. I just watched the newest episode, so don't forget to check that out, JJK. Also, check Mamba Forever. He surpassed Wise of the all-time games played.
Wow.
With 298.
Number 7. I think Few is still probably the one with the most played.
Like number 1?
Maybe. Or maybe it's Carl TZ.
I mean, I was surprised with the fact yesterday Carl TZ hit 1,600.
Oh, so many kills. So many bodies.
So, at the whims of Carl TZ. Oh,
Okay.
Ryota.
All right. That's a bit early, but it makes sense. He's just standing there. He's trying to stop the range. The XP coming into Hesu.
Yep. He's trying to freeze the wave, but I think Heso will have the lane set up for him anyways.
Yeah.
Now look at it. Look at the rotation. King Kong is gonna be here to help.
No.
Very early on here. That's a nice pile up of bodies. Flicker used by Ryota.
Still alive.
Oh, he's gonna get caught. Nice catch there from Ito Max.
Still vibes. He's so lucky because then, you know, when we've seen so many instances.
Yeah.
But the recall is a little bit too early, you know?
Exactly.
The recall spam. So here we are. First turtle up. They're going to be fighting for it. King Kong here. 1 versus 2 for now, but the rest of the team making their way, Goyo and Bent Things. If they want to start the momentum that we saw them have.
There you go with the hook, Bent Things. Slow down. Coming in from Goyo with a meteor. Now Omega's going in. They're going hard. They're Ryota. Gonna go get that turtle and a kill as well. Make that 2 for Omega.
Oh, very bad decision for TNC. Because of 2 things. First, they have the ultimate on Heso, but Heso already was hit by the Dawning Light. Fortunately for him, there was the outer turret energy shields up top. That's why the damage was reduced by 25%. But he still went for the turtle fight. He has literally 1 HP, and he still went in and showed himself under the turtle. You don't do that. And even when there is you can see Ryota wasn't there in the first few seconds before the first turtle fight, you still have to respect the fact that you're 1 hit away from getting taken out, and that's exactly what happened. He thought that he can actually use his ultimate and grab someone and get some HP back, but it wasn't the case. Glue has been nerfed to the ground to the point where he cannot do that anymore.
Nice look in from Bedfings. No damage yet from Innocent, at least. Maybe Goyo can make a case here, but no meteors or no recalls coming in.
The other thing, too, about that, I mean, is the fact that, once again, with how just these last few minutes have gone, you know, Smart Omega, relatively with the small lead, it allows Kelra just to go ahead and farm up, not really have to worry about too much pressure, right? Because this makes TNC kind of hesitant on how they want to approach things. Again, when you lock in a Franco for Ben Things, yes, this is a signature hero pick and everything else, but really, your game plan this early on is to just follow up on the hooks, right? Land those hooks if you can, and when you're not finding those situations for minutes, it gets really dicey because then you start to fall behind here. Real quick, let's take a look at the item build, how things are playing apart, Wolf.
Okay, so we know for sure that Beatrix is going to be very happy about this!
Yeah, everyone's happy right now, especially for TNC, who seems to be having a little bit of an advantage here.
Oh!
Keller going to go down to King Kong's Appraiser's Wrath. 5 members of TNC zoning it out here. Andoryu, he's looking for a way in, but Chaknu is on the back with some good damage, just not ready to go for the fight. Now, Turtle could go bad here for Omega if they force it. TNC are now in the headstrong advantage.
Ryota
goes in, flicker in, flicker out by Hesu. Andoryu still gets the turtle. Blocking with the Mystic Field. Oh my goodness, and Hesu's gonna fall. TNC from looking really good to just suddenly nil.
Dicey. You know, you expect them to have the upper hand there. No Kelra in the picture.
Yeah.
They dropped the ball.
What I don't like that TNC is doing is that they're overcompensating for some of their mistakes, and they did take out Kelra. But sometimes when you already took one and made a play, you don't have your ultimates or your crucial spells, and even your utilities available anymore. So it's much better to just back off and just be happy with a trade. The kill onto Kelra is already a good trade for them. They should have just backed off.
Would that have been better if they just didn't? Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay. I thought he'd land that, but would it have been better in a situation if they actually just didn't contest the turtle? Is that what you're saying?
That's definitely true. You know, there's a famous fable in the Philippines where when you put your hand in a jar of candies, right, and you pick up how much you want it. Like maybe if you get
all the candy you want,
you will not get your hands off. But if you only take one, you'll be able to get your hands off easily.
Wait, why is that?
Oh, because you were able to insert your hand, right? So it has the same amount. But if you grasp on so many candies, you can't get your hand out. You only have, but if you take one after the other, you get your hand out every time.
So that's what they did.
That's exactly what they did. They grasped too
The turtle
many
was the
candies.
jar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they saw Kelra. No, sorry, the jar is the game. Kelra and the turtle are in the jar. And Turtle's way too many candies.
Exactly.
Okay.
There it is.
There it is.
And
You are indeed the charade translator.
We got diabetes from all that, by the way. Thank you. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, they got way too greedy.
Yeah.
And they just pulled off. They tried to push more out of their heroes than was humanly possible. I think so.
Yeah. Because like when I saw the play on Kelra, I was like, all right, that's a good, good start there, TNC. Good job making something. And then I'm like, oh, now they're going to go for the turtle. And then you see the entirety of Smart Omega being like, how dare you take out Kelra? Like, we're going to make our way to the turtle pit.
Yeah.
And I knew, too, again, with Ryoto making his way down to the Terizla, you kind of know what to expect. You're going to see this flicker penalty zone combination come through. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And, it fell apart from there. So, again, as we jump back into the game, they've garnered themselves almost a 3K gold lead for Smart Omega. They're going to be playing around that, the scaling that they have as well. Etu Max specifically on the Xavier, who is on his debut pick here for S12, scales still relatively well into the late game. So that is now something that TNC has to be weary of, because if they get set up by the multitude of CCs available for Smart Omega, and that happens too as the game goes on, it'll be more troubling to deal with.
I love Omega. They're so good at calling TNC's bluff though. And there you go. There you go. They pile on the King Kong with no answer at all from TNC.
On to bottom lane, as we're seeing now. It's going to be in a set. This is the trade that we're talking about, right? If you lose one, maybe you'll get another. But Adoryu, this is the benefit of the backshot. For backshot, there's no trade at all.
Not afraid whatsoever. And now Ryoto with flicker in. No, 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 no. You get a kill. And because of the Baksha passive.
Man, this is...
He went from nearly the top lane, I mean, it was the river there, all the way down to the bottom to just stop that. And then at least the turret went down, but still, that is the strength. Like you said, Wolf, this is the fastest jungler in MLBB.
That is why in the Trinity, the Baksha, Fredrin, Martis, Baksha is above the other two, just because of that impact. Like we're saying, like, you trade for a kill for an objective, like opposite, like the opposite way of the map. But because of the backshot, you can just get there and you have kill potential no matter what happens. Or you slow them down enough so that the rest of your members will be there too. But, okay.
All right, they're going to be able to get that turtle a little bit of help there from Goyo. But like you said, only so much they can do right now. Andoryu, one of the fastest junglers of MLBB. Oh, nice hook from Benpings at the back though. Look at that. Some work being done here by the other members of TNC, while Omega gets some as well on their side.
That was great. I mean, TNC able to not only get the turtle there, but, as you saw, they not only that got a kill, they got it on Ondoru, and even Kelra, as he made his way down there after getting that turret in the top side, he got hit pretty hard, right? He got kind of punched in the mouth there, and that is something that has to be they have to be conscious of. Goyo, even though he has no kills, nothing going on too much, he still has an impact, and that's one of the great things about Novaria here.
That's what I really like about. I think Novaria is just way too OP for me.
Too much vision.
There's too much vision, and the 80% slow is just ridiculous. If you think about it, it's almost a stun.
Yeah,
that's true though.
You're slowed down 80% of the way of the time. So.
Gonna stack up right now. Just like Andoryu, stacking up on that defense, making him so hard takedown. Nice hook though from Benpings. Lock it in with Shock. New flicker out. Oh, you got caught there. Hesu is gonna be able to go for this grab, and he's gonna fall before he even gets anything done. My goodness, flicker hook from Benpings, not gonna be hitting their mark. Nobody's home there. TNC, what are they gonna do? Oh, they keep going.
Oh,
wow, why is TNC just going here non-stop?
Okay, they gotta respect this. I mean, maybe just give this turret.
Just give it away, man. You're risking too much.
They are holding on to that turret the best they can there.
And they are probably going to suffer there with another kill being given over to the marksman of Omega, which is Kelra.
And the Lord will now be spawning in favor of Omega. Once again, they just took out the mid lane turret, and it's natural for them, very fluid of them to move into the zone of the Lord. And you can see TNC are always trying to fight with scraps. It's always like they're feeling, hey, we need to fight this no matter what. They need to get something out of everything. Sometimes patience is going to be enough. Like you say, sometimes dead air is good.
Oh, there it goes. Look at that. Ryota. King Kong super low. Can't even go for the retribution. And Jesus, even though he's a glue, just not lasting that long to the front line of Omega. I feel like TNC is just being spread too thin here.
Yep. You know the stages of grief, right? There's always that denial part. And it seems like TNC is always at that denial part. They always just try to get something.
Yeah, they
Even
do.
when they had to get into the next level where they should be accepting their grief. Unfortunately, because of how much they have been denying, this is a point where they are now far behind. It's very hard to climb now for TNC.
Yeah.
And if anything, one thing I would say is Smart Omega, usually when they do have a lead, they are one of the teams that knows how to play with it, right? They won't allow most teams to let this kind of slip out of their hands.
100%.
And right now, they're marching right down mid. We'll see if TNC still continues to press the situation.
Yeah, Ryota's getting a brunt of the damage here, and he has
Oh.
a nice hook from Ben Fink. Suppress going to be coming in, and that's going to be Ryota going down. It's 4v5, but again, very scary right now is Kelra. Monster kill so far on the Beatrix. No one can survive the onslaught of damage coming in from Kelra and Itomax from downtown. Look at the damage. I love it. I'm loving Kelra Itomax right now.
Oh my god. Did you miss, well, you know the Novatrix combo, right?
Yeah.
We did miss the Beatrix Saver combo. What do we call that? Is that the
Beatrix Xavier.
Beatrix Xavier.
What would it be?
I
What
would say it's a very classic Haji and Oheb combo. Though,
Yeah, that
so.
was, yeah.
What did we call it?
Xavier X.
Xavier
X.
Xavier X or
Saver X or Bea X.
Beavier.
Beaver.
Nothing works like Novatrix.
Yeah, Novatrix is so, it just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
No, it's domain expansion. That's what we call it. But yeah, I mean, this is a common combo during MPL Season 10 and also the Southeast Asian Games of the previous year, where it was Imam as well as Oheb. Actually,
Yeah.
I forgot. He was not playing there, right? It was different.
Yeah, it was different.
But
yeah.
anyway, it's Xavier Beatrix. You know that.
Oh, bad things.
With the flicker hook, way too much. And just like that, it's going to be Omega with a pushback. As usual, we see them coming out with a lead. Andoryu zoning out 3 members for TNC. There's just no way for them to bounce back. It just feels like TNC just wants their cake and they also want to eat it. But Omega's just not going for it.
Oh my gosh.
Flicker in by Chaknu. Maybe a bit of a wasted skill there, but King Kong still going to be in a bad position.
Is it a waste?
Oh,
It
no.
doesn't seem to be.
Oh.
The regen, nice bluff from Ben Finks.
Man, I don't know. Like, both of these roamers trying to make plays happen, right? But this time, it's like Smart Omega can do that. Chaknu can actually go ahead and make some of those moments himself. Ben Thing's really going for it.
The hooks, they're connecting. They're connecting really hard, although the damage is quite lagging. Team fight will come down, and Ben Things will suffer.
Oh!
Andoryu got lured. Oh, there he goes. These snipes coming in. Innocent's in trouble. He's being chased by Andoryu. Oh, no. There's just no way for them to peel for him. Innocent going down. Turret will fall as well. Lord is on Omega. It's a disaster.
It's a tough game to be in here, and this could very well be it. Lord making its way down the mid. Smart Omega waiting to end this in a sweep if they can. TNC still down to 2 members. Can they hold on?
Ryota just going for broke here. There's just no way for TNC to maneuver out of this one. The Lord finding their target. Andoryu gonna fall. That's
Quite
a big
low.
bonus for TNC. Are they gonna be able to clear? It seems so. TNC spawning just in the nick of time.
And TNC, fortunately, their death timers aren't that massive yet. And Omega are just wiping the floor with TNC's blood. Did you see that Mystic Field connection coming out from Itomax? That's what actually allowed them to take down Innocent. Because it was the one that stunned up Innocent. And then Andoryu just went in for the massive drift that you saw so that he's able to take out Innocent. Still, TNC hanging on. They don't have the best late game, but they have wave clear anyways. And it will take a while before Hesu is able to just stack up all the damage from Omega. The problem is, Xavier and Beatrix as a combo, like individually they're not that good scaling, but if you combine them together, they are very strong in the late game when it comes to one-hit knockouts.
not only that too, but I feel like again a lot of people, you know, because we just haven't seen Xavier too much just yet. Even if you manage for TNC to get Kelra out of the picture, the relatively low cooldown from Xavier, able to clear waves, is still a problem, right? And that's vice versa. Like even if you get the Xavier, well, Kelra's still the problem.
Can I just bring up 1,000 damage taken for Itomax? That's minion damage.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, King Kong gonna have enough tankiness to at least sustain for a few more minutes. Speed from the Quantum Charge as well. Gonna be able to dodge Chaknu's onward flicker combo. Re-engage from TNC. They find him! Oh, they find him! They find Kelra! That's huge!
Okay.
As I was just saying.
Okay.
We'll see if they can do something with that.
Okay. Bentix just needs a few more of those.
Few more of those, right?
Few more of those.
Few more of those.
Gotta be difficult.
I mean, even with that, right? The reality is Kelra will be back for the Lord here, right? So he'll be back for the Lord dance, which we know Smart Omega will still set up there as they do. And, you know, like you guys said, Ben thinks needs a couple more of those.
Yeah, and King Kong in front makes it a lot easier for him to do that.
Oh.
And Chaknu's actually quite low. Andoryu here, he's ready to take the fights, but Chaknu is actually a little bit bruised and battered. So that might mean they want to go for a reset, but the hook, it connects. They find Ryota. Mortality's up. He's going to be able to survive, at least for now.
Benthink's got to do it again. That's
You
two
got
now.
one more?
He's got to go again.
Are we banking? Oh, of course not. That's too much, right? There it
Just
is.
have to relax. But will they get the Lord because of this, though? They pop the conceal.
Yeah.
We're just zoning out the members of Omega.
Preemptive.
Ryota is almost alive, and it's almost here.
It's a 4v5 for the meantime. King Kong.
Oh, Hesu, good play
Ready
from
with the
Hesu.
retribution. Hesu is there. He's buying so much time. Andoryu still gets the Lord. Omega. Oh, that was a beautiful steal from Andoryu.
Oh my goodness. And the problem with TNC is that they try to go for the Lord Dance when they're trailing behind. It's understandable because Ryota's not there, but they took so much time. Ryota already survived or respawned, or at least, you know, regenerated. And Hesu wanted to go for the play where he stuns up Andoryu so that they can get the Lord, but it wasn't enough. Andoryu still managed.
No way. That hook, I could have sworn that was missing.
No way.
Ryota gonna fall because of the Benfink hook as well, but this time punished around by Chaknu and Itomax. He's gonna fall right there, right now. Innocent. Oh, one laser. I swear. That is
it's up to
beautiful.
Goyo.
It's up to Goyo, man. Hesu's on the side as well. You gotta make these astral recalls hit.
I think they can hold on, though.
Yep,
TNC.
just one kill. That's Ryota taken out, and Omega suddenly doesn't feel confident at all.
That's why, hey, that's what they got to do, TNC here. Ben thinks starting a lot of that kind of bringing life back into this game, too, for now, and hopefully Innocent can capitalize on it. Goyo also shooting off from the side.
Oh, man, there you go. The onward combo being not really hitting, but doesn't matter. It's still Omega with the kill and the tower as well.
It's just about damage. Yeah. If TNC is relying on crowd control, Omega's just relying on damage. They have all damage overload because of the Beatrix and, of course, the Xavier. And anyone who goes in front is always susceptible for what TNC can bring.
Doesn't feel like a 4K gold lead, right? Feels like so much more.
Well, I think, again, a lot of that is also the fact that, you know, Irithyll now, at this point in the game, right, 20-minute mark, you're where you need to be for Innocent, but with very little defense capabilities available to you and so much CC that can be thrown at you, it's crucial that Innocent stays alive. You have Purify, you know, Bentings, though.
All right, the hook's going to connect here. Chaknu, he's low, but he has a Primal Wrath, able to survive this long.
Kalra's in trouble.
Hesu trying to dive on the backline, but is punished hard by Omega. Everyone's low, though. Andoryu gonna get hit by the Astral Recall and might fall victim here. Innocent's got good damage, so he's able to take out Andoryu as well. And it is going to be 2 members remaining for Omega. TNC, they're making a resurgence here.
That is huge for TNC. The timers are getting a little longer here, so Smart Omega, if they make another blunder like that, they're going to find themselves going into game 3 here. King Kong focusing on the resources at 2 max. He's got to have to clear this. Lord comes up in a few seconds. Yep. And TNC, this is their Lord to take if they can do it quickly. And Doru still more than 15 seconds away. Ryota!
They're going for it. Innocent digging those claws into Ryota. Gonna be punished as well. Itamax is low.
Just don't overheat TNC.
Don't overheat. Yeah.
That's what they need to do.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
They should be able to get this.
They should be.
Ryota's got the information he needs. Kelra, nope. He knows. It's a little too risky. TNC, this is exactly what they need. They've now diminished the 4K or so gold lead that Smart Omega held onto for so long. Base fully exposed, and TNC is able to find life in this match.
Props to Hesu. He died afterwards, but he was the one to actually put the pressure onto Kelra and dealt so much damage as the XP laner going into the backlines. He went for the blade armor as well so that he can actually get into the position to put pressure, apply pressure on Kelra. It's exactly what happened in the bottom lane when Omega tried to push. And even after dying, he made a lot of impact. He's 0-9 for now, but I think he's slowly erasing the fact that he had a lot of deaths just because of one play.
Oh man, as you look, Smart Omega has to get ready for this defense. Given how the whole pace of the game is going, they've been the ones to let this slip through their hands. And as we were mentioning before, it's kind of a surprise how this happened. But TNC has done an amazing job at crawling back into this game despite the deficit they were at. Now they look to go for it again.
Okay, Chakno absorbs the hook, but Ryota with the very aggressive penalty zone. Everyone is in the middle of it. They're trying to go for Innocent. Innocent's down. Immortality is going to save him for a few more moments. But it looks like TNC, they're the ones who are on the rise here. They're very, very aggressive here onto Andori, who does not have the backup damage that he needs. But he's able to make it. No, he doesn't. He gets hit by the Astral Recall.
Wow.
Nice hit from Goyo.
And another one.
Still going to be going.
There it is. Those enhanced hitboxes really make a big difference now.
Oh, for sure. That means that the hook will easily land. Kelra is now in trouble.
Okay, so they got 1 minion here remaining to make a push happen, but not
King Kong,
really
no,
gonna
don't
be
do
there.
that, King Kong.
Please don't.
You're not needed, King Kong. It's
You're
not over.
that ahead.
You're not that ahead.
It's not over yet, King Kong. Cool here.
Oh.
Okay. King Kong.
Again, we're still 20 seconds away, and Doru will be up. So far, so good for TNC to clap it out.
Oh, Ryota as well as Chaknu. They're in the thick of it, but Chaknu, he's being demolished so easily right now.
King Kong.
Goyo. Goyo making the hits mark, but there's a return from Itamax. Mid base is going to get damaged. Bottom will fall. Everyone's looking. They're eyeing who's going to be the next target of Benfings.
Oh, man. They hold on to that one turret. But still, Smart Omega holds on to this game. Now the tables have turned. Lord will be up in less than 10 seconds, and it's going to come down to a team fight. But if Chaknu can't get back in time, TNC will secure themselves this Lord and be marching once again in the base of Smart Omega.
It's going to be much smarter to take the Lord now, TNC. They have to use Innocent. They're not obliged. Okay, don't like Q's. This is your go signal. This is as much of a green light as you needed.
That's it.
Chaknu's nearly up here.
It's
Lord.
be very difficult for Itamax to actually join this fight.
Yeah, still quite healthy. Hook's not going to land.
You have the flicker. You have flicker bite. You can go now to Andor you, but they're not doing it.
Yeah, Benfings.
Benfings, you can do it.
Very safe
Yes,
right now.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. There's the flicker bite, but will it be enough? Yes, it is. It secures the Lord for TNC. Now, Ryota once more with the penalty zone, but TNC does not really care. Goya's on the side. Could be a right target here for Omega, but no, Omega decides to back off for now. Maybe they just want to wait for the Lord fight here.
They have
inside the base.
Okay. I'm happy that TNC or Benfings listened. Well, he cannot hear us.
Yeah.
But that was the right decision, right? Because you know that if you go for the flicker bite, you can take the Lord. And that's exactly what happened. TNC have secured the Lord.
Although there was like a small moment where maybe it could have been stolen, but yeah, they secured it. Good job at TNC.
I mean, even how much struggle Hesu has had, early mid-game, the fact that now at this point, he's just quite tanky. He serves the purpose of just zoning some of the members of Smart Omega out. He did that well as well. And now that he's got this immortality, he's got the extra layer there. There's 3 immortalities to work through for Smart Omega, plus this Lord. Are they going to be able to hold on here with their wave clear, with this... the hook, though.
Yeah, it's going to connect no matter what because of that Astral Echo, and now Andoryu's suffering because of it. Immortality with 5 members waiting for you, popping the Winter Truncheon as well just to buy a few more seconds. But it's starting to look like the beginning of the end here for Omega. They need that massive wave clear that Etomax is providing, but Ben thinks he's trying to see if he can answer with the hook.
Man, the wave clear is actually a lot.
Omega.
They're clearing a lot here.
Ben thinks, looking for Kelra.
Looking for that Kelra right here. Oh, he misses the penalty zone, Ryota. He absorbs the damage coming in from the Astral Recall. They're buying some time, but here's another minion wave for them to deal with. Ben thinks he catches Ryota, but Goryor goes down. That's the majority of the damage coming out from the TNC.
Oh no, that's bad. Hesu wants to go to play.
Oh, the base! The base, no!
Innocent!
Innocent! Just when you thought!
No!
The crowd knows it. The crowd knows it. There's just no other way to go about it.
The timers are too long.
It's too long.
Talk about a blunder. TNC.
I have no words.
Oh, the barangay is standing up and cheering for that as Smart Omega capitalizes on a huge mistake in what looked like going to a Game 3. Smart Omega takes it in a sweep against TNC. And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Man, oh man, TNC fans around the world can feel that one.
I am speechless. Because they have been doing it well already.
It was such a good game for them.
It was such a good game. But in those clutch moments, they are facing up against the Comeback Kings. You may not have the original members, but you still have the duo. The comeback duo. That's Itomax and Chapnu. No matter what happens, they hold the timer for Omega. They have the watch, the Omega watch.
Yeah.
For the timers. They hold on to that. And it's always, whenever you're facing up against Itomax and Chapnu, don't fall into that folly of having control of the game. You have to end it surgically. And that might be the most painful defeat of the season.
Oh, so far, as they take their bow there. The work that was put in that game too, especially from Ben, the things. Hook after hook landing. Innocent for the most part, capitalizing with that Irithel, and then at the end there, like you put it, Wolf. My God, Smart Omega has been in that situation multiple times. And if anything, I'm talking about teams that master the transition from early game to mid game. Smart Omega has mastered the defense when it looks grim, dire, done.
Yep.
For some reason, this team is always like, not yet, no.
Okay, one thing that I can say that why they mastered it, you can see Itomax. He always changes his position on the defense using the Dawning Light.
Yeah,
he was able to pop the Dawning Light twice in that defense. And the last one, he looked for an angle where it was actually going to hit all of the members of TNC while he is defending. They knew exactly how to defend bases.
At the same time, he was also dodging the position of Benfings, right?
That's also true.
With the hooks,
Yeah.
he had to compute where the damage was going to go optimally, and then also avoiding dying.
Amazing.
That was amazing.
That amazing game, by the way, is brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bring you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. And as you guys mentioned, man, the really the micro details there, I can't wait to see them being broken down, because the way that they held things together really in that last defense was amazing. Even when they were down Endoru, for the longest time, I was just waiting for TNC actually to find one more pickoff, especially with the fact that they had a Novaria there to help kind of increase some of those hitboxes.
Yeah.
So, you know, that alone, the pressure situation there going on around defending that base was, you know, amazing from Smart Omega that they were able to do that. And at the same time, it's just like, I don't know if it came down to that point where TNC's like, you know what, just full send it. Innocent, go, get it, finish the base. You know what I mean? And that's what we were even saying earlier with, for example, King Kong celebrating a little bit too early, you know, trying to, we were like, you got to hold it together, you got to finish the game first. But, man, that's tough, again, for TNC.
That's tough. Very tough.
Especially for a very crucial, I feel like it feels so crucial for TNC to get a little bit of momentum. I know they had a 2-0 before, but yeah, that was only the beginning, right? So, yeah, it's that was a tough, I agree with that. That was one of the toughest losses of the season.
It feels,
so far.
Again, even here, the crowd. Like, you could feel, you know, TNC fans were here cheering their hearts out. And then as soon as that happens, you can almost hear it. And then on the opposite side, the Barangay, man, they're just up out of their seats. I mean, even for us, it's kind of like, you know, what's going on there. At the same time, it was a great, so to speak, comeback for how far ahead Smart Omega was against, you know, TNC. And that's why I can't wait to hear, you know, just a bit here what they have to say on stage. And I mean, even wondering really where's the mindset, the mentality here for TNC, because like Rockhart put it, you know, it's a little tough because of the fact that the regular season is shorter. You really do have to get these games under control. Yes, you know, we have some more games ahead of them and ahead of us, but this also secures Smart Omega, 3 points because of the sweep.
That was massive.
So, big pickup here.
I can't believe that we've witnessed that. Because all of the things that we said that they should not be doing, they did in the last sequence.
Yeah. Well, Mara's ready to go ahead and interview Smart Omega. Let's see what they have to say.
Should be fun.
Thank you, casters. Here we go. One shot. One more time. One shot. You hear them saying Omega, di ba? Nakakatuwa. Congratulations. Eto, Max, ang tagal naming hindi nakita yung Savior ngayong meta, pero you were able to show that off with perfect KDA. Ano bang meron sa Savior ngayon, and can we expect more of that from you?
Bakang pasok kasi siya sa meta ngayon kasi wala masyadong pang-abot eh.
Alam mo
Kasi
yung, okay.
parang tank meta ulit bumabalik. So, yung mga scaling na heroes, pwede pa ipasok. Katulad niya.
Pasok na pasok din yung ginawa mo kanina. Nakita namin, marunong ka pala sumayaw? Marunong ka pala sumayaw? Sige nga, sample! Eto, Max, kilala mo ko. Kilala mo ko, hindi ako hihinto. May pinakita ka kanina. Kaming lahat, ginagawa pa talaga ni Eto Max yan? Okay, i-cheer ka nila. Kailangan mo tong gawin. Pinakita mo na eh. Sample! Sample! May the moves! Bagay talaga si Eto Max dito. Now, congratulations sa naganap kanina. Natutuwa kami sa mga ginagawa mo. Nasaan si Chaknu? Chaknu! Ay, ikaw din? Sasample ka din ba? O sige na nga, sample din. O, ikaw din. Ikaw din, Chaknu. Sila daw. Hindi ako nagsabi. Sila yung nagsasabi. Ingayan nyo pa. Oh, yun daw. Anong moves to? Ano to? Anong sinasabi niya? Gawin mo na. Ano to? Boxing? Okay, tulungan mo, Kelra. Tulungan mo. Okay, ikaw, eto, Max, tulungan mo. Okay, go. Oy, may nakita akong ginagawa. Alam niyo ba si Chakno ngayon, may bagong sideline. Siya na ang photographer ng Omega. Yun na bang hilig mo ngayon? Nakita kita eh. Bago magsimula yung laro, pino-photograph mo lahat.
Anong dapat sabihin?
Bakit kanina may hawak ka ng camera, pino-photograph mo lahat? Yan ba yung bagong hilig mo?
First time ko lang mag-picture eh. Pero Masarap pala.
Alam mo, wait, nakita ko tuloy si Rebo. May umaaway kay Rebo. May nagsabi ng hindi maganda kay Rebo. Pagtanggol mo naman si Rebo dun.
Oy, sino nag-away dito?
Pagtanggol mo, alam ko kilala mo yon, kahapon yon. Pagtanggol mo. Okay, nagawa pa lang si Rebo, guys, ha? Alright, and now, we're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear some noise. Ang daming sumisigaw. Sino? Okay, sino pa? Tingnan natin. Take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Kelra! Ay, grabe naman. Wow. Ano? Oh, sige, ikaw tayo. Sample. Everybody, sample. Ay, congratulations, Kelra. Ano bang meron sa buhok mo? Ba't lahat sinasabunutan nila? Ang lambot naman. Okay. Paano ba kayo nag-bounce back doon sa loss nyo with Blacklist, with Echo? Kasi alam nyo, niloloko nyo talaga kami every season. Nagpapatalo kayo sa umpisa, tapos talagang angat ng angat na kayo. What's happening? Nag-burp. Okay. So, paano kayo nag-bounce back pagkatapos ng Blacklist and Echo? At bakit ba sa umpisa, lagi kayong may struggle bago kayo mag-spike up?
Parang sa umpisa po kasi parang lagi kami walang chemistry, parang hindi kami magkakakampi. Sa umpisa. Pero pagka natatalo-talo na, parang mas pinapokus na namin yung chemistry namin. Nag-ano na kami, 5-man RG. Yung mga di namin ginagawa na namin pag nag-ano na.
So, gusto nyo yung mga struggles muna, na nahihirapan muna kayo, tapos doon kayo nagigising. So, ano nangyari bago ng larong to para makuha nyo yung sweep ngayon? Pagkatapos ng dalawang losses nyo, what did you guys have to do to get the sweep today?
Ano lang po, parang ano lang po ginawa namin nag-5-man RG lang kami.
5-man RG. All right. Once again, everybody, congratulations to Smart Omega. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Wait, panalo kayo, Chuck. No, doon kayo sa harap. Congratulations, Coach. Job well done for Smart Omega. At talagang kitang-kita ang ng personality pagdating dito sa ating stage. Titignan naman natin kung sasayaw din ba ang ating mga casters when we turn it over to them. Casters, pasok.
That's a no. No,
Yes.
thank you.
We're generally some of the older casters here, so I don't know if we really have these dance
Oh my
moves
God,
in us.
yeah.
I
just realized
I
that.
just had the realization.
You didn't have to point that out.
Why?
But here we are.
I mean, okay,
Yeah.
to be fair, Rockhard has the best skin out of everybody. So, you know.
No.
Yeah, you do.
All right.
The skincare routine reveal, that's what people want, right? But again, it's only Mara that can actually get members of Smart Omega to do that. I mean, even Etu Max to pump out the Cal Dog. Wow. I've never expected that. Mara, I do not accept the challenge, by the way. So,
Yep.
Wolf, take this challenge, break down this game, exactly how it happened, and we got that sweep for Smart Omega.
And when it comes to analyzing games, I'll take that challenge any time of the day, but dancing, hell no. Let's look into that game once again. And I want to say there were so many good clutch moments in that last engagement if you watch it again. And majority of it is E2Max as well as Chagdo. In fact, I want you to look at the last clash once again and see how E2Max positioned himself so that he will be able to land the Dawning Light together with the creeps and the enemy heroes. But most importantly is that he was able to land the Dawning Light onto Goyo. We were talking about how Goyo was the most important player for the side of TNC in that push because he's able to land his ultimate as well as his snipes with the Astral Sphere. But when Xavier put down the HP of Goyo very, very low, what actually finished up the Novaria was actually Chaknu, because we know that that he was bitten by Bentings, and we also know that even when you're a roaming Edith, you still output so much damage if you take so much damage first. And you can see, and you'll notice how Chaknu was able to land his ultimate, all of the auto clicks, or auto attacks coming out from the Edith packs up a punch, and that's what actually killed Goyo, with Itomax getting the last hit. But that will be up for later. In the early stages, we know for sure that Omega, because of how well they utilized Andoryu on this Baksha, they managed to secure the early game. 3,000 gold lead, making it a 4K, because TNC was trying frantically to fight against Omega. They're trying to make the plays. Beautiful hook coming out from Bentings, and it's going to happen a lot in this game, especially in the defense. But TNC really bit off more than they could chew many times in this game. Beautiful snipe coming out from Kira as they now march into the base of TNC. This game at 11 minutes will be prolonged because of a play that we will see from Bentings as well as from Hesu. Alright, so that is going to be played for minutes. And look at the drift coming out from Andoryu, landing onto Innocent, taking the kill. And of course, that was started by Itomax landing the Mystic Field as well. I want to find more. Look at this. Bentings with the conceal and the flicker. Good coming out from the side of the Franco. And look at this. Once again, a hook. Watch out for Hesu, making the beeline towards Kelra. Kelra is his only target at this point. He was stopped. But of course, TNC already had the damage to take out Kelra. And it was started by Hesu. Another set of good plays coming out from TNC as they continuously will be able to land the hooks from Bentings. And look at this. Watch out for the bite. They will try to go for the kill onto... oh, okay. So Goyo was already down in this case. But yeah, remember, Chaknu was still able to output the damage because of his ultimate. And it was the end for TNC. Unfortunately, the last remaining member, King Kong, will not be able to keep themselves alive. And watch out for Itomax. Look at that. Look at that dance. Itomax with the celebration allowed them to celebrate, of course, what happened in that game. And it's mainly because of how well he fought. 0 deaths on this, on the Savior that we forgot already. Went for the cooldown reduction as well as the Weapon Master. And the Mage Emblem as well. So typically, the Mage custom emblem is no longer favored by teams. But Itomax thought that maybe if he just output enough damage, there's not much when it comes to like when you're thinking about like the penetration whatsoever. He just went in for raw magic damage. Crystal into the Lightning Truncheon. Of course, the Divine Glaive allows him to get some penetration, but it's not the case. He just went in for all of the highest magic damage items together with the Clock of Destiny so that he's able to just burst down the members of TNC. And when it comes to teamfight participation, Itomax also leads it once again with 85%. And that's 2 out of the 26 kills that Omega was able to get. Went for the most hero damage, 168 hero damage as the ace for this game, and has the most assists as well. And there's no question now, looking at the stats, that Itomax definitely was the MVP of that game. And he did mention during the post-game interview that there could be a place for Xavier, especially because the typical jungler choices or core choices now for teams are relied on tanky kind of junglers. And that's gonna be the Baksha, the Martis, the Fredrin, heroes that don't necessarily have the dive to get into the backlines. That's why a hero like Xavier but sits on the back, and this is like really falls in the right up the alley of what kind of heroes Itomax plays. Like all of your Farsar, of your Eve, like sit back and just output the damage. Xavier now has a chance out of the metagame. He's back. He's back. Definitely back.
Is this a comeback of the Comeback Kings? Feels like
it's a start.
It's a start.
It's a start. They have quite a bit of ground to cover, I would say, you know, and and now for all the Barangay out there, I'm sure they're very happy about this, as we heard even here, you know, with how things turned out, because again, sweeps are great, you know, especially if you need those points to climb back in the rankings, because we've seen a lot of sweeps. We've seen a lot of even just surprises, upsets, you know, if you will, and who knows what to say by the end of today, right? There's still a lot to happen. The next matchup, by the way, is also No, some people might already have some expectations with that. Of course, we have MNNE versus AP Bren. And AP Bren, what's there to say about them? A lot of people already know so much about them. MNNE, on the other hand, is number one. We've seen a couple of variations. I'm really wondering how they handle a team like AP Bren. Again, I know you guys have really enjoyed this series. It's been great. I am Anaisu, this is Rockhart and Wolf, and this has been already a big, I feel like, statement, how we close out week 2. So there's more that can happen. Again, thank you guys so much. We'll be back after the short break for the second match of the day.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero why, sir?
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi.
Si Yawi.
Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya, lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero ng Chu. Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Ilang beses na rin siya nag-champion eh.
Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban. Siguro yung top 3 tank ko sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogwen.
Yawi, Ogwen, ako. Si Ogwen, si Yawi, top 3 ko si Chakmo.
Si Yawi, si Light, at si Ogwen.
Si Yawi, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako. Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya.
Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga galaw niya, and sa RG ganoon pa rin. Si Chak na yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict na kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chak kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabot. Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chak kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung hindi pa rin yung gutom.
Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon. Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny J kasi unti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chak, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya. Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinaka gusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco yung mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play cap. Hindi lang kasi ako malakas eh. Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL. Si Ogwen hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light at si Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko. Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko na laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati and parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawi. Former teammate ko siya tas hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room. Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Kabigting, IGN po Bao, multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul, tapos yung role ko ay gold lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from Mpl-Ph and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyon of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post-4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatryout po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatryout po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MDL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin ng girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok ko ng MPL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Noong nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinataw ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para
sa mga practice. Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So ayun, nag-start ako sa MDL season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Mpl-Ph.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE, boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE, boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSG ay masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakakabanding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kaming tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onyx ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa AP brand, okay naman po. Mababait naman po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling yung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon, lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok ng MPL.
Yung experience ko sa RSG ay masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So, doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasaya po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po talaga, ang tryout for MDL lang po. So, parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSG-PH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa Onyx-Ph this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala kong this season sa Onyx-Ph is yung adaptability kung mabilis ako maka-adapt and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayon ng MPL, gusto kong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi napakagaling po niya. Ang taas ng IQ sa game.
Ang gusto ko pong makatapat is Blacklist kasi nandun si Aeon, best friend ko po. Tapos pangalawa naman ang Echo, si Sanford dahil dati ko pa siya nakakatapat. Gusto ko maglabang kami sa MPL.
Gusto ko sana makalaban yung Omega, si Kelra. Kasi lagi ko siya nakakatapat sa RG. Gusto ko rin matry at matalo siya sa MPL naman.
Ang gusto ko po makalaban ngayong season Echo po since si Yawi and halos same kami ng playstyle tsaka hero pool.
Echo kasi yun nga, sila yung nanalo nung last time sa M4. Saka sila yung pinakamalakas kasi ngayon, season, tingin ko.
Yung team po na gusto kong makalaban this season is yung Echo po. Dahil andun si Sanji, kaya gusto po malaman sino mas malakas sa amin.
Supportahan niyo lahat ng teams na gusto nyo and sa mga supporters naman ng MNNE, boss, abangan nyo kami and gagawin namin yung best namin this season.
Abangan nyo ako sa Season 12, guys. Papakitaan ko kayo. Papatunayan ko na kaya ko may pagsabayan kahit nag-aaral ako.
Sana supportahan nyo kami sa mga paparating na laban at sana i-welcome nyo ako na member ng RSG-PH.
Hello, ako si Mumuki. Please support me this upcoming MPL season. Thank you.
Abangan nyo po ako sa darating na MPL na mapakita at mapatunayan ko ang sarili ko bilang rookie.
Hi, thank you for supporting Onyx-PH. Subaybayan niyo po yung mga laro namin ngayong season. Marami po kaming nakahanda.
I'm Ayon Usi po. IGN ko Ayon. Mid laner ng Blacklist International.
I'm Kim De La Cruz. IGN ko po Kim Poy. Roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako nga po pala si Andrew Flora. IGN ko po Andorio, ang jungler po ng Smart Omega.
Ako nga pala si Ezekiel Cavilan. IGN ko Spidey. Ang role ko ay jungler. Ang team name ko ay Smart Omega.
Ako si Brian Miles Santos. IGN ko is Spider Miles. Ang role ko naman is Roamer.
Ako si John Marl Sebastian. IGN ko po Lord JM. Ang role ko po, Turtle Lane.
Si Haji, busy sa MPL. Then nag-looking for phosphors yung sila Coach Bon. Parang rinefer po ako, then nag-try out. Tapos yun, nakuha na po.
Piniem po ako ni Coach Bon tsaka ni Haji na mag-tryout sa kanila. After nun, pinag-tryout ako sa bootcamp. After 1 week, kinuha na po nila ako.
Nung una po, kinakontak po nila ako sa dati ko pong team sa amateur. Tapos nung nag-end na po yung contract ko sa dati kong amateur team, nag-tryout po ako ng jungler sa Smart Omega.
So, nag-audition po ako sa TikTok. And then, nanalo po ako sa The Greatest Gamer Philippines. Tapos, kinontak po ako ng Smart Omega na makapaglaro po ng pro scene sa MPL.
Galing kaming MDL, tapos nag-champion kami ni Lord JM sa Just ML tournament.
Kinabukasan, ginising kami ni Boss din na kukunin kami ng Minano.
Siguro yung experience ko po sa Blacklist International, masaya naman po. Pero at the same time, nakakalungkot kasi malalayo kami sa family namin.
Sobrang na-amaze po ako kasi sobrang disiplina po nung pangangalakad nung nila Coach Bon, nila Coach Dex.
Nung una po na kinakabahan po ako kasi baka kasama ko veteran eh. Tapos nung natuloy-tuloy na po yung practice, baka nasasabay ako na.
Para sa amin, wala namang bago kasi same cycle lang yung nangyayari katulad sa team namin before.
Yung para sa akin naman, onting adjustment lang na ganito pala yung cycle ng pro player at solid din yung bonding kasi mas dumami kami.
Masaya naman po. Marami akong natutunang bago.
Siguro yung nafe-feel ko lang po ngayon, sobrang excited ako maglaro. Gusto ko ipakita kung yung laro ko talaga.
Wala naman po masyadong iba sa amateur team. Kumbaga nasa amateur lang po yung paghihirap pero dito na po ako sa pro para magpakitang gilas pa.
Sobrang saya ko po kasi di ko po in-expect na ako dito sa MPL.
Siguro yung gameplay ko na makakatulong sa Blacklist is yung pagiging aggressive ko po sa laro. Feeling ko yun yung isa sa malalaking factor para manalo, ganun.
Yung pinakamayambag ko, siguro yung pagiging flexible ko. Sobrang dami kong pinractice na hero ngayong season eh. Lahat kaya kong gamitin na hero ngayon.
Lahat ng natutunan ko po nun sa amateur scene, maidadala ko po sa Smart Omega dahil nabatak na po ako nung time na yun. Saka po yung mga ginagawa po ng mga MPL veterans sa jungler po, kaya ko din po gawin.
Yung madadala ko sa team ko ay consistent, saka team player ako. Confidence ako sa laro ko, saka mag-i-improve pa ako lalo.
Playstyle ko kasi is utility and sa tingin ko makakatulong yan para ma-reach namin yung top spot.
And ang playstyle ko naman is aggressive. Feel ko makakatulong yun kasi baka may chance kami palagi na maka-early.
Siguro yung team na excited ako or gusto kong kalaban is Echo. Since sila yung defending champion, gusto kong makatapat si Sanji po since same kami ng role.
Echo. Tapos yung player si Yawi. Kasi world champion, so parang gusto ko siya makatapat ngayon.
Tatlong player po yung gusto kong makatapat eh. Si Kyle TC, si Irad, pati si King Kong. Kasi nung amateur ako, sila rin yung pahirap sa akin. Papatunayan ko rin na kaya ko sila sabayan kahit nauna sila.
Yung pinakagusto kong makalaban na team ay Blacklist kasi yung pinakamadaming champion sa MPL.
Gusto naming makalaban para sa amin APBR eh. Kasi tinalo kami nila last tournament. Tsaka gusto ko ding makalaban si Few kasi idol ko yan eh.
Sa akin naman, Echo kasi MPL champion eh.
Para sa mga supporter po ng Blacklist, yung Blacklist agents po, thank you po sa pagsuporta sa amin. Tsaka sana patuloy niyo pa po kaming supportan sa mga upcoming matches namin.
Sa lahat ngayon ng team sa MPL, ngayong season, good luck lang sa ating lahat at galingan lang natin, enjoyin lang natin lahat ng games natin.
Salamat sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa Smart Omega sa pagtitiwala. Abangan po nila yung bagong Omega.
Sa mga makakalaban namin this season, gagalingan namin lalo. Saka may babaon kaming secret weapon.
Para sa mga supporters namin, salamat sa pagsuporta and di namin kayo bibigoyin this season.
And sa mga makakalaban namin, maghanda na kayo.
The fastest speed. widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT, masanang saya. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Better wiser.
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya lalo.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Last series, natunghayan na natin ang tapatan ng dalawang XP laners na nagpapakitang gilas ngayon sa ating liga. And they really showed up and played a solid game. Ngayon naman, dalawang grupo na may magkaibang identity ang maghaharap. Ang tanong, kaninong strategy kaya ang mas matimbang? MPL Arena, this is AP Brand versus MNNE Evos. Casters, pass up.
It's the same color, same hue, same energy, same goal. Win this game. That's what they're after. What is up, guys? I'm Nice, joined here with the boys, OSX, Midnight. We're here to watch AP Brand and MNNE Evos go at it. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fine. After service, you forgot, bro. It's the Wee Bear Bros.
Well,
oh, yeah, it
is. It is. You know, at this point, I just assumed that everybody was a Wee Bear Bro.
I'm actually honored to be a part family.
It's
You're
amazing.
welcome.
It's amazing. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling hype. MNNE just got the recovery win yesterday, 2-0. Hello!
They did, and I think that was a statement. Now, before we talk more about it, we do want to go ahead and just mention that you guys can come and join us throughout this Season 12 here at Shooting Gallery Studios on site. Don't forget to get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPLS12 for more details. We'd love to have you guys again. The previous series, if you missed it, the ending was, for a lot of people, heartbreaking, and for a lot of people, they were cheering for the wrong guy at the very end there. Here in the studio, man, the energy was crazy. So, you know, invite you guys to come watch out with us. Now, for this matchup, here's the biggest question, and OSX, I'll lead this into you. MNNE, have they found the perfect formula?
I think they have. Yesterday, 2-0. In their interview, me and Wolf, actually, even when we were questioning, how is this composition will work in game number 2? And after all, we're seeing all of the shenanigans and how will the draft go against a team of someone who's rising onto the ranks. This is just completely their comfort, and they when they remember to go back to their own roots, that's where they get their strength from.
Yeah. I think with MNNE, like, they are trying to figure out still, like, the better roster to field in, but we saw yesterday that there's definitely a lot of potential. Even last week, like, we saw MNNE Evos, you know, perform in a very good example of what a good MLBB game should be. But I think they just have, like, problems when it comes to end games and objective dances. But, you know, the match yesterday was a different story. Like, they rolled over their enemies, and I think you know, there's a lot of things to be said in that game. But for me, I summarized it in 2 words: perfect game.
Perfect game. And this is also the first team to actually utilize their full 10-man roster, right? We have seen iterations of this, and as you look, this is really the time for them to show what they've got, right? I mean, even if you look across the board here, where they're placing, games played, everything else, Midnight, you're good with numbers. How's it looking for them?
Well, again, they have been trying to mix and match this roster from MNNE EVOS, but right now they kind of chose the players that have the most success in the first few games that they have. Boyet AR, Doming AR, even though they are sitting at 33.33%, I think the other statistics that tell us that they are able to perform, specifically Doming on the gold lane. And I feel like the addition of Lancy and Lord JMAR on this roster just provide a lot more flexibility when it comes to drafting and kind of like a change in play style when it's needed when you're in the game. And I feel like for MNNE EVOS, again, it's still like a work in progress.
Yeah.
But right now they have a solid foundation to work with.
Yeah, speaking of things to work with, yesterday we've seen an amazing day because we've seen breaking of streaks. One winning and one is losing. And MNNE, for their much-needed win, they kind of like had this extra boost today, the morale they were looking for.
Oh, yeah.
And as you said, it's a working in progress, but this team actually shows a lot of promise.
And that's one of the things, though. Like, as they try to figure out if it is the perfect formula or not, granted, we are in a shorter regular season. Now is the time to really make it shine for them because, yes, last night, amazing sweep against a team like RSG. And for that fact, too, a lot of people are like, what's going on here? Now, if they can do that against a team like this, as we see APBR get prepped up to walk out on stage, that will be an even bigger statement and really solidify the idea of what they found. Busyan! By the way, can we explain what Busyan means real quick?
It's it's kind of like an expression for players, like when you wipe out, a team. When you wipe out a team, because Bus is short for Ubus, meaning like they're all gone. Like it's none of them is left.
Yeah.
Take the ball.
Ubusyan is you're all gone.
Yeah.
And
something like that.
It's like you trying to cheer yourself when you win a team fight. Busyan, you're all wiped. Yeah. Now push.
It's a unique war cry.
Yeah. That's a better way to put it. It's a war cry.
Thank you, because I've actually had a couple people message me and ask me, what are they saying? Busyan?
In English, it might look B-U-S like a bus.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Like, some people are like, nice, you can explain Busyan to me, and I tried my best. So hopefully that is a perfect explanation from Midnight here. Now, again, both these teams obviously have their own different paths to where they are already in Week 2. Week 2, almost wrapping up. You got to remember, by the time we get finished with this, we're heading into halfway through the regular season. Now, let's welcome both teams to the stage.
We got to see the AP Bounce House in their win against the Sonics. What kind ang pinalakas will we see today? Hive is now alive with APBR! Stopping the Raiders in their tracks. The silver lining continues for the rightful heir. Time to wipe them all out. It's MNNE EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Isonar.
And there we go. Both teams making their way to the stage, getting prepped and ready. Let's take a look at the lineup that so many people know of. AP Bren.
World Esports Champions, AP Bren, back in their game. Again, in their loss against RSG Philippines, that's the only one that actually it took a toll in their winning streak, Midnight. So will this new day will actually give them a boost since there's no more adjustment? I think for now they have completely adapted to the Philippine time.
Yeah, I think for AP Brand, it's like, you know, just going to another day at the office, right? Like, they are in a very good spot right now, but this shouldn't be a match where they forget that they need to still win against MNNE EVOS, because we saw this roster yesterday beat out RSG Philippines with Doming AR, Boyet AR, Lancy AR, Lord JM AR, and Brusco AR perform. Although Brusco AR wasn't, I would say, not as explosive as he was from last week, but definitely it is more fundamental. Like, the approach is more down to the textbook of how you want to win MLBB. But I want to say Boyd AR, yesterday's performance on the jungle, phenomenal. And I believe I heard a little Tweety Bird tell me that
Who dat?
He wasn't even feeling well yesterday.
So he was like playing at not even full
80%
power.
maybe.
Yeah.
And he had to, like, you know, overtake RSG Philippines on game number 2, specifically with that Baksha pick coming out from him. But he's going to be contesting Kyle DZ as well on that role, with the advantage of Kyle DZ also playing Fanny. Because if you look at the heroes, it's mostly similar, with a lot of difference coming out from the support roles, like Nancy AR, and you definitely play different heroes. But when it comes to gold lane and jungle, it's almost the same.
Yeah, not only that, but as we take a look at just kind of how their play styles, how they kind of like to start the game, go to that mid game, end game. I feel like any time you're up against AP Bren, and I've been saying this even back in ISF, is like you have to be able to handle the transition from early to mid game, especially into that first Lord, because AP Bren has come down with a science for that. So hopefully MNNE handles that, right? And I love what you pointed out there, Midnight, too. You know, the way that Brusco played is kind of interesting, because if, you know, from what you heard from the Tweety Bird, then who knows how he plays today. And at the same time, I still think there's also focus with the XP lane, right? We saw Lord JM specifically, some of the heroes that he likes to bring to the table is a little bit different, right? And now again, how does that change the course of the matchup? Previous series, we really focused on the XP lane, but this time it could really just kind of change things out, right? Now, again, Midnight, I know you have a lot to say here on how these teams basically can have their keys to victory to get the W here. Why don't you go ahead and break down our keys to victory for this match?
Well, the thing is, Naisu, this is a very big task for MNNE EVOS, I gotta be honest with you. But again, with the showing of AP Bren yesterday, they should not be complacent. Naturally, that is one of the keys to victory here, again, brought to us by Infinix Note Series, ultra fast gameplay. Point number 1 being AP Bren. They should not be complacent at all, because we saw the performance coming out from MNNE EVOS, and for me, from my perspective, honestly speaking, it's one of the cleanest games I've seen come out from this franchise. So that, for AP Bren, a reminder should be put in by the coach. Guys, do not be complacent, do not play with your food, basically, because right now, you are kind of the predator, but you need to be careful with how you play this one out, because we have seen Boyet AR dominate against RSG Philippines, and this is why I love Boyet AR's MNNE EVOS' progression. They are sticking with what works, what won them the game yesterday, the roster. They're still sticking with it. Like, they did not change anybody at all. It's still Boyet AR on the jungle, and I feel like this is gonna give them a certain advantage and leverage to work with against AP Bren, because they now know what the playstyle should be, what the adjustments were needed from yesterday. Even though they won a very dominating game, there still are some things that needed to be worked on as to have a better game. But both sides adapt and adjust accordingly. Specifically for AP Bren, you don't know what MNNE EVOS is gonna throw at you, but that is true as well for MNNE EVOS. Like, the championship caliber of AP Bren, you should not underestimate at all. Again, that is the keys to victory here, brought to us by Infinix. Definitely an interesting and amazing matchup ahead of us. Nice.
Thank you so much for the breakdown. And I like, too, that they said, you know, basically for MNNE, stick what works for you. Don't really necessarily fall in the meta. And I feel like now we're in a great place for that. You know, you can shift things up if you want to.
To add to that, yesterday we were questioning the decisions of MNNE Evos basically on their draft. We know RSG how it's called the Pandamentals for a reason, a well-rounded team, and we're just basing on their head-to-head. It's answers for the mid to late game, whatever insurance that they want to do in the game. But in MNNE, we were seeing, yeah, they're strong in team fights, but they were lacking some sort of corners on how to pull off their own composition. For the second keys to things, I agree with that. They stick to their comfort, or they just completely go with the meta, because if they keep remembering their strength, that's where they shine.
Yeah. You know, it's very, you know, like how you treat the match for these two teams, like the perspective is very different. AP Bren, they're trying to control the surprise factor of MNNE Evos, while you have MNNE Evos on the other side trying to suppress their their composure, because now you are up against world champions. And Lancey AR, he said this yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Who he wanted to face the most. He said Few, and now he is up against Few, one of the most veteran players you'll ever see in MLBB. Still playing to this day from Season 1, still getting statistics like KDA, 7.11 on his guy. This guy is crazy, man.
24/7, bro. And to add to that, Kyle Angelo Arcangel, 3-time gold medalist as well. And completely his true form right now. He's still being consistent. I love what you also pointed out, the keys to victory, because if you put that complacent mindset in your head, sometimes you tend to slack off a bit. And if you have that way of like riding and thinking about everything is just day 0 or day 1 to you, I think that's one way to pull off a great mindset to get good wins for your team.
And not only that, but the fact that you have that, I guess, ambition for Lancey, you know, to really go up against someone like Few across from him is great to hear as well, you know, from his own mouth, because again, you don't want to be, of course some of these players might be intimidated, but I feel like more so they see it as a challenge, right?
Yeah.
Put some of the best of these veteran players in front of me and let me prove myself. And I feel, I would say we've actually seen that even from seasons past, right? Real recently, you have some of these newer players, and now it's great, again, that we have MDL, right? Because you have a lot of these players that have this path now, and when they're going through the MDL and then they end up eventually in the MPL, they're going against some of these guys that were their idols or that got them into MLBB in the first place, right? So, again, a huge statement there to say you want to go against someone like Few. Now, big question is, can that actually happen? You know, can you keep up with the guy who has this many accolades for this long since Season 1?
Well, that's the thing. Like Lancey AR, some people would think that he's a rookie. Like this is his first season. They've actually met in Season 6. But it's very different. Like Few Arcangel at that time was very different. Yeah, he was a SEA Games gold medalist, a world championship player. But Few has progressed more compared to what he was in Season 6. Now he's holding like multiple medals at his belt, and Lancey AR is facing now a different giant.
Yeah, even Midnight was totally different back then in Season 6. Now he got taller, man.
Yeah, I don't
Midnight,
know.
Neil de Guzman, yeah.
I don't know why. It's just things change, right?
That is glow up, bro.
I don't know why I got to the conversation, but yeah, thank
Midnight
you.
glow up.
Thanks for seeing my growth.
Imagine 6 seasons. If Midnight was there, amazing.
Well, the guys that I shared the desk with earlier, they've been here since season 1.
Yeah,
so
wow,
that's true.
This is a good Sunday.
Oh my goodness, I feel old, man.
Hey, that's all right. You know, as we wait for this first pickup from AP Bren, them being on the blue side, we'll see what they prioritize. We've seen some funny things, yeah. You know, last series, I had to question Wolf. I was like, you know, X-Borg first pick?
Maybe.
And then it ended up working. So, you know, that's what I was saying earlier, too, with OSX earlier. I love where we are in the meta. Now, this isn't, you know, anything crazy. This is what we actually saw quite a bit, even from them back in ISF. They prioritize that Fredrin. They do like to flex it, though. And one thing that actually is kind of a concern when you're fighting against AP Bren is usually you're like, all right, XP lane Fredrin, jungle Fredrin, but for AP Bren, they're like, yeah, we'll even put him in the mid.
In the mid, yeah.
Few used that back in Riyadh. Yeah. So he has a lot of, AP Bren has a lot of ways to utilize
paired up with an Angela, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of flexibility here. I mean, you're seeing something here for MNNE Evos because yesterday,
Gord.
once they pick up the Fredrin, either they go Gord or Edith.
Gord, Claude, I mean, Gord either sounds fine, but we saw the pattern, emerge yesterday. So Claude, they didn't go for Gord. They went with the Baksha, something that we talked about earlier. Baksha on the hands of Boyet AR. Again, very phenomenal performance on this hero yesterday. And I'm feeling this for MNNE. It was like doming with a Claude.
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, people would quote me on this, but doming AR, even if you put him aside Kelra, he'd still be able to match up really, really well. Like doming AR's Claude is something else.
It's literally, I feel like a test, because the previous series, Wolf was even saying this, and how he feels like, and I kind of share this sentiment, Claude's a little bit hard right now to fit in the meta, so to speak, right? It really does take work.
Yeah.
And if anyone that can do it, Doming Nation is what we need,
Nation,
right? We need to go.
Doming.
Wasn't it you? Wasn't it you that said that last
I
season?
think it was Leo.
Was it Leo?
I think it's Leo back into the Tagalog desk, if I can recall correctly.
Oh, well, either way, last season we saw Doming Nation.
Yep.
And now we got to see it here again against AP Bren. Their answer was the Valentina and the Beatrix here.
Yeah, it's a comfort for both Super Marco and Few. And now MNNE EVO, so you haven't answered, you have a potential chance to answer up the Valentina and the Beatrix. Question is, do you go for that, or do you go for the Gord route? Because for the longest time, we've seen from week 1, and I know Naisu's happy with this.
Yeah.
Like he has a reason, there's a reason why he has a high win rate. It's because of these
No longer
matchups,
100%.
specifically in the mid lane and against the Fredrin, and they go for it. Gord.
Wait, it's only 70%?
Yeah, man, he lost yesterday.
Wow, okay, yeah, that's right, that's right. I was going to say, it was at like 84, I think, and then, or 80 something, and then now it's down to 70. Come on.
He lost twice, right?
Yeah, yesterday. So, used by RSG as well. So, it was a struggle for them actually to pull that lineup with that game. So, with this, you have the Bakshan, you have the Claude, and also, one caster mentioned it, the quantum charge is the only thing to keep this
I believe that was
alive.
me.
You!
I believe that was me.
Wow, I'm with Midnight, by the way.
The quantum charge is the only thing that keeps who alive?
Claude.
Claude, yeah, because they were saying the same thing, previous series. If that wasn't the case, if we had no quantum charge, 2 words, quantum charge, then he wouldn't be picking Claude, right? And also what we saw is a lot of teams just stacking just the defense items to deal with it, and that's what makes it a lot harder. Not to mention that MNNE is great in picking up the Baksha.
Yep.
I'm really... I know this is almost an OG pick, right? Because we saw Baksha so much before seasons ago, but at this point there's just so much mobility in that jungle around alone to just move around from literally the top end of the map down to the bottom right away, which also the built-in basically tankiness and the way his passive works is great too. So really for AP Bren, how do you control that? And I think having this Fredrin here, even if they decide now that they've seen the Claude and the Gord, they can still be like, oh, we can actually just plant this in the jungle if we want to and just play the utility game,
Yes.
Focus on the objectives.
Yeah, since Few has the Valentina, so there's answer that we have kind of like, we know the role. So I respect as well.
What?
Lancelot, maybe they're respecting
the possibility that
it could goes in the hands of Kyle TZ, Saison. So maybe they're just trying to trim the fact that they're pushing this Fredrin to be in his hands.
Kind of understandable because Paquito's already out, so they're trying to choke. Flap TZ's hero pool. Maybe they're trying to even force out the glue from AP Bren, but now they have a chance to pick up the Grok, either the Grok or the Cho for Brusco. Even Ruby sounds nice, honestly, for MNNE EVO, because what you want to do here is provide support for Boyet and Lancey to be able to, kind of establish some form of early game fighting chance against AP Bren, because you are buying time for this Claude to become online, but MNNE EVO, there's a lot of things that you need to think about here. There it is, Cho.
Good call.
You are looking for the the fighting heroes against AP Bren. Now, what you want to do for AP Bren is maybe get the glue that can fight against the Baksha, the Cho. So make sure that you have enough front line for the Beatrix to be able to fight into the Gord, the Bakshas, and the Cho.
Is the Franco an option?
Franco actually is an option for
AP
Bren.
Bren, because
But Grok is open for AP Bren.
Oh, same as well. So they're on a candy store right now.
Oh, this is...
Let's go!
This is a flap special, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They, if I remember right too, they played against this back in ISF.
Yeah, in Riyadh, man. In
Romania, right?
Romania,
I mean, Romania
yeah.
was against them as well. So.
Yeah, their journey. So they have the Minotaur as well. So we have an EXP Khalid.
Wait, if this is an XP Khalid, there's a lot of answers that could come out from MNNE, but they still haven't picked their XP yet. Again, Ruby sounds nice. Even Tham sounds nice.
Oh.
Tham's with a Vengeance sounds nice here.
And we know Lord Jim likes
Lord
the
Jim likes the Thams. Because against a Khalid,
yeah,
you'd be able to cancel the heal anytime.
Oh, yeah. Also, kind of disrupt, peel him back to base and just disable him to not use his heal over and over again.
But it's kind of understandable knowing that there's a Gord in the side of MNNE EVOs. Like, there's two heroes that can actually jump and cancel the Mystic Gush.
Yeah.
But again, there's a worry of the X-Peeling matchup between Lord Jim AR and Flapteezy. The Stamps, it's open. I call it.
Oh. Yesterday, man.
That's a tough win rate, though, right?
Yeah, 28.
Wolf and Minute had this connection back in the Tagalog and English broadcast, just predicting right
The
thing.
Masha.
The Masha. How's this draft index now? It's leaning towards AP Bren.
Yeah. I mean, early game, damage output-wise, AP Bren. That's on them. But MNNE EVOS, what you cannot quantify is their ability to buy time for this Claude. And now I'm looking at the lineup of AP Bren. When you are up against Doming AR in late game, how do you deal with him? No catch again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, you have a Minotaur. You can fight 5v5 fights.
Right.
But against a Baksha and a Claude that can just split the map, it's going to be hard to do.
Well, the work is going to have to just speak for itself, right? The results there for both of these teams, because really, this is a little bit of a different lineup that we've seen relatively up to this point. And that's what, that's what I love about this meta that we're in here. As we take a last look at the lineups, it's a whole speed ahead for MNNE as they want to be able to control the early game with some of the bursts they have here. And AP Bren, we'll see if they still have that solid game plan as we jump into game number 1.
Okay. Looking at the startups here, Kyle Teasy and Boy and AR on our camera, looking at getting their purples and the orange for MNNE Evo. So we're seeing the same startups, and also the rotation here from MNNE Evo is just prioritizing on the river, which Ogwen and Brusco are.
There's normal rotations coming up from both sides. AP Bren did put their support on XP, so they're able to put 4 heroes immediately in the Little Wanderer bot. Boy and AR being on the Baksha just provides MNNE Evo much faster jungle clear speeds. But, Kyle Deasy is going to be able to equalize that with a Little Wanderer take.
Wow. Look at that.
MPL trivia.
The dependable veteran versus promising newbie. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? 54-1 is the ratio of Fuse games played compared to Lancey here.
So imagine,
wow.
Imagine Lancey playing 10 games while Few playing 540. Wow, the sheer difference.
Experience and all the things that he can actually do being in the mid lane. So look at the emblem build. Something different here, Midnight?
Again, you had to look at the emblem from Super Marco. The Thrift, the first tier talent on the Beatrix provides him 16 adaptive damage. But there's a reason why Doming AR can trade like this. This is because of the Brave Smite. Being is allowed to actually trade more than the Beatrix because he doesn't need movement speed. What he needs is the ability to poke Super Marco with just the Art of Thievery without getting hit. Because I think the difference between the Quantum Charge on the Beatrix and the Brave Smite on Doming AR, Doming does not need to show himself. He just needs to poke with the first skill. So the Thrift on the Beatrix doesn't even matter because you're not able to land hits on the Claude.
Yeah, good cover though for Ogwen using the Motivation Roar to heal back Super Marco. Looks like a fight is about to break here. Fuse looking for a way to hold this around. Kyle Teasy swiftly gets the first objective of the game for AP Bren.
So just the way that they're setting up here, this is what they like to do, especially now that they have this Minotaur in the hands of Ogwen. And also, they're doing the same thing. What we just saw them do with the turtle, they're going to do here for the purple buff. As it's secured now by Kyle Teasy, that is something that MNNE has to deal with, right? You're dealing with not only the Minotaur kind of front capabilities, the set potential, but also Flapteezy on this Khalid once again, who is now in the debut pick. We really haven't seen it been utilized yet, and how this kind of plays its part in this whole idea that AP Bren has. Now, biggest thing, once again, Manana wants to be able to play around with the damage they have early on, pick off potential, isolation with Brusco. That will be crucial as they go into these parts of the early to the mid game here.
Okay, the crucial parts. How will they even have a way to amp things up? You've mentioned about doming AR, using this Claude, so it needs a little bit of more time. It needs a little bit of babysitting in the gold lane.
Yeah.
And one thing also that we're seeing how the rotation is focused on the top lane with Ogwin, just buying time for Super Marco. But meanwhile, hold this. It's just FlapTZ using Raging Sandstorm to put him into safety.
Wow.
Look at that regen! But not making the cut. Lord JM secures the kill. And then there's Buoyant AR, but few though. He's here dashing in. Now trying to look for a way to poke and pressure Buoyant AR, and Lord JM. Few secures the turret, and he gets the ultimate out of Buoyant.
Again, it's the XP lane matchup between the Thams and the Khalid, even though the Raging Sandstorm was there to kind of get away from the Thams. They're just mobile enough under the Thams and the Baksha, especially with the Retro being used by Buoyant AR. So Minana just puts one on the board, and oh,
Buoyant AR. No, you're not escaping that. That was 3 from AP Bren, Isu.
There's the answer. Right, put one on the board. AP Bren gets one back.
Yeah.
Not only that, but now they're going to pressure the resources here as well, looking to get this.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay, they use the Retry because KyleTZ noticed that they have turtles.
Lancey got it though, so that's actually good for him, right? I mean, on a gourd, he's going to really want to work with this purple buff. He should have it for, now when they decide to actually contest this second turtle, he'll have his ultimate available. Buoyant going to go ahead and get that orange secured. Now this is where it comes down. Can they fight toe-to-toe? Look at the placement, though. Lancey makes his way down to the bottom lane, to the XP lane.
Yeah, they're trading their turtle. They know that they cannot contest AP Bren. I mean, they will try, but this is just to force out, reactions onto this part of the map. Because again, you look at the bottom lane. There's a lot of movements that could happen there, specifically with Lancey rotating towards bottom lane. Ooh,
Projectile hitting FlapTZ though. He might be forced using the quick sand guard for regen. Lord JM, AR, and Lancey just eyeing on this bottom lane pressure onto this XP lane from AP Bren.
Interesting, right? I mean, I'm not sure if Manana wants to continue to do that. If it is the best case scenario, maybe they give all 3 turtles up, right? Just to get to the point where now we're in fighting form to actually contest where it matters more. The matters most. The lore takes, right?
Yep.
Also, they do know, and you pointed this out earlier, Midnight, Doming needs the time to get to Doming Nation status on this Claude, right? But that's why, look at the attention here already from AP Bren. They know what they're trying to do. They're trying to go for the cross-map play here from both sides. Going for a trade.
Wow, quick sand guard still using, but now Raging Stand up connected to
tower's
Lord
taken.
JM, but that's 4, and that's the Mystic Gush ending FlapTZ's life down bottom lane. AP Bren, that is the second death for the XP laner.
My goodness, Minana Evos again playing the perfect macro game, just giving out the top lane wave. Because Doming AR is still going to be able to farm that wave, and he farmed mid wave as well. So effectively getting 2 lanes of farm while also getting tower on the bottom side of the map. And Minana Evos, they're leading, but they're leading gold. Like, yes, it's 200, but at this moment, like AP Bren, this should be their window. This should be where they are strong. But Minana Evos is leading by resources.
Resources, yeah, it's the name of their game. Getting back on their comfort. Focus on top lane. Yeah, just piercing through that bullet. Buoyant AR getting attention from AP Bren. FlapTZ finally gets his kill. Now up top lane now would get more reinforcement.
Bottom lane though.
Yeah, pressure down bottom. It's just the Thams. Oh, with a follow-up here. That's the Mystic Gush. Connect on to Few. He's still dodging. He's still dodging it though.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. With a Fury setup from AP Bren. Now they're forced to fight back. FlapTZ takes down one on Lancey AR. Super Marco takes down Bruce. And the tower destroyed. And KyleTZ eyes on the objective. Turtle for AP Bren.
This is where they start ramping up. AP Bren, they take Turtle, they take 2 kills, they take mid lane tower. Although, that is with the cost of losing bottom lane as well in front of the Thams. Now, Doming AR, he is behind by 800 gold against Super Marco. They are leading up by the gold in XP. But again, they're not, they shouldn't be complacent here, Naisu and OSX. Because the thing is, late game is still a problem. Minana Evos, at the pace that they are going right now, they might be looking at the late game with this Claude online.
Oh, Brusco with the ambush. That's the way of the dragon. That's a fall from Boy and AR. Now with the knockout from Ogwin, there's still chance to slow them down. Turtles Pisons to play Boy and AR though. Kyle Teasy looking for a way to hold them off. Lancy AR falls down. Kyle secures the kill, but Lord JM not letting go of Few. Oh, he's just one man against two. Using the Vengeance to sustain. He's still alive. Lord JM will fall. Few secures the point. But at what cost?
That was amazing from the Valentina with the Tortoise Poisons.
That's the second time now.
Yeah.
That Few has done that. That's what I'm saying. It's a great decision to take there. And it was a great effort from MNNE too. They found Super Marco. That's the target they want to go for. But then it just kind of fell apart from there, right? They weren't able to capitalize continuously on that. And Kyle Teasy even zoning out Lancy AR was a big part of it too. So another turret taken here for AP Brent. Still going to be working on it now. 3 turrets for each team down. This leads into that moment, that crucial moment that I talk about against teams that are going against AP Bren. They have to be able to handle this part. They're already lost some of the economy, advantage that they had earlier. They're at a small deficit. It's only 2.2K, right? It's not too bad. So if they can continue to keep it together from snowballing out of their hands, then MNNE will be in a good position because once again, Domeng has just been farming. That's great, right? He's been farming up. He should be at the point where when these Lords come up, if they actually decide, let's contest it, it looks like they want to, then hopefully they're able to turn the team fight in their favor. But still, like you mentioned, they have quite a few answers or boxes to check off here. Brusco, if he can find the right target, to be great, but AP Bren just going to go start things up right now and very ultra fast here.
Well, how could they go ultra fast? Brusco on the conceal looking for a target. Oh, he found Few! That's the way of the dragon. Well, that's a follow-up again from Ogwin, but Brusco falls down. Super Marco secures again. Really Sandstorm. Connect two. Now it's going crazy. Domin TR using his blazing two-head to pierce through damage. It's not enough. Flap T's not letting go of Void AR though. So looking for a way to pressure them off. But with this, looking at the camera, Lord JMAR might fall, but Ogwin and the rest of the members of AP Brent are chasing 2 members down. Still Doming falls, and Flap Teasy secures the kill.
That was awkward for MNNE Evils. Like, they were trying to look for a team fight. Unfortunately, look at the damage from Flap Teasy. Unfortunately for Doming AR, he cannot commit because he didn't have Purify because he is wrong in his sprint.
There you go.
He is rocking a sprint here on the Claude, so he cannot fight into the Minotaur. When AP Brent engaged with the Minoan's Fury, Doming AR had the right idea. He went in onto Beatrix, but Super Marco was ready. He was like, no, not this time. I'll be able to dash out.
Got a little jungler recall showdown here in the mid lane.
Can we count that?
Yeah. That's quite a few.
That is hard to count.
That's quite a few. But ultimately, Lord has handled pretty quickly, right? But what has happened is that gold lead has now snowballed a little bit further for AP Bren. And this is where, like I say, they really capitalize on. We're going to take a quick look at the replay here, how things kind of played apart. Brusco finds Few, but unfortunately a little bit too late.
Look at the position from Ogwin. He is blocking the Claude from participating in this fight. Now he joins in the front line. Look at Super Marco. Dashes away from the Blazing Duet.
Yeah.
Perfect positioning from AP Bren. Like across the board, the players, they just know what to do in the team fight against MNNE.
You know that, looking at that replay, it reminds me of like perfect choreography.
Exactly.
Because like Owen jumping in where he needed to be, Flap Teasy, perfect mark, finding even Lancy, everything just fell into place. And of course what Super Marco did there too, avoiding that Blazing Duet. It's just, that was perfect choreography.
Yeah, perfect choreography with the Despair Stomp and the Minoan Fury. Owen is always on guard. They know that there's always initiation that would come from MNNE Evo. So that's what he's trying to prevent most of the times.
The thing is, AP Bren, they're not like guaranteed to win here, to be honest. Because even though you're leading by 7,000 gold, I would say the first 2 Lords really matter a lot for AP Bren. Because late game, yeah, sure, you could fight against MNNE Evos, but the split factor is something that you couldn't really address. I mean, you cannot address against MNNE Evos. It's just the nature of the lineup. So they need to be able to like make or break the game against MNNE Evos on the second Lord. It's going to be spawning in 30 seconds, but Doming AR definitely knows what's up here against AP Bren. So again, this is the window AP Bren needs to capitalize on, because if you go super late, split push is going to become a thing.
That's a great thing to add for the late game insurance of MNNE Evos. Yep, Doming AR got his corrosion sight now. He's just building through more of his toolkit for damage, and just happy to see Few just getting all the ultimates out of Boy at AR. It could have been Lancey AR's ultimate, but no, I just want to have this way of having a safe back in my team and contributing to team fights.
Well, with this next Lord, as Midnight mentioned, these are going to be even more crucial, right? Because as the game gets dragged on here, APBR might have to deal with split pushing and everything else happening. Flap and Ogwin doing exactly what they've been doing for the majority of this game.
Ooh.
And that is just, it's too difficult for MNNE to get where they need to in contesting some of these objectives. They have no entry point. They're zoned out completely.
Yep.
And so now it comes to this. And one thing that I will say as we take a closer look at Kyle Teasy charging up here is the lineup that MNNE has also, not only do they have, like, you know, split potential if they want to go that route, if they can pull that off, but they can actually defend quite well, right? Yeah. This is one of the strengths of also having a Gord and a Blazing Duet working for you on the A-based defense. Now, once again, is APBR going to just let them turn open their base? Probably not, right? They have tons of tools.
They need to dive, man. Like,
they have tons of options.
They can defend. I know Nice was smiling when he said Gord can defend, but APBR, they have a lot of dives. Even the Valentina can dive.
Oh, yeah.
Flap can dive, and specifically the Minotaur can dive.
Yeah, the Lord just dived.
Oh my goodness, how fast that was.
Yeah.
I mean, I said that they could dive, but they didn't dive. Now
it's cleared up so fast.
They don't have
kind of ultra fast.
Ultra fast, definitely.
Yeah, Infinix.
No Lord for APBR. Again, this is going to matter a lot coming into the late stages of the game. MNNE Evos, they now have items as well, specifically on the clutch.
Initiation from Flap Teasy with a Raging Sandstorm, but secures a kill. Doming AR falls down. No security, no damage. Super Monko takes down Boy AR as well. Completing the defense, Lance AR using Mr. Gush, but the flicker, Winter Truncheon went on to 2. Now surviving, missing the sniper shot, but Bruce going falls down by Super Marco with the Maniac. Lance AR falls out of a wipeout for MNNE Evos just all in the 50 minutes of the game.
My God, Brusco was trying to help him out, and he still got him. Super Marco, more like Super Micro.
Oh my goodness, that was dirty from APBR. Flap Teasy going in, baiting out the BMI, and Ogwin closes the kill onto the Claude.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. APBR taking that game number 1 in very strong fashion.
Woo! Woo! I want to watch that again. Like, that was dirty, man.
Yo, Flap Teasy just went in. It's completely like, oh, okay.
I can't help myself. Every time I see Raging Sandstorm, I just think of I can't help it, man.
That was
what is it?
Yeah.
I can't help it, man. Every time I see it, you know.
Wow, Khalid with a debut pick.
Yeah,
I love it. It worked really well. And if you didn't catch it, by the way, I think he was top damage.
Oh yeah,
Flap Teasy with top damage there. It was crazy. Again, before we even talk more about that game and how it kind of unfolded, we want to remind you guys to go ahead and purchase the weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a Diamond rebate of 455%. Yes, that's right, 455%. That's a lot. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
Worry about missing the rewards? Just log into the game every day, and Lila's savings box will automatically save them for you. Besides, the item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you too.
Yep, and the offer is just too good to miss, honestly. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
Just unlock the pass. It's that simple, right? So, again, don't forget to go ahead and take advantage of that. We have a lot of goodies for you guys. Now, the other thing is, now this game alone, and I know Midnight, you'll have more to break down later, but the big thing here is MNNE, I felt like early game, at least they were doing what they had to do, so to speak, right? It's just, I don't know what it is, man. APBR has just figured something out down to the minute details, where when that first Lord comes up, most of these teams that are playing against them, they're not able to basically keep up. I don't know why it feels that way, but even for MNNE here, it just seems like they struggle.
You're mentioning it. Where is the entry point? How do you even go through the borderline of AP Bren. There's a Minotaur. There's even
there's a big cow and a sandstorm. That's pretty much what it is.
A sandstorm, yeah. If Cho initiates,
you want to go through that OSX?
No, I do
That's
not.
a very good way to put it.
Yeah. How do you go through?
How do you go through that, right?
Crazy.
I mean, I don't know.
Realistically speaking.
Well, you know what? To answer that question, it's going to be you, Midnight. So why don't you go ahead and break down that game number 1 and how they won that one?
Well, maybe I won't be able to answer like the Raging Bull under a sandstorm, but I might be able to answer why MNNE was lost the control here against AP Bren. We did say earlier that it is going to be a hard late game for AP Bren, but man, Ogwin changed up the pacing of this game. 0-1-11, very characteristic of Ogwin to finish the game with this kind of KDA. Like the only death that mattered in this game was with the crucial team fights. And honestly, that last team fight, they were very, very synchronized well with, with Flapteasy. Like what Nisa said earlier, it looked like a perfect choreography from both Ogwin and Flapteasy. And I cannot go away from the idea of talking about like the perfect synchronization of the positions between AP Bren, which we're going to be seeing here in the highlights. Again, MNNE EVOS, they were trying to buy a lot of time in the early game. They were able to get amazing trades. Like, these are amazing trades for MNNE EVOS. They were also able to force out a lot of reactions coming out from AP Bren. But come the mid-game, like the window when they were ready for AP Bren, they did not stop at all. Like, they did not care about the trades of MNNE EVOS, because the idea is, if you're just gonna react to MNNE EVOS, you're gonna start losing map control, you're gonna start losing map presence, and you're gonna start losing waves. So AP Bren, even though Lord JMR or Lord JMAR was pushing bottom lane, they didn't care. They committed to what they wanted to take in this game, as they knew taking this game to late is very, very dangerous. So we need to group up, we need to take what we want, and we need to take it 100%. And the team that I was talking about earlier was this specific one. Again, not allowing Doming AR come close to the team fight of AP Bren. And very nice sidestep, by the way, from Super Marco. Just the mere fact that this meat shield coming out from AP Bren, Doming AR cannot handle, shuts down the idea of MNNE EVOS winning team fights. And after that, this beautiful initiation from both Flapteasy and Ogwin, Raging Sandstorm, bait out BMI. MNNE EVOS, they were trying to get away from Flapteasy, and then Ogwin came in with a set to end this game number 1. Again, AP Bren, they just had this idea, the right idea of how they're gonna try and push the base of MNNE EVOS. It's just by sheer commitment and jumping with the heroes that they have, and to secure the team fight victory for the squad. Now we're gonna see the jungling pattern as well. We saw Count-Easy, very typical fashion of a very aggressive jungler, taking the resources away from Boyd AR. This is the reason why we didn't also see a lot of aggressive movements come out from the Baksha, because he was busy trying to deal with Count-Easy invading his jungle. And that means more XP. That means securing the turtles and the lords on the side of AP Bren. Again, I want to mention that Doming AR was rocking the Brave Smite here. He was able to get a good standing in the lane matchup against Super Marco. Even though Super Marco went with the Thrift, the attack damage didn't matter, because Doming AR was just poking him with Art of Liberties while getting some HPs back with the Brave Smite. But that did not matter at all, because AP Bren opened up the mid game. And as we were talking about earlier, Flapteasy, the mid-game damage output of the Khalid was just so much for MNNE to deal with. Like, it didn't even matter if he is not able to heal in front of the Thams. Yes, you lose the lane, but you win team fights. You bait out things from MNNE EVOS, like the reaction from Lancy, the Mystic Gush, even the Tortoise Poissons coming out from Boyd AR, but most specifically is the BMI from the Cloud. Now we're going to be looking at some specific stats here from both sides. Again, very amazing performance coming out from Flapteasy with the Khalid. 45k worth of damage on their side, with them just dealing 149. He dealt 30% of the team's damage for AP Bren, and that's a Khalid for you on the XP. While Super Marco was able to amass such a huge GPM, 932, really just, giving him a lot of space in this game and being able to get the items needed to, when the time was right, to end up taking down the proper heroes on the side of MNNE Evos. And that was what spelled the doom here for MNNE Evos. It's not because of the composition. Yes, they were stronger on AP Bren. MNNE was able to pull off some trades here and there to kind of delay the game, but what they didn't have answer with was the engagements coming out from AP Bren, the commitment to jump onto front lines and the back lines to finish out a team fight and get the victory on game number 1.
Thank you so much for the breakdown there, Midnight, and I'm shedding one little chord tier. Because,
oh yeah. Yeah.
I see it. I see it.
That's another hit to the win rate, but it's all right. I think teams also are just figuring out, because again, one of the things that makes Gord great is the fact that, the Mystic Gush is very powerful and how everything, but really he lacks some of that mobility, and that's why you really rely on the Flicker as well. But the Minotaur helps Flap TZ roll in with the Khalid. It really helps kind of deal with that and make it uncomfortable for the Gord there. So now, before we move on to our Insider, we do want to mention once again the Nostalgia event is now live in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Complete task to get one of the 4 skins for free.
Yi Sun Shin, Rogue Wish Range, Tiger Dark Guardian, Hanzo Undead King, and Cyclops Super Adventure. Which one would you like to pick? Let's join the event now and grab your favorite. It's truly a nostalgic moment. We're just seeing the skins back again. Yeah,
all about the nostalgia, right?
Yeah.
Not only that, but also show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. That's all it is. So, we were talking about earlier the diamond amazing rebate you guys can get for 455% off. Well, you can use that to go ahead and get your notification effects as well. So, amazing things once again. And like I said, Midnight said, it was quite devastating, the Khalid debut here. He did what? What'd you say? 30%?
30%, yeah.
Of the damage.
Maybe 29.6 or something.
Basically 30%, right? Quick
Round it up.
It's just that all of the just CC chain that you guys were saying just actually worked, and AP Bread had enough damage to even use against MNNE Evo. So in a way, it's still utility, we might say. So it's still safe.
Still safe. We'll find out again. But briefly, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our Insider before we jump into game number 2.
Ang lupit talaga ni Ogwen, 0-1-11. At kasama ko dito ang mga masters sa buhay ni Master Ogwen. Hello, si Lola Nelly. Lola, sino mga kasama natin dito ngayon?
Ang mga apo kong iba.
Mga apo, taas kamay, apo! Taas kamay at Mami ni Ogwen. Ano pong pangalan po?
Rowena.
Rowena. Kaya pala Ogwen. Rowena. Lola, okay, kanina nakikita ka namin sumisigaw. So, paano nyo nalalaman yung nangyayari ngayon sa game natin?
Na ano ko lang yung sa fight na nila.
Nag-clash?
During the fight, oo.
Oh, tapos pag may clash, anong sinisigaw nyo?
Brand lang ang malakas!
Brand lang ang malakas! Lola, kailan niyo huling nakita si Ogwen?
Nung sila from Romania.
Nakita niyo siya?
Hindi pa. Ngayon pa lang.
Ngayon niyo pa lang siya makikita from Romania. Oh, nag-champion si Ogwen. Gaano kayo ka-proud?
So proud!
Ikaw, Mami, gaano ka ka-proud?
Siyempre, very proud ako.
Anong inuwi niya para sa inyo?
Marami.
Marami? Eto, Lola, di ba inuwi niya?
Yes, nung manalo sila sa Cambodia.
So, Lola, nung pinapanood nyo sa TV, si Ogwen, ano yung mga sinisigaw nyo? Ano yung paano?
Brand lang ang malakas!
Brand lang ang malakas! Sino pa yung mga kasama natin dito?
Kapatid niya po.
Kapatid! Kamukha! Kamukha! Wait! Ibaba mo! Kamukha! Para kayong twins! Oh, ulitin. Oh, ano siya? Kuya?
Yes po. Yes.
Kamusta siya bilang kuya?
Mabait po, tsaka nag-provide po sa amin.
Anong pinoprovide niya sa'yo? Kwento? Anong binili niya para sa'yo?
Ano lang po, kung ano pong makakaya niya, yun lang po.
Oh, sige, mag-request ka kay kuya ngayon. Kuya, ngayon din, pag-uwi, pag nanalo sila, if mananalo sila, anong gusto mong iuwi niya para sa inyo?
Ano lang po, umuwi po siya sa bahay.
Mami, hindi ba siya umuwi sa bahay, Mami?
Umuwi naman po pag pinayagan ni Coach.
Coach Ducky, pauwiin mo. Lola, kamukha mo si Ogwen. Kamukhang kamukha mo. Okay, may message ka ba kay Ogwen? Kasi ngayon, nakikita ka niya ngayon. Ilapit natin, Lola, yung mic.
Jean, Ogwen.
Ano para Jane?
Jean.
Jane. Yun ang tatawag namin sa kanya mamaya.
Continue your success. And good luck sa mga team mo. Brand lang ang malakas.
Brand lang ang malakas. Ikaw, Mami, anong gusto mo sabihin?
Ayun, galingan lang niya, be humble, and laging, be positive na lang.
Be positive.
Positive always.
Positive always. Okay, pag umuwi si Ogwen, ano yung hinahanap niya sa bahay usually?
Pagkain.
Anong pagkain? Kasi si Coach Ducky, mahilig magluto. Palutuin natin si Coach Ducky.
Sinigang, favorite niya.
Oh, Coach Ducky, sinigang daw. Mami, Lola, Mami. Okay, sasabihin natin, Bren lang, tapos yung buong studio, yung MPL Arena, sasabihin nila malakas. Okay, papacheer natin sila. Isigaw natin, Bren lang, sila yung malakas. Alright, let's do it together. 1, 2, 3.
Bren lang!
Malakas! Alright, Lola, i-throw na natin sa ating caster. Sabihin mo, casters, pasok.
Caster, pasok.
That I will, Lola. Thank you so much. It's that is wholesome as heck, and making me miss my Lola out there as well. My Lola. So shout out to you guys, and it's amazing to see. Right, that is nearly probably his whole. Actually, no, I should take that back. That's not his whole family. We do know that Filipino families are massive. So, but great to see, and he's again. You heard it there from the Lola. You guys, I know you guys didn't have the translation, but basically. Ogwen has not been home for a while.
Since Yash.
Since Yash, man. Just imagine dedication. Not going to just being in the boot camp, trying to recover things.
They're literally asking Coach Ducky to bring them home.
But the thing is, what made it funny was this is MPL week 2. He had week 1.
Yeah.
Could have gone home for 2 days, but no, it was like, I'm not complacent. I want to win MPL.
Mindset. That's mindset, bro.
Wait, did they say they wanted to bribe Coach Ducky with the synagogue?
Yes.
They wanted to make Coach Ducky cook synagogue.
Yeah, that's the closest
they wanted him to
thing.
cook synagogue.
Yeah, for Ogwen that they could actually quest.
Well, hey, I love synagogue too. That's my favorite dish. So
Same.
Hopefully I can have some, right? But I think some of the casters too, they were like working out with these guys last.
Oh yeah,
was it this week?
Yeah,
This
Womi.
weekend?
Yesterday, that was yesterday, I think, or last
2 days
Friday.
ago or something like that. Yeah,
It was that was Friday. He was working out with
Ignacio,
with Pando.
I think it was all of
Still
AP
very
Brand.
weird to pronounce
Pandora.
It was with Pandora, Ogwen, Flap, Kyle. I didn't see the other members like Momokid. I don't think it was there.
No.
Yeah, but it's just a thing.
Well,
Getting fit.
Maybe someday we'll get to have that opportunity as well, right?
Hopefully.
Now, jumping into the draft here, game number 2, we've already talked about kind of what went wrong for MNNE Evos, and we'll see if they can adjust from that. And again, part of this obviously always starts in the draft here. We saw Bren last game prioritize that Fredrin, which actually worked wonders. We've seen it in the hands of Kyle Teasy many, many times.
Yep.
Now this time, there is going to be a switching of sides here, so MNNE will have that priority pick on the blue side. They'll kind of go with that. Now, Midnight, is there something that they could actually prioritize and take to have a better time with this draft or the game overall?
I think you really have to respect the Valentina of you, like the mere fact that he was getting Tortoise Poissons last game. Although I would say there was no other spells to there were no other spells to do steal.
Fair.
But like just the usage of the spell was really incredible coming out from the El Capitan of AP Brett. But yeah, again the sheer confidence of the players using these heroes are just too much for them to deal with. So I think MNNE Evos should start respecting the fact that if you start giving out the signature heroes from AP Bren, it's no longer about a question of trades. It's a question of when will AP Bren strike. Now, I think MNNE Evos getting this Fredrin is nice because right now you are able to set up the trap of you forcing the Gord Edith to AP Bren. But I don't even think that's choice for AP Bren. They could still go for the Valentina and other XP heroes for Flap, because considering that Edith is already out, AP Bren could just go for something like a Valentina and maybe steal a Claude for themselves.
Yeah, I think actually that makes sense because if you want to have this pick for Super Marco, gold lane was one of their priorities back in the first draft. But it's
Baksha.
okay. It's fair. Valentina and Baksha. Oh, this time you don't need something to steal. What are you feeling about this?
This is View saying, look at the smile. Look at the smile. He looks like Thanos right now. You know, picking up the Valentina does put a smile on my face.
Completely the great reaction.
Well, again, I just, you know, it was a good point from Midnight, though, that Valentina in the hands of just AP Bren and, you know, Few, it's always tough to deal with because, yeah, even when there's relatively not the best ultimates to take, he still makes it work.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Even without the ult. Like, if you have Few play Valentina, remove the ult, he'd still be able to perform.
Yeah. So, okay. Let's focus on Manana here. This is good. They get the Kufra. They've got the Novaria. They get some vision here and some extra hitboxes, right? Now, the thing I want to say, though, is Kufra, for the most part, you still want to be able to not, and this is specific for this matchup, you want to be able to not overcommit on the Kufra, right? Because a lot of times, if you're overshooting or if you don't, even if you have a great revenge and rage combination, but you have none of that follow-up available to you, then the Kufra is just kind of, you know, he's
a bouncing ball.
He's that too. You know.
Yeah. So that's a good point, though, because they would need a good amount of magic and damage. So with the Claude, is this a good round for AP Bren?
It's a perfect first phase for AP Bren.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah,
Like,
you've pictured perfectly.
You get Valentina, Baksha, very strong 2 picks. Now you start removing, you know, bad lane matchups for the Claude, because now you have Claude, Baksha against a Novaria, and if you could get, you know, the ultimate of the Novaria, you shoot them back at Minana Evos, and then you see where the Cooper is.
Yeah.
I don't know how Minana Evos could play this game.
Midnight just placed the perfect.
No, because to be honest, again, if you start looking at how Minana Evos wants to play this game, Fredrin could not literally play in front of both Baksha and Claude. Kufra cannot set if he, you know, if the ultimate from the Novaria gets stolen, which will happen, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that's a 100% guarantee. And then Novaria, like, how do you actually play into 2 heroes that are just running into you?
Well,
Yeah,
you just hope
that's a
that,
fair point.
you know, the fact that you can kind of, I don't know exactly, you know, make your way with the astral recall and go through walls and stuff.
Phase through?
Phase through. That's the word I was looking for. You can phase through. Maybe that helps you for a little bit, but, you know, in most cases, dealing with a Baksha the way that he just rolls around literally is always tough to deal with, you know?
Yes. Well, speaking of which, ban out the Brody and the Beatrix. You were talking about follow-up and damage. I think they just trimmed down the perfect choices for Banana Evos.
Like, the only options here
I think they go Irithel.
Irithel, Bruno, Carry. But I think there's an impending Grok pick for Kyle TZ. Either that or the Kaja.
Wait, Grok for Kyle Teaser?
No, for Ogwin.
Ogwin.
Yeah.
I think if that's the case, then you just go back to...
It's hard for Minana because now you have to
because
think whether Grok or Kaja. I think the safest choice is to ban Kaja.
Let them take the Grok?
Let them take the Grok, because you're not going to be able to take Grok. But the thing is, you ban the Grok. You ban the Grok, it's better. Because you ban the Grok for the reason of you not letting AP Brent flex it on both Rome and XP. Because you're not going to be able to see whether they play XP or Rome up until the last pick. So you ban out the Grok here, you force them to pick Kaja. At least the Kaja, you know it's going to be Rome.
Yeah. It's tough, too, because then you have to decide, like, what do we throw in the gold lane against this Claude?
I don't know. Like Bruno. But again, there's a Kaja. There's a walking win condition.
Yeah.
Of AP Brent.
They've taken out the Paquito and even the Brody. So how will they even reach that? So will they still go for the Terizla for this one, for Minana Evos? Or just stick with the...
Kindness is the
Or they go use up
Okay.
first. Okay, now I understand. You pick Kaja last. It's not even a guaranteed Kaja last pick because they want to see like the gold lane and the XP. They went with the Yuzong because you want to be able to like disjoint Novaria basically. Like when you use the Black Dragon form, it doesn't matter where the Kufra and the Novaria is because Yuzong will be able to see like all of them. and you're also a huge threat against a lot of the remaining marksman choice, like the Bruno, the Irithel, and also the carry.
Okay. Well, you called this earlier as well, Midnight.
Yep.
That the carry would possibly pop up. There it
He's going to
is.
be forced to pick up the Purify, by the way, because there's a Yuzong.
So much CCs.
You know, we thought about that too before. We've seen this, I think it was in week 1, where you have so much CC. You know, like, carry's definitely going to pick up the Purify. They picked up Flicker instead. So.
Yeah.
That's the Rizla, bro.
I think you go Kaja here. You either go Kaja or you go Grok. Oh, sorry, Grok is
gone.
banned. You either go Kaja or maybe Franco. But it's a bad matchup against Navaria and Kufra, but if Ogun is confident, they could definitely pick it up.
Yeah, we've seen Ogun use Franco lots of times. Good hooks, landing all that flicker combo that we're just seeing in those games.
I'm gonna go wild if they go Diggy here.
Oh, okay, fair point. Will they use it though? Kaja.
You've been calling this for a while now.
Midnight.
And there it is.
Midnight with his predictions. Right, just on stats.
AP Bren. This is just the... I would say MNNE EVOS, they lost first phase. Second phase was already like few, inevitable.
Yeah.
Does put a smile on his face.
Yep.
They won the draft basically. Execution is going to matter a lot though, because at the end of the day, like all the things I've said, AP Bren still needs to execute. But the thing is, we've seen them execute on game number 1. The difference is right now they have their hands on the Claude, but in reality, like the gold lane matchup, yeah, it does matter because both of you scale. But compare that to Claude, wherein if you look at the side of MNNE EVOS, they don't have catch, similar to game number 1. This time around, AP Bren, they have catch against the carry. It's the Kaja. And MNNE EVOS, again, they don't have any catch against this Claude. Yes, it's a Kufra, but if the Claude goes Purify, what then?
Yeah. So much questions. Even me, you guys were talking about damage follow-up because there's a lot of CCs and catch, but how will this carry go? Will it have the same situation as a Claude in early game? But yeah, let's see how this game goes.
Well, we're going to find out here if we go to a game 3 as MNNE looks to take a game against Bren in game number 2. We'll see if it all plays out. We already talked quite a bit about the compositions. You see them already going for it a little aggressively in the XP lane. Putting the pressure here again, Lord JM on this Terizla.
That sidestep.
Yeah, one thing, here's one thing that I do like about the composition that MNNE has is they have their bases covered in terms of like they have front to back coverage if they need it, right?
Yep.
You really just have to play around Ogwin here and not get picked off constantly. And then again, dealing with Few on the fact that you said he's going to have the right ultimate pretty much most of the time, especially if he's taking the ones from Lancey here. So the work obviously needs to be done by AP Bren. MNNE has to be able to set the pace. Let's take a look at the emblems here, Midnight.
Interesting choice for the carry. Went with the Marksman emblem. Again, for the attack speed. Also, he has a Swift. So he has 10% more attack speed here in the early game. Ogwin forced to flicker out though.
That's the hammer connecting to Ogwin. Now he's being slowed down. FlapTZ using a way to hold him off. Oh, Ogwin still survives.
Wow.
He lives.
Good use of the Petrify.
Yeah. I mean, AP Bren, what they lack is, again, like similar to game number 1.
Whoa.
They lack early game. They're not done yet on MNNE EVOS though.
KyleTZ.
They're just a party down in XP lane. And here comes KyleTZ for reinforcement. That's Brusco AR dropping down his HP. Few is here though. So that's the flicker. Secures the kill. That's Brusco AR falling down. AP Bren secures first blood.
Well, AP Bren, as much as they don't have early game, MNNE EVOS doesn't have like ways to escape from that. Especially with the Retribution being used. Mobility was slowed down on the side of MNNE EVOS. And MNNE EVOS, it was right for them to kind of pressure like the XP lane in that matter. But they didn't have enough damage yet because, it's just very hard for you to take out a Yuzong. And now FlapTZ is able to get back, gets to level 4. AP Bren secures Turtle. And now we are back into the similar position as to what AP Bren was able to get on game number 1. But again, the main difference is right now they're the ones holding the Claude.
Yeah, a good start as well. So also it was a good utilization of FlapTZ using his energy shields. Just having a party of 3 could be a good way to sustain those damage. But that's also a trap for MNNE EVOS to even just completely use over and over again. There's so much pressure on the EXP lane. Even with their well-rounded lineup, they need to actually make things work in their first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Feud just took the penalty zone, right? So this is the one thing I love about when Feud does play the Valentina is he actually finds pretty unique ways, and when you're thinking about ultimates to be taken, he goes with something else, right? Now, in this instance, whether he uses that penalty zone or not, or depending on what he takes, even if it's from Lancey, then he's still going to be able to provide something for the team here. Paired up with Ogwen, once again, who has a Divine Judgment.
Gets a pull. Ogwen uses the Divine Judgment onto Boyd AR. Now Super Mark wants to secure the skill, though. He's still looking for a way to pierce the bullets through, but Kyle Deasy takes down one. Brusco AR falls, and that's Doming AR looking for a way to hold and pressure AP Brand with a disengage. Oh, Boyd AR. Ogwen and Kyle Deasy eyeing on this player to go down. Still looking for a way, though. Still sustaining the fight. Feud joins the party. Takes down Boyd AR. Kyle Deasy takes down with A of the third. Doming AR secures the kill. And MNNE Evos getting their first point on this game.
My goodness, just a sheer commitment again from AP Brand to try and take on the heroes. But I want to commend Mpl-Ph, but that's not the view.
View against 3. Wow, he's just going through this. But Brusco AR just completely taking him down. Okay, out of position.
I mean, he thought he had enough, but I think it's worth it because Super Mike was able to clear a wave in a safe manner, while also taking some gold away from the energy shields from the turret. But again, AP Brand, they're doing this just to replicate what MNNE was trying to do in game number 1. Buy time, force reactions. By the way, Doming AR flickered earlier with just one Black Dragon form from Mpl-Ph. He didn't even commit the Petrify, didn't even jump. He was just forcing out the flicker from the carry.
Okay, Brusco AR using the bouncing ball. That's the flicker. That's Ogwen trying to looking for a pull. View secures the second turtle of the game. Brusco AR terrified. Mpl-Ph secures the kill. Kyle Deasy takes one as well. That's 2 for MNNE Evos. And also AP Brand with the objective. Now they push.
Man, as you know, you're looking at these little wins that MNNE seems to be finding, but then AP Brand just has a counter punch to everything. And real quick, they're 2K ahead. How's the items looking?
I mean, like the box shot right now is very, very big. Alongside a Claude, Marco already has the DHS and going straight towards the the golden staff. And I like the itemization here coming out from Kyle Deasy with the Dreadnought armor, just to limit the damage output coming out from Lord JMAR as well as Boyet, able to to sustain the damage output coming out from MNNE Evos while allowing Few just more spaces to hit his spell.
Yeah, speaking of the hit, Brusco having a Titan's Rage onto Super Marco, blazing duet BMI onto one, but AR secures defense, but that's damage on from Kyle Deasy though. Brusco AR falls back. That was a good initiation, but Boyd AR just received the casualty. AP Brand, Super Marco would have thought he would actually survive that, but okay, fight still continues. AP Brand, Lord Jam versus Mpl-Ph, XP lane, right onto the turrets using the penalty zone. Wow, confidence. Lord JMAR looking for a way to pressure Mpl-Ph.
The rest of the team's making their way there.
Well,
they're going to press it.
Not letting go. They're trying to press the situation.
Mpl-Ph
on half HP. Domin AR. Yuzong trying to go back to base. Okay, I hear you, Midnight.
I said that 3 times. That's a Yuzong. I mean, as much as MNNE Evos wanted to take that, that kill
that's
on the bottom lane, that's a Yuzong.
That's hashtag. That's a Yuzong.
That's the Sha eruption,
Dash Midnight.
the Sha energy, Sha. Mpl-Ph gets a lot of HP back when he hits you 3 times.
Yeah.
But MNNE Evos is finding the turret on the bottom lane, which is a good trade. But AP Brand at this point is still controlling the map. Super Marco already near completion with the golden staff. He's going to amplify the damage up and down from Claude. By the way, I want to highlight the jump from Brusco AR onto the Claude earlier. Super Marco even made it better. He was like, okay, you want me to be on your front line? I'll go to your back line. I'll take down your Fredrin.
Yeah, this is scary because Kyle Deasy's 3 levels ahead of Boyet.
Oh, yeah.
And not only that, but now that they got themselves all 3 turtles, they're going to get another turret. They basically control any of these zones they set up, right? Because again, Boyet is struggling here to really catch up in terms of just jungle to jungle. And with that, I mean, this will play a big role into that first Lord, and that's why I always say, you got to be able to control that part of the game, getting yourself to that mid-game here. Ogwen going to go in with a conceal.
Okay, looking for a target. That's Mpl-Ph onto the back dragon form. That's the pull from Ogwen. Divine Judgment onto Lord JMAR. He falls down. AP Vent finding the right target. And as you say, the zoning of AP Brand right now, and just taking this Purple out.
Nice. Good snipe.
Okay,
Boyet.
good snipe by Boyet, still maintaining his objectives at hand. Few secures an item, but now just making coverage around the map, Midnight.
This is just crazy. AP Bren, again, how you see how they start fights, their target selection, the zoning from Flapteasy. The goal was, okay, let's put it in simple terms. The goal was for AP Bren to be able to push mid lane. Flapteasy commits ultimate, looks for backline, looks for some reactions from the side of MNNE. Evos maybe tries to force out some flickers. When they disengage on MNNE Evos, Kaja was, had his eyes set on taking anybody who's left on the side of MNNE Evos. And unfortunately for Lord JMAR, he was sitting in a bush trying to get some vision. Ogre was like, ha! You're the one!
Literally. Finding the right targets. I love how Midnight sees that all the time.
Is, like, MNNE Evos, they couldn't even respond because they had to deal with the dragon flying into them. And AP Brent, from their perspective, you're not fighting, you're out of position. Ha! You're the one!
That's all they have to say. Either
Somebody
that
click that.
or I'm a Yuzong. That's a Yuzong.
That's a Yuzong. That's a Yuzong. That's a Yuzong.
That's a Yuzong. Ha! By Midnight.
Well, at this point, MNNE, given how everything is going, doesn't look like they're going to even be able to contest the first blow of the game. So this is what we were talking about, that trend of how AP Brent likes to play that. MNNE has to have an answer here. As things continue to scale out of the favor, it's getting tougher because you're wondering, where's the damage for them, right? I mean, has Domeng had enough time to get to where he needs to be? And even so, are you able to find the targets? Because so far, in the damage department, they haven't been able to find anything.
Yeah, the damage output is coming out from Lancy and Domeng AR. Although Lord JM on a Terizla could have outputted some more damage, but again, the Dreadnought Armor and the Antikaras on Flapteasy just reduces the damage output significantly. I want to point out AP Brent, when they took the Lord, you saw how they were positioned. They were trying to protect all corners of the Lord to make sure that the Novaria does not steal away from AP Brent. Kyle Deasy actually swallowed the Astral Recall whole, and he was like, no sir, you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, that is a Baksha, man. That is completely a Baksha. Kyle Teasy and our camera just rolling around.
Now Few has the rage.
Yeah, yeah. Imagine that combination. It's just too much. Yeah, it's sheesh. Just the right emoticon to respond. And for the damage department, MNNE Evos needs to answer correctly. Is it even online, Midnight?
I mean, at this point, not yet. AP Brent, they're holding like a lot of gold on their side. Even though Domeng AR has been able to farm quite well, he doesn't have the Widow Major skill. I mean, Few, he did try to dance that off, like, what TNC is used to doing, but he got the Black Dragon form.
Okay, Flapteasy circling out with the Black Dragon form. That's the stun. That's the initiation from the roamer of MNNE Evos. That is just completely a tower takedown. Super Marco secures the push.
Perfection.
Oh, I think they want to counterpunch at Brusco.
There's a call, there's a call. That's the jump. Brusco catching one. That is the
Marco!
the target, but Super Marco right onto the middle. But a BMI with amazing duet. Now he takes down a damage out of MNNE Evos, so they're forced to retreat back. Kyle T takes down one. Brusco falls down, and MNNE Evos looking for a way to hold and defend. But the damage of AP Brent is just too much. It's too much to handle. Brusco AR, the casualty of MNNE Evos. Super Marco in and out, is completely getting that damage onto MNNE Evos.
So it looked like, I mean, again, before that all transpired, OSX, asked, was the damage online? And I feel like, it relatively is now. They do have some fight in them, but they weren't able to capitalize on that initiation set up there. It would have been great if they did convert some kills, but AP Brent went in. They used the Blazing Duet from Super Marco. They got some of the defensive out. Then he was gone, and it was just like a 4 versus 5 for a while until eventually one fell for MNNE.
Yep.
So, I would say relatively they just need another, Midnight? Maybe 3 to 5 minutes?
6.
5 minutes? All right, let's go to 5 minutes.
5
honestly,
minutes?
The amount of damage that you need to be able to cope up with against AP Brent is just so much. Like, the Claude alone deals so much damage. You have to also consider Valentina on Few deals so much damage. And I just want to go back to how that team fight started. They went in with a jump onto Kyle Teasy. Kyle Teasy was quick on his fingers and was able to pop ult. That's why the damage was mitigated by a lot. And the thing is, they could have taken him out with Domeng AR standing in the front line. But Super Marco going in, even though it was just rated with a Blazing Duet, like both of the Wind of Natures were popped.
Whoa. Whoa, it's go time for AP Brent. They found one. They found an opening. Now it's just Brusco AR trying to hold him and slow them down, but the rest of AP Bren is here to take more damage. Suminaga avoid AR, and Brusco is Brusco falls down. Ogwen takes the kill, lands AR. A crucial kill, Super Marco for AP Bren, 1-1. But that is just the goal leader of AP Bren. Can they still push through this?
Oh, phew. He went ahead, utilizing that. They still have to work on this Lord here. They are going to get another turret, possibly. Actually, no. It's called off without Super Marco. They can't. So MNNE finding some hope here, finding some life to buy some more time. As we said, they need another 2.5, 3 minutes or so to be where they need to be. They hold on to the 2 base turrets.
Is this the silver lining of MNNE EVOS right now?
Yeah, they see, they were the first, the MNNE EVOS, very fortunate to see a rare footage of Super Marco overextending. Like, it's a very rare footage. Super Marco, he went in, dove, dumbing AR. Unfortunately, Brusco was there. He was able to land a very good revenge into Tyrant's Rage onto the Claw. That's why they were able to bring, to take him out. But AP Bren, they still are holding onto a huge gold lead here. Malefic Roar is already on the works onto the Claude. And the way you approach these fights for MNNE EVOS does not change at all. Like, you still need to get the jump on the front line. You still need to be able to fight the Claude when he goes in with a Blazing Duet and a BMI. You already have the answers for that, like the Wind of Nature, the reaction coming out from Brusco AR. But the one problem is starting to rise up for MNNE EVOS. It's the damage output coming out from Few.
Yeah, damage output of AP Bren. Yeah, a lot can actually be displayed against MNNE EVOS. So that is an overextension by Super Marco. They don't want to commit because from we see the gold earned, Dominic AR is just climbing his way through the ranks. And the damage, he's the only one of MNNE EVOS who slowly has the winning condition that we were discussing in the draft. So with this, if you said minutes ago, they need actually 5 minutes to pull this off.
Divine Glaive already done on Few. This does change out the dynamics of the team fight. It's no longer about just the Claude. It's no longer about jumping the back shot. Now MNNE EVOS is forced in an awkward spot where your only chance in winning a team fight is you letting AP Bren start it. And that's awkward. Why? There's a Kaja on the side of AP Bren.
Yeah, lost that bottom turret as well. So
they forced out a retribution though.
Yeah, to that wave. Lord's going to be up here in about 10 seconds or so. Everybody getting prepped, getting the buffs they need. This is MNNE's chance, right? If they really want to contest this, they can. They got to handle the waves, though, too, because there's going to be that pressure, right? That's what AP Bren is doing now, putting pressure on those side lanes to force at least one member from MNNE to be there. So they'll have a numbers disadvantage right now. It looks like AP Bren's just like, yep,
they see
just go for it.
They see Tristan in top lane. This is dangerous for Boyd AR. This is really dangerous
just
for Boyd.
himself.
Ogwen.
I think they're just going to give it. They have to.
No, they need to respect this.
That was scary for MNNE EVOS.
I was looking at my sires, but it was just like, there's no way that they could suffice the CC of AP Bren with that kind of Lord take, even by just a Lord dance.
And Tristan showing himself in top lane was like, oh, wait. That's suicide. That's suicide.
No. A little bit of miscalculation is just being shown in the map. Item build-wise, AP Bren is still on the lead, and there's a push up top. So this is the question, how can MNNE EVOS defend? Will they able to outlast, or will they able to force out something from AP Bren?
I mean, at this point, they have to really just find some form of punish against Super Marco when he jumps in, but also keep in mind that AP Bren, they have a lot of ways in terms of engaging, like with the Divine Judgment, the Black Dragon form, and even just the Basha rolling around, inside base of MNNE EVOS. So they really need to find creative ways here to defend, not to initiate on their own. They need to wait out the mistakes coming out from AP Bren.
Oh, look at the sandwich play, the angles that they're looking for. Few has the penalty zone available to him. They go.
Few is looking for a way to poke out Brusco AR. Oh man, that was deadly. That was a deadly angle. I was kind of feeling it.
They defend. They defended by not defending at all. Like AP Bren, they showed up, they concealed on Ogwen, Black Dragon form was committed, but MNNE EVOS was like, we're like, guys, there's no Claude. AP Bren is just trying to scare us. There's no Claude. Let's not fight.
That was kind of weird because they have all the stuff that they needed. They have a massive lead, but again, AP Bren's like, you know what? Stay calm, guys. Let's just go ahead, get that turret, get the last one we need, and call it off from there. I mean, even looking at the damage dealt here, Lancey is poking, right? He did earlier pick up the Divine Glaive. He's able to provide quite a bit of poke damage now. but, you know, still, the main point is getting
Kyle.
to that follow. Oh, Kyle.
Looks like
Teasy.
Kyle Teasy spotted 3. He might be in trouble. That's the
Look at
response
this.
of AP
Wow.
Brand. Look at that. There's a follow-up. Look at AP Brand's looking for a way to defend his Kyle Teasy. Use the ultimate now. Now with this kind of chance, to knock up onto AP Brand. MNNE Evo secures damage, but Bonnier falls. Supermarket with a double, and he's gone mad with a triple. AP Brand with the response, and Flat Piece secures Brusco AR down, and this is Ogwin. Just trying to pull on Lancy AR, and the base is open. Few hits away. AP Brand with the lead, and they're closing the game slowly against MNNE Evos. They take the series in a dominating fashion.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. In a dominant fashion, AP Brand sweeping MNNE Evos.
You know what? It looked like a terrible jump from Kyle Teasy, but again, we talked about how even the box shot just rolling around is an initiation in and of itself. And AP Brand was like, okay, Kyle Teasy lived. Let's go. We jump in.
It's crazy that it lived, and he had the immortality, if I remember right. I'm not even sure if it popped.
It popped. It popped.
It did pop.
It did,
okay.
it did.
But again, him just rolling into a bush, finding literally the majority of the members that was needed, and then everyone is like, all right, we're going to follow up. Like, that's all they had to do. You know, and I feel like this is why more and more we're seeing these teams go for those mostly 3 kind of tankier initiators or even peelers to cover the lines, because it gets to a point where, once again, you kind of have to be like, all right, you go in, we'll cover the team if we need to, right? And that's kind of what happened there.
He shot gold. He was like, when he got in, oh guys, they're here.
Oh,
you know what? For a second, that was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
A completely blessing for Kyle Teasy. Oh, I found 3.
Like, imagine the you know, the things happening in his head. It was like, goes in, sees 3 heroes. Guys, they're here.
And it says, okay, Black Dragon form now. It is completely initiated.
That's a Yuzong, by the way, right? But also, we do want to just mention FWD Life Insurance is the official insurer of MPL Season 12 in the epic adventure of life. FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories. Celebrate living with FWD. Celebrate the Yuzong, right? Because that's a Yuzong.
That's a Yuzong.
That's a Yuzong. Hashtag midnight.
But, you know, hey, it's funny because Yuzong, he hasn't been picked up much this season for the most part. I mean, he's popped up here and there, but when we used to see so much of Yuzong and Lapu Lapu in the XP lane, now it's almost like, does it work with this team composition? And in this instance, it worked very well. I mean, again, even in the beginning of the game, just having that Petrify there actually helps. And to have so much pressure on a Yuzong lane, and like Midnight said, that's a Yuzong where you can just stay alive from that, really, and play around that, especially if you have the Black Dragon form available. That's a big advantage, you know? So it's kind of crazy that he hasn't popped up as much.
Yeah, bro, it was a Yuzong party lane in the EXP. A lot of ways they were trying to hold on to Flap Teasy, and it was unsuccessful early game. They were trying to eye this lane. We need to slow this guy down. But again, that is a Yuzong. That is a Yuzong.
That is a Yuzong.
We love it. But, you know, we'll be hearing from them shortly on stage with Mara. But the other thing, too, and I'm really curious about is, again, this AP Brand, like this game alone, game number 2, they were taking like some of these, I don't want to say it was overconfidence, like it wasn't that. It was what Midnight pointed out, because I know some people watching will be like, well, why did Brent do that? But really going against the lineup, and I know you'll probably break this down further later on, but I loved how you pointed it out specifically in the game, because some of those decisions they were making, especially cross-map plays, where it looked a little too risky, like why was AP Brent doing that? They were doing that for a reason, and they profited off of it very well. And then you see at the end game, where even with a Lord, even with all the ultimates available, everything available to them, they literally just say like, you know what, get the turret, back off. Let's wait for a moment, throw Kyle Teasy around, roll him around the map till he bumps into somebody, literally. And that's what happened. That's what they did.
Yeah. Bro, it was like the complete AP Brand master plan.
It's all part of the plan.
And that's a Yuzong.
Yeah.
That's my contribution to the whole conversation.
I
just find it funny that, you know, he finds 3 heroes there, and then game's over.
So, Every single time, that's the answer. That's a Yuzong, right? So we're going to throw it over to the stage with Mara and AP Bren for their winning interview.
Thank you, casters. All right, let me hear it from you. Bren lang? At sobrang lakas nga. First game nila is what? Mga 15 plus minutes. Second, about almost 17-ish minutes. Ang bilis nyo tinapos yung laban. And Flap, napansin namin, nagka-lead ka. Usually, di ba, ngayon, sa meta ngayon, it's usually like Rizla, Export. Bakit ka nagka-lead?
Ano po, matagal na hero ko na po kasi yun. Tapos nag-request lang ako kay Coach Bren na sana pagbigyan ako mag-lead.
First ka-lead natin ata this season, and we haven't seen you actually play that here. So, ano, yung mga tips mo naman sa mga nag-RG dyan, kasi sigurado ako after they saw your ka-lead, they're gonna be picking that later on.
Guys, wag nyo gayahin yung kalid ko, ang daming bets.
Wag daw gayahin. Alright, we thought you were flexing that kanina. Si Ogwen naman. Ogwen, hindi ba kayo kinabahan kanina kasi si Minana, tinalo nila yung RSG. Yung RSG, tinalo naman kayo. So before kayo magharap, hindi ba kayo kind of na-intimidate?
Na-impress po kami kasi natalo po nila yung tumalo sa amin. Tapos nung ano naman po, di naman po kami kinabahan kasi napagandaan naman po namin yung week na to. Kaya feel namin, confident kami na na kaya namin sila maskoran.
Hardworking ka. Bakit hindi mo binivisit si Lola?
Medyo malayo po kasi talaga. Tsaka salamat talaga kasi galing pa sila malayong lugar. Tapos pumunta pa sila dito sa venue.
Saan ba galing si Lola?
Rizal sila.
Galing sa Rizal, si Mami naka-live right now. Sige nga, i-shoutout mo yung naka-live dun sa live ni Mami.
Shoutout sa nanonood ng live ng Mami ko.
Congratulations! O, di ba, Lola? Lola, isigaw mo ulit. Bren lang? Malakas! Ang cute ni Lola. Alright, and now it's time to announce the match MVP. Who do you think it is? Sino?
Marco.
Alright, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Bakit ka na-surprise doon? Ay, sige nga, pinapakaldag ka muna bago ko ibigay yung mic. Isang ganun lang, isa lang. O, sabi ni Coach, isang mabilis. Ayun! Ginaya lang si Mark.
Ginaya ko lang si Mark.
Bakit ka na-surprise na ikaw yung MVP?
Wala, parang nakikita ko talaga yung MVP nun kasi si Mark. Kasi sobrang ganda ng mga follow-up niya sa mga setup ni OG.
Super Marco, punta ka dito. Punta ka dito. Okay, pinupuri niya yung performance mo. Ikaw naman, bakit sa tingin mo deserve niya maging match MVP?
Kasi malakas.
Kasi malakas. Kasi Bren lang?
Malakas.
Okay. Alam mo, yung kalaban mo kanina si Lancy, kahapon pa lang sinasabi niya he was really looking forward also to facing you kasi idol ka niya. What can you say about his performance kanina?
Ayun, nakakatuwa rin yung na may mga humahanga pa rin sa akin na players. Tapos maganda rin yung performance niya kanina lalo na kahapon sa RSG. Kaya malaking factor yung mga ginawa niya para manalo.
And congratulations, those are really nice words. Talagang maraming hanga sa'yo. Ikaw si Few! Ang dami mo ng gold medal. All right, everybody, once again, let's give it up for AP Bren. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congrats. All right, everybody, once again, let me hear from you. Bren lang? Bren lang? One more time, Bren lang? At sobrang lakas naman talaga yung pinakita nila kanina, kaya hihimayin natin yan all for you. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pass up.
Thank you so much, Mara, and again, congratulations to AP Bren there. Bren lang malakas, right? It's great to even hear the Lola once again cheering that for them and the support of the team because, man, what a performance from them. And I liked hearing some of that too, right? The MVP for them was, of course,
Super Marco.
Super Marco.
But it was few, but they all like, I just love how the interaction went through with the team, and they were just so humble.
Yeah, they were like throwing everybody. No,
yeah,
everybody.
And and they were just acknowledging how the strengths are in that game. It's just
That's what I
amazing to
love.
see, yeah.
The humbleness, the team camaraderie. Midnight, tell us why it was Yuzhong.
Well, I can tell you that's a Yuzong, and it is a Yuzong. But what's most important here in this game is that's a Yuzong. By the way, the game was very well played by AP Bread. Like the overall tankiness and the raw capability of this lineup was really showed up by the individual players, and that was started actually by Kyle Teasy, which is our MVP of this game. The Baksha rolling around on that bottom lane just to ensure that the early game wouldn't be problematic for AP Brand, because after that, Minana Evos, the momentum that they had stopped. Like there was a lit with the Baksha, you know, putting this amazing momentum on the back of AP Brand and making sure that every move that Minana Evos pulled off was stopped with the rotations impending from the Baksha. This was what I was talking about. You know, the rotations on this bottom lane really just enabled AP Brent to enter the mid game without having to worry about the snowball that Minana Evos could land onto them. And even though I would say the early game was lacking on the side of AP Brent, they did have some form of damage when you show up with 5 heroes on AP Brent trying to fight against Minana Evos, and they're utilizing the fact that Carl TZ is so damn tanky on the Baksha with the Tortoise Poisons. And that was just really, really incredible to see, like witnessing AP Bren soak so much damage while Super Marco, Few, and the gang just, you know, goes onto the back line, forces out a lot of the spells and, you know, the skills from Minana Evos. Kyle TZ again was able to use the ultimate in this specific team fight. Even though Super Marco's Blazing Duet got cancelled by an amazing timing from Boyd AR, the fight was just over, and AP Brand really just had more damage on her arsenal, overwhelming Minana Evos. And the fact of the matter is, Flap TZ on the Yuzong was just threatening for Minana Evos to deal with, and Doming Air was not able to participate in a lot of these fights. Like, he was not able to dish out the damage needed to take out the important heroes. Again, Kyle TZ bumping into 3 heroes on the side of Minana Evos, was again able to use the Tortoise Poisons, making sure that he outlives majority of the damage output coming out from Minana Evos, and Super Marco just finds an amazing entry point for them to wipe out Minana Evos out in game number 2. Fantastic performance on a lot of these players, but I would say the composition from both sides were equal in terms of late game, but AP Brand just had more control, better control from early to mid, specifically with Kyle TZ roaming around the map, making sure that Minana Evos, wherever they are, he's going to be able to react to it and maybe even force Minana Evos to deal with the Baksha, because he maximized the existence of this hero for AP Brand. Again, the mobility, the tankiness, the raw sustain coming out from the Baksha. He received a lot of the damage coming out from Minana Evos. He was at one point, you know, equal in terms of damage taken with Boyd AR, but with the firmness, the tank emblem, and of course the concussive blast, adding more damage to his arsenal with the Tortoise Poisons, was able to do a lot in the early to mid stages of the game, making sure that the bridge from early to late is there for Super Marco. And AP Bren again wrote this game off of the back of Kyle TZ's movements in the early game. Minana Evos, they did have vision, they did have team fight, they did have damage, but as what we said and discussed on the drafting stage, it looked like AP Brent's lineup is just going to be able to handle Minana Evos like individually. Baksha alone survives the onslaught of what Minana Evos can bring, and the late game factor of Super Marco coming into play was able to push out, like dish out so much damage output on the front lines of Minana Evos. And of course, Few, the El Capitan, showing up in the late game with Clock of Destiny, Divine Glaive, Holy Crystal, and Lightning Truncheon, was able to output so much damage. He was sitting at 2111 KDA when the game finished, even surpassing like KDAs of the likes of Super Marco and Kyle TZ. In terms of hero damage, however, like the long-range nukes, Lancy AR is able to win that out against Few. But just looking at the team fight participation on the Valentina, 100% on this Valentina. Few again was able to perform in this game, and Super Marco, majority of the times when we see him, is just swarming on the map, making sure that the pressure is up for AP Bren and converting that into team fights that will lead to objectives being taken by the entire squad. Man, what an amazing performance coming out from these players on the side of AP Bren. It's not just about the single performance of an individual player, it's about the individual performance that makes up a team. And now we're going to be looking at the checklist of AP Bren here. For both sides, MNNE EVOS, they did stick with what was working for them, but the sheer power of the champions, the world champions at that, was just too much for MNNE EVOS to deal with, as they did face AP Bren at their 100%. They did not let go of anything. They were not complacent, although they did recall like a bunch of times, but that was just wang. AP Bren showed up to this game with all of the things they learned from the international stage and showed up that they are still one of the strongest teams out there in front of MNNE EVOS.
Great breakdown there. Midnight,
That's
thanks so much. And yep, there's that too.
That is the Black Dragon form whipping Midnight's hair in that analysis.
Yeah, it is. It's the Yuzong.
The
Very
Yuzong,
good.
the AP Bren.
Does Yuzong have hair? I thought he just had horns.
No, because of when Flap Cheesy transformed to Black Dragon
Wait
form.
for midnight, it'll show up.
Yeah.
At midnight, it shows up.
At midnight, it shows up. Okay. Well, again, great series here. AP Bren showing what they have in store for the rest of the season. I really feel like, because that's something I guess on display that a lot of teams are like, man, how do we deal with Bren? A couple teams have kind of figured some things out here and there, but there's a lot that has to be said about a team like that. And as we were referencing the interview again, they really have found that synergy that works well for them, and that's again why they have won the accolades that they have. Now, moving on, the match later is going to be Echo and I missed it. Echo and RC, right?
Yeah,
there it is. I saw it for a second. My monitor flickered. You know what? I love it. Echo and RSG.
Yeah, Echo RSG, but it's C versus World.
You know
That's
who doesn't
right.
flicker?
The hashtag.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you know who doesn't flicker?
Who?
Yuzong. Petrified, dude.
I'm going to give this guy a Yuzong shirt, man.
Yeah, somebody please out there get some Yuzhong merch for our good friend Midnight here, because it's obviously his favorite hero, and he deep down wishes that he was actually Yuzhong in real life. So there you go. You know, who wouldn't want to turn into a black dragon, right?
I'm down.
Getting to fly, right? It's everyone's
I'm
dream.
down.
You gotta fly.
And you walk, you basically secrete Shaw essence or something.
There it is. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be back after this break. Sit tight.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT mo, sanang saya. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser.
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tangka ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya, lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu. Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Ilang beses na rin siya nag-champion eh. Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban.
Siguro yung top 3 tango sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogwen. Yawi, Ogwen. Ako, si Ogwen, si Yawi. Top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yawi, si Light, saka si Ogwen.
Si Yawe, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako. Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya.
Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga galaw niya, and sa RG ganoon pa rin. Si Chuck yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict na kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chakno kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabalik. Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chakno kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung diyan pa rin yung gutom.
Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon.
Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny Day kasi konti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chakno, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya. Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinakagusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco yung sa mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play gap. Yun lang kasi ako malakas eh. Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL. Si Ogwen hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light at si Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko. Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati and parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawe. Former teammate ko siya, tapos hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room. Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawe kasi gusto kong ma-check.
This episode, so let's jump right in. This update features 6 hero revamps, with Lolita getting the star treatment. As the defender of Eruditio's ever-busy workshops, Lolita's new outfit incorporates elements of the city to create a stylish look while highlighting her character background. In terms of Lolita's skills, we've enhanced the shield effect from her passive to consistently generate stacking shields for her team. Lolita's charge skill can now be cast while she's holding up her Guardian shield for quick repositioning. The functionality of her Guardian shield has also been improved. Now, instead of just blocking projectiles, the shield will reflect them outward from its center. And Lolita's ultimate can now stun enemies without a full channel, giving her ultimate the flexibility to be used as a quick stun, but she can still channel it for a longer CC. The remaining 5 heroes, Layla, Johnson, Xborg, Bruno, and Mia, have all received a visual makeover, with more fitting elements and designs based on their background and relationship to Eruditio. Over the years, many heroes have become like old friends, and your connection to them is our greatest motivation to revamp these heroes to meet your expectations and show our appreciation for your support. September will also see the official release of our next hero, who everyone is probably eagerly anticipating. As a part of this year's Project Next, the game's main interface has received a major overhaul. Mobile Legends has made several renovations to the game's interface based on your feedback in the past, and this year we're continuing that trend and rolling out a new interface. The new design incorporates our heroes in game world as the centerpiece, and players can even interact them in various ways. In addition, new interactions and content will continue to unlock over time for players to discover. A new hero will grace the screen at the start of each season to provide players with unique, interactive experiences. The new interface also features a sleeker and more lightweight mode selection layout. These and many more additions will be waiting for players to check out. A new game mode called Domination will also be part of the update. In this fast-paced, action-packed mode, 2 teams will battle over control points to determine the victor. The map features 3 strategic control points that can be captured to generate points, and the first team to reach 100% will take the match. Portals and other fast travel methods are located around the map to ensure minimal downtime. Captured points, if not defended, can be taken by the enemy. Use the various tools available to quickly traverse the map and secure resources or ambush enemies. Tactical planning and well-coordinated teamwork will be the key to victory. The city of Eruditio has been greatly expanded upon and will be coming alongside new story mode chapters. The mysterious figure responsible for the recent bombing is about to be revealed, and the Infinite Gateway will finally be opened. But for what purpose? Take a front row seat as the story unfolds. And finally, Mobile Legends' 7th anniversary celebration is almost here. And of course, there will be a slew of awesome events and rewards for everyone. We hope you're as excited about this update as we are. And that's everything coming in September's Project Next. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Para sa akin, ang pinakamagaling na mage ngayong Season 12 si Sanji ng Echo.
Si Sanji.
Kasi yung playstyle niya ngayon as mid lane is maingat na aggressive. Magaling siya gumamit ng mga skills niya. Malawak yung hero pool niya.
Based sa stats niya, sobrang ganda ng mga nilalaro niya. Tingin ko malaking help siya para maging champion talaga yung Echo.
Magaling din siya sa bumaista ng mga bush. Parang may map reading siya.
Top 3 mid laner ko this season is si Kapitan Pew, Sanji, tsaka si Haji.
Top 1 ko si Pew, top 2 Sanji, top 3 Yue.
Ang top 1 ko si Sanji, ang top 2 ko si Haji, top 3 ko si Pew.
Haji, si Sanji, and si Super Prince. Top 1 ko si Sanji, top 2 si Pew, top 3 si Super Prince.
Mas agresibo kasi si Sanji Talagang lalaban ng skillan sa'yo. Kahit mamaga kayo pareha sa mid, okay lang sa kanya. Tatalunin ka niya sa micro-watt.
Number 2 sa akin si Haji kasi sobrang ganda ng pinapakita niya kung paano niya control yung mid lane sa early game. Tapos
stats niya sobrang bihira lang siya mahuli. Sobrang hirap niyang bulangan sa lane. Ang dami rin ang natutunan sa kanya.
Para sa akin, top 3 si Yue kasi unang season pa lang niya, napatunayan na agad niya na kaya niyang makipagsabayan sa mga pro player at nakuha niya yung Rookie of the Season na title.
Top 2 ko si Yue kasi gusto ko rin yung galawan ni Yue sa mid lane kasi ang hirap niya rin huliin. Alam niya yung timing niya, paano siya lalaban sa team fight. Tapos mga skill shot niya laging tumatama.
Ang player siguro na kailangan pang may improve si Aji. Kasi napahinga siya na isang season eh.
Pinakamahinang post-por sa akin yun, siguro si Pew. Kasi idol ko siya pero pagka siya na yung sinusuportahan ko, laging hindi niya nakukuha yung kampyonato eh. Kumbaga binibiti niya ako eh. Simula nung umalis si Raywood, di na siya nag-champion.
Kaya ito kasi masasabi ko sa kanya na natutuwa ako na maglalaro ulit siya kasi last season coach siya eh. Tapos ngayon makakatapat ko na ulit siya sa mid. Pinakagusto ko sa game style ni Tomax is yung tapang niya sa paglalaro. Kasi kahit anong mangyari, hindi mo makikita sa kanya yung takot siya sa paglalaro eh. Di tulad ng ibang mid laner na kapag nalulugi, ayaw na magpakamatay ganun tapos hindi na gumagawa ng sariling play.
Para sa akin si Tomax, kailangan niya ulit mag-batak, mag-grind. Kailangan niyang habulin yung laro niya kung ano yung laro niya dati. Nainano ko kay Pew pag pinupo na siya ng mga error niya. Tapos hindi na siya magsasalita nun, parang nawawala na yung pagiging captain niya sa team. Minsan mali-mali din yung decision niya sa pagkocommand.
Ang masabi ko lang sa sinabi ni Sanji na siya yung pinakamagaling na paspor ngayon season. Huwag siya papakampante. Kasi galing akong top 8. Lahat na nasa baba, wala ibang pupuntahan kundi taas.
Kung irarang ko po yung mga mid laners, feel ko po ako po yung top 1, tas lahat sila top 2 na. Kasi feel ko pantay-pantay lang naman sila. Kulang sila sa hero pool and kulang lang sila sa top 1. Mas marami akong kayang gamitin kaysa sa mga ibang mid laners.
Pagkatapos ng 3 World Championship, 3 gold medal, 2 MSC Championship, 1 National Team World Championship. Tapos na daw ang Philippine era, parang nakakalimutan na nila. Sige, sa serye na ito, ituturo ko sa inyo ang mga strategiya na nagpatunay na Pinas lang malakas. Ito ang ating Philippine meta. Ako po si Renmar Reptar Santa Cruz at ngayong araw pag-aaralan natin kung paano pinatunayan ng Blacklist International na ang UBE o Ultimate Bonding Experience ay isang mga pinakamalakas na strategiya na pwede mo gamitin sa ating paboritong laro, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Ang UBE strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang buong team ay nagsasama-sama para ipanalo ang mga team fights, objective taking at panggugulo sa mga lanes habang sinusuportahan ng mga high damage heroes at maaasahang support heroes mula sa backline. Isa itong strategy na madalas gumagamit ng mga utility junglers kasabay ng mga support heroes na may kakayahang mag-heal o buff ng kanyang mga kakampi. Hindi tulad ng mga traditional na tank heroes na tumatangke lamang ng damage mula sa mga kalaban. Kaya gana dito si Minotaur kaya niya tumangke, kaya niya mag-set, kaya rin niya mag-heal. Maaari nang simulan ang UBE strat as early as possible. Kapag nakuha mo na at ang inyong teammates ang kani-kanilang ultimate skills o di naman kaya'y kung may available na strategic objective sa map, maaari nang magsama-sama para ipanalo ang mga team fights. Sa umpisa, ang mga marksman o gold laner heroes ay kadalasang binabantayan ng roamer at sumasama lamang sa teamfights kung may sapat na itong mga items at damage lalo na sa mid to late game. Ang strat na ito ay may kakayahang i-bait ang mga skills ng kalaban at i-sustain ang kanilang damage hanggang sa mawalan na ang enemy team ng kakayahan na makalaban sa mga teamfights. Ang mga high sustain heroes sa frontline at support ang dapat humaharap sa kalaban, habang ang mga damage dealers tulad ng marksmen at mages ay dapat mahusay na nakapwesto sa mga clash para parusahan ang anumang errors at maling positioning ng mga kalaban. Samantala, dapat tandaan na crucial ang draft pick phase pagdating sa strat na ito para matiyak na maging epektibo ang lineup ng inyong team. Mga heroes katulad ni Rafaela, Diggy, Faramis, Floren at Estes ang ilan sa pinaka-epektibong support heroes para magtagumpay ang strategy na ito, habang sila Balmond, Aldous, Barats at Fred rin naman ang pinakamadalas gamiting jungler heroes ng Blacklist International dahil sa sustainability at kakayahan nitong kunin ang mga big objectives sa gitna ng mga laban. Pero dati, nakita na rin natin madalas gamitin ng Blacklist ang Yi Sun-shin at Granger sa Ube strat. At alam niyo na ano ang nangyari dahil sa effectivity ng ganitong playstyle, nakuha ng Blacklist International ang 3 Mpl-Ph title at syempre ang M3 World Championship title noong 2021.
Gentlemen, Blacklist International have done...
Patuloy na namamayagpag ang strat na ito at sa katunayan ay inadopt na rin ito ng ibang MPL regions and MLBB esports leagues around the world. At ngayon may konting idea na tayo kung paano gamitin ang ube strategy ng Blacklist International, umaasa kami na ma-improve nyo palalo ang inyong playstyle at makaka-dominate na kayo sa inyong ranked games. Wag nyo kalimutan, practice at in-game communication ang mga susi para maipatupad nyo ang inyong playstyle. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy meta ba na ito ay muling madodominate ang MPL Philippines Season 12 at paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana may natutunan kayo sa video na ito at kung mayroon kayong tanong, dagdag o mga suggestion para paunlarin ang strat na ito, i-comment nyo lang ito sa baba. Magkita-kita tayo muli dito sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Maging laging updated at i-follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng MPL Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
Ang lupit talaga ni Ogwen, 0111. At kasama ko dito ang mga masters sa buhay ni Master Ogwen. Hello, si Lola Nelly. Lola, sino naman kasama natin dito ngayon?
Mga apo kong iba.
Apo, mga apo, taas kamay, apo! Taas kamay at mami ni Ogwen. Ano pong pangalan po?
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT mo, sana sa'yo. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Better wiser.
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi.
Si Yawi.
Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya, lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu.
Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Ilang beses na rin siya nag-champion eh. Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban.
Siguro yung top 3 tank ko sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogen.
Yawi, Ogwen. Ako, si Ogwen, si Yawi. Top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yawi, si Light, at si Ogwen.
Si Yawe, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako.
Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, antay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya.
Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya na maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga ugalaw niya, and sa RG ganoon pa rin. Si Chuck na yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict na kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chakno kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabot.
Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chakno kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung diyan pa rin yung gutom.
Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon.
Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny Day kasi unti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chakno, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya. Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinakagusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco user. Mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play gap. Hindi lang kasi ako malakas eh. Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at K-Perks yung experience ko sa MPL. Si Ogwen hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light at si Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko.
Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko na laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawi. Former teammate ko siya tas hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room. Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Kabigting, IGN po Bao, multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay Gold Lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from Mpl-Ph and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyon of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post 4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatryout po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatryout po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MPL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin ng girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok ko na yung PL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Nung nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinataw ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice.
Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So yun, nag-start ako sa MDL season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Mpl-Ph.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE, boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE, boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSG ay masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakakabanding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po, marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kaming tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onyx ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa AP brand, okay naman po. Mababait naman po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling yung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon. Lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok ng MPL.
Yung experience ko sa RSG ay masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So, doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasaya po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po talaga, ang tryout for MDL lang po. So, parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSG-PH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa Mpl-Ph this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala kong this season sa Mpl-Ph is yung adaptability kung mabilis ako maka-adapt and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayong MPL, gusto kong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi napakagaling po niya. Ang taas ng IQ sa game.
Ang gusto ko pong makatapat is Blacklist kasi nandun si Aeon, best friend ko po. Tapos pangalawa naman ang Echo, si Sanford dahil dati ko pa siya nakakatapat. Gusto ko maglabang kami sa MPL.
Gusto ko sana makalaban yung Omega, si Kelra. Kasi lagi ko siya nakakatapat sa RG. Gusto ko rin matry at matalo siya sa MPL naman.
Ang gusto ko po makalaban ngayong season, Echo po. Since si Yawi and halos same kami ng playstyle tsaka hero pool.
Echo kasi yun nga, sila yung nanalo nung last time sa M4. Saka sila yung pinakamalakas kasi ngayon season, tingin ko.
Yung team po na gusto kong makalaban this season is yung Echo po. Dahil andun si Sanji, kaya gusto po malaman sino mas malakas sa amin.
Supportahan niyo lahat ng teams na gusto nyo and sa mga supporters naman ng MNNE, boss, abangan nyo kami and gagawin namin yung best namin this season.
Abangan nyo ako sa Season 12, guys. Papakitaan ko kayo. Papatunayan ko na kaya ko may pagsabayan kahit nag-aaral ako.
Sana supportahan nyo kami sa mga paparating na laban at sana i-welcome nyo ako na member ng RSG-PH.
Hello, ako si Mumukid. Please support me this upcoming MPL season. Thank you.
Abangan nyo po ako sa darating na MPL na mapakita at mapatunayan ko ang sarili ko bilang rookie.
Hi, thank you for supporting Mpl-Ph. Subaybayan niyo po yung mga laro namin ngayong season. Marami po kaming nakahanda.
replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good evening, MLBB fans all around the world. I'm Mara Aquino and welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 12. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the main event of the evening. The former Kings of C, now empowered by a mechanically gifted jungler, is about to face the reigning champions of the world, helmed by the young GOAT. This much-anticipated matchup all started with daring claims and spicier clapbacks. Raiders, Orcas, brace yourselves as they face each other anew. This is RSG Philippines versus Echo. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
The rematch is on! Can Irad avenge his Season 11 defeat? Or will Carl Teasy, the young GOAT, still get the best of him? Let's all find out. Good evening, everybody. I'm Rockhart, and this is always Sex and Midnight, here to bring you the star matchup, RSG Philippines versus Echo.
Time flies so fast. It's Sunday, and it's C versus World.
Yeah. It
Wow.
flies so fast that this time around, Carl Teasy is not young anymore.
No.
I mean, he's young by age, but he's now in
He's
front
the grown
of a
GOAT.
younger, new prospect of a veteran, probably a veteran jungler in PH. Irad is on the rise. That is that is really interesting sentence in and of itself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. To think that most of the matchup right now is focused on the two junglers of Echo and RSG Philippines. This is one heated matchup we are about to see even this evening.
Yep, young as, not really as young as we thought he would be. But of course, he's definitely the youngest that we've ever seen here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang to become the greatest of all time. Either way, if you guys are enjoying the MLBB action for today, this is our third and last game for today. And I have to say, it was close. We got some pretty close calls, and we had some expected results. But so far, what has been your favorite match for today so far?
Today, I have just into the focus of, Yuzong was one in the second series. Yeah, and the gold lane, yeah. The focus on the gold lane meta right now, and specifically the players of the gold laners in all the teams in MPL Season 12, is just amazing to see. The growth and all of the things. And actually, they're becoming a legend, slowly but surely.
But do you want to pay like a legend?
Yeah, I want to.
Then pay with Maya! And of course, that's in partnership with Mpl-Ph. Get your own limited edition MLBB cards exclusive on Maya. Now, Midnight, how was the Yuzong?
It's a Yuzong. What more can you say?
Just
it's a
kidding.
Yuzong, It's an amazing explainer. It's an amazing partner when it comes to starting team fights.
Another partner of us, of course, is going to be Giga Arena. Hey. Before we begin our upcoming series, let's go thank our official telco partner, Smart. We have Giga Arena for Smart, which is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can find and join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
And to get started, they just need to create an account on the gigaarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers. It's just easy, and get on with the game.
Speaking of the game, the matchup, the highlight of this matchup, it's Carl TZ versus Irad, from rivals to besties.
Yeah, I remember back in Season 11 playoffs, that exchange with the bandits and the trash on stage.
Heated.
Oh, got heated, but now it's completely changed.
Yeah.
Week 1, we got an interview from Irad and Carl Tizzy, and the rivalry started with a daring statement, and it continued in the land of Dawn Midnight.
And the thing is, it's very cool to see that, when things get heated in exchange between these two players, when the fight starts getting nearer, like, okay, we're kind of backing out, they're chilling, they're now besties, but at the end of the day, there's a game to be played, and this is where you show the swag.
This is how it all started. Irad versus Kyle Tizzy. Look at that, it's just a newspaper. I hope we get the MPL newspapers every weekend.
Oh yeah, we need that. We need that. So
Yeah.
playoffs day 2, RSG beat Echo 3-2 in the best of 5. They go to the lower bracket. And in that same day, Irad said, it's not that I'm big-headed, but for me, I'm stronger in the Lancelot than Carl Tizzy.
Spicy bars back in season 11.
And in, of course, day 3, Carl Tizzy, the young goat, says, I'll see you in the playoffs. The last person who told me that went on retirement. Of course, the playoffs in day 4, Echo beat RSG, completing the circle and cementing the young goat as he becomes the champion of that season.
Yeah, and they beat RSG 3-2. Oh, it's a rivalry, and to look how these teams are going. Wow, season 11, and even from last week, even looking by RSG how they even met, they also face a lot of problems. RSG is also, well, yesterday was the break-in of the winning and the losing streak. We can easily include RSG in the losing streak right now.
You know what? It's really interesting because, again, Carl Tizzy made a different quote this time around. He said, good luck to the both of us, Irad. I hope you're no longer angry with me. You're my best friend, even though you are angry with me. And Irad also, had a message of his own. He said, if that's what he thinks of me, then I feel the same. I'm not really mad at Carl Tizzy. He's fun to play against because I learned a lot. Good luck to the both of us. But you know what's true, right? Like, yes, they are good in terms of, social-wise.
Yeah,
They're good friends.
Yeah, everybody
They can
is.
be chilled together in the room. But at the end of the day, there's a game to be played.
We got a game, folks.
There's a match to finish.
We got to sell some scores, and someone is going to be ahead of the curve today.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
So the big question is who, and the big question is, will the Lancelot come into play?
Okay. We were breaking it down earlier in the pre-show segment of the series. It was the fighters that was actually showing in the jungle meta, right? Fighters, you have
tanks.
this, and tanks, you have the sustain. And we were talking about Leomord would actually be showing up with a slight chance.
The Danmord.
It can show. What?
The Danmord.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. But will they consider this? Because we've seen RSG Philippines using mostly of the sustain lineups on the jungle.
Yeah.
Will they ever show? Because Irad, we know this guy's like, I want action. I want just bouncing on the walls, flying.
Yeah, that's a very good point because Carl Tizzy is no longer like the old jungle that he is. Like he does still play assassins, but he prioritizes winning more, which just means that adjusting to whatever is needed for his composition or their lineup. And that happened with Irad as well. Like we now see more in the Fredrins, like the utility junglers for RSG. Again, it's kind of like a renaissance for the Task Force RSG, wherein they just play objective. They pick heroes that are really needed in compositions. They play Guinevere. It's an assassin,
game,
but he plays it as a tank.
Remember yesterday, in an interview with Carl Tizzy, he said one of his goals is still the most damage taken. So not the damage, the most damage taken.
Yeah.
Meaning
he wants to receive it.
He wants to go tank.
That's the thing. You know what's crazy? Most assists, most damage taken, usually it's a tank and support. He's on the top 5 of that list, and he's a jungler.
Yeah, Midnight is just going crazy about the stats.
He does not stop.
Yeah.
Like, he wants to get all of the titles. World medalist.
Yeah.
National champion.
Best in the world.
Best in the world. But he's not topping there. Like, he wants to take over the support role.
Yeah.
The tank role.
He has if we have a hit list, he has like a bucket list.
Yeah.
To even
He has the entire list.
Yeah, even Midnight right now, how he is actually explaining, not exaggerating things, but that's speaking based on facts.
Yeah.
And he has all the notebooks in his own room to even.
I mean, I'm not Panda.
Yeah, but digital notebooks.
Digital.
We're in an advanced era now. Midnight is just doing all his records. Yeah, that's one thing. So
Gen Z.
yeah, but But this is the problem. Will they go for the flashy? Will they go for the action now since Irad is here? Well, we see him do the more. It's all fighters. But we could expect. The Fanny was picked though. It wasn't really a good answer in their first week in the season 12.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think at this point, week 2, these two teams, they're already eyeing at, polishing their lineups, and I feel like you have to consider the fact that fighters are just more viable right now in the current meta. But I do understand your point wherein they might just sacrifice, for the sake of just showing up the assassins against each other.
Assassins. Will that make an appearance here? That's something you guys will have to wait for a bit because we do have some information about our insider. Maybe they'll tell us. Let's throw it over them.
More than just a game. Yan ang meron ng isa sa mga pinakamalakas mag-Lancelot dito sa buong Pilipinas in terms of his statement. But there is more to the character of Irad, the eradicator of RSG Philippines. Sobrang naging iba ang aura ni Irad compared sa unang beses ko siyang nakausap mula ng Season 10 because there were so many other things na kanyang kinonsider. From Season 10, nabanggit niya sa akin na nung unang beses na nakalaro siya, napakatakot niyang magkamali dahil alam niya na merong mga papalit sa kanya na ibang mga junglers that also play the same role as him. Pero ngayon, na nandito siya mismo in terms of like Season 12, may mas gusto siyang patunayan. Wala man siyang kalaban at kakompetensya in terms of the role. Ang nais niyang patunayan ay ang kalaban niya naman ay ang kanyang sarili. He really wants to prove na sobrang deserve niya ang slot na nakuha niya ngayon sa RSG Philippines and he doesn't want to let his teammates down. Maraming chances ang naibigay sa sobrang daming mga junglers in the amateur scene, but this time he wants to prove them wrong. At ang isa sa mga nagtiwala kay Irad mula sa side ng TNC Pro Team ay walang iba kundi si Bentings. Dahil kung hindi nyo pa nababasa ang isa sa mga article na nakalap din natin all over social media, Bentings was the one that gave Irad a way para makasali sa RSG Philippines. Dahil nung nakaraang Season 10 ay pinahiram siya ng cellphone nito, kung kaya naman dala-dala rin ng personal phone or nasa likod ng personal phone ni Irad yung sticker ni Bentings to always remind him na laging may sumusuporta sa kanya in terms of the gameplay na kailangan niyang gawin. So that is something na talagang naging malaki para dito kay Irad moving forward into this game. Speaking of supporter, there is another player na dati niya ring pinakaka-close sa RSG Philippines, which is none other than Perks. And nakita niya yung performance ni Perks yesterday in a 0 or 2-0 sweep kontra sa Blacklist International, kung kaya naman ay talagang bumilib siya and na-miss niya ng konti ang kanyang bestie. Pero sabi niya ngayon kay Perks ay talagang panoorin mo ko as I go up against one of the best junglers in the world. At ito ang pinakahinihintay ng lahat. Nabanggit din ni Carl Tizzy yesterday na, uy, Irad, besties na tayo. Bati na tayo for the Season 12. Ang sabi naman ni Irad sa akin, kung sakali na yan talaga ang gusto mo, if you really want to be besties this time around, sige, bati na tayo. Pero pagkatapos na ng laban. And that is all for me. I'm sure na talagang maghahanda ang Echo kontra sa side ng RSG Philippines, who are really looking forward to bounce back and get more points in the standings. My name once again is Hans Galeria. Let's throw it back to our casters.
There you go. They basically summarized everything we talked about there in the pre-desk where, yeah, we're going to be besties, but we'll talk later after the match.
Yeah, it was also a question. Is RSG Philippines back on form? We see them perform in week 1. We see how a Monster Vanats is a player in the EXP lane. We see how he completely could get back in his own MSC form. So is it now the right time to even fix everything up? Because in their match yesterday, they lost like straight 0-2.
Yeah.
So what is the problem here that needs to be addressed?
I mean, at this point, there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed. Number one is the fact that RSG is easily readable, like with a lot of teams that are here in MPL. Because
like
again,
a notebook.
They're like a notebook, right? Like Coach Panda is a very textbook coach. RSG is a very textbook team. They understand what works and what does not work. But if you go about it like the same way for 2 weeks, teams start noticing nuances as to how RSG plays in MPL. And I feel like Echo could actually break that. Like, it is an advantage for Echo to actually face up against RSG, So I think that's where you start looking here for for RSG. Coach Manda needs to be able to get out of the comfort zone without losing, without sacrificing the quality of the gameplay of the players. They're easily readable by a lot of the teams.
It's a make or break. You agree?
The make or break.
Yeah, for RSG. Sometimes you need to set up the tempo, sometimes you lose the tempo.
And it feels like it all depends on how they wake up in that morning, because everything, I think their plans is already laid out.
Yeah.
But whether or not they're able to execute it, I think we saw that yesterday. It was a bit of a disaster. They have a good early game plan, but mid-game to late game, it starts to fall apart. And that resulted in them losing out on yesterday's game.
So will this be another key to victory, same as last time? Will they set up Irad for success, or will they go a different? Who are the playmakers here? Because I'm just thinking, who can set things up better for this one?
We got to see the players here for whoever plays for both sides. So yeah, we shall see.
Let's watch our teams as they walk into the stage for match number 3 out today.
Still undefeated, still the standard. Will they be ever stopped in the rise to the top? They are proud and loud. It's the world champions, Echo! Into your souls before the match even starts. Can they now look forward to getting their groove back? Rising for another slay, it's RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Panda. It's C versus the world.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The M4 World Champions right there in front of your screens. It is Echo.
Still the same lineup. Daddy JP still on the roam. Yawi isn't playing yet. But with this kind of formula, Echo has just completely keeps on surprising us with this kind of execution that Daddy JP can do.
Yeah, there's still a there's still kind of a semblance as to their World Championship form. Even though JP is playing in the roam position, he does fill up like the roam. The role for Rome really well, but one thing is for certain, RSG Philippines, I want to emphasize, last season they were in a very same spot. They broke their lose streak in front of Echo, and I feel like again with the renaissance of the Task Force RSG, when we saw Nats enter the stage earlier with the punches, maybe we should expect some Paquitos or some heavy hitting heroes on
yeah,
Nats.
I'm ready.
As we are ready, maybe we shall see the Nats Entertainment at peak form. I want to say that this Task Force RSG, this lineup, is still very much capable of demolishing games wherein they take control.
Yeah, speaking of control, head-to-head, even just by looking at the similar hero pool on our goal lanes, it was the focus that we're trying to build in series number 2. But it all boils down on how will the jungles will actually do their adjustment, because we see Rome, we see March, we see the sustainers. One thing that stands out is just the Guinevere Rockhard. I know this could be actually an EXP in the jungler, but it just works for Irad. But who will he go that route again?
No, you know what's gonna happen? Irad is gonna pick up Leomord.
Ooh.
Are you sure?
No,
Calling the shots there,
not really.
Carl
I mean,
I kid.
That's a very bold prediction.
It's just my, my personal hit wish list.
Yeah.
If you guys got a hit list, I
You have
got
a
my
wish list. Oh,
And
yeah.
that's Leomord coming back into pro play here. But wishes aside, we gotta stick with the facts. 95% Lord control ratio for Echo, bro.
Turtle and Lord, by the way. 88 and 95 with Lord. That's crazy. And it's a very big factor as to the the wins of Echo. Like, these are major objectives. The Turtle, even though Mobazane said that Turtle doesn't really amount to much, that meta has changed. Turtle gives a lot of XP, and that's the reason why, for the most part, Echo wins their games through Snowball.
Yeah, speaking of Snowball, that graph is almost blue in all areas. And even for RSG, we could actually look for their own strengths. We look at team fights, we look at team fight counters, but how will they even pull that off with a kind of facts?
You know what? Let's stick to the facts. And the fact is that these teams have their own win conditions. And of course, here in the MPL Philippines, we call that the keys to victory. Of course, brought to us by Infinix. Midnight, kindly break this down.
These are the keys to victories brought to you by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Carl TZ, or for Echo, but for Carl TZ mainly, you have to tame your best team. You have to make sure that Irad does not show his mechanics here. He does not pop off. Because we've seen Irad pop off, specifically against Echo, especially with the Lancelot throwback in Season 11, where he just ran off to the ends of the earth when he was able to outplay Echo, and that's where you start looking into the matchup. Carl TZ needs to be able to control that, while Irad, he needs to be able to punish Carl TZ's relentless aggression. Whenever he gets the snowball, whenever he picks his target, Irad should be there. There's no longer a one in Irad's name. He is a team player now. He's not just the one. He's playing for RSG, and he needs to be able to punish Carl TZ for his team. Now, for both sides, do not lose your cool. I would say they're cool guys. They have swag. They have amazing aura behind them. But in-game, mistakes are easily punishable. Right now, they are besties. They're showing up their hands. They're drawing up a signature here, a friendly signature in the Filipino culture. That's a burger. But in this game, patience is really something that they should hold on to. Because again, as I said earlier, I need to reiterate, punishing is going to be key here for both sides. These are very fundamental teams. These are very...
That is just an amazing keys to victory with the sight of two junglers.
That's right.
Doing the burgers. It's a tradition in the Philippines, but it was just, yeah.
Right there,
You
the
can do it.
time-honored tradition of passing Zebega.
Come on.
Zebega.
Yeah.
This
We
is
are
sign of
united.
friendship here.
Yeah.
Sign of friendship.
It started from a meme.
It used to be
And
a
we're
heart,
here.
and now it turned into a burger because it was so deformed.
Yeah.
But in the end, the Filipinos love to eat. Apparently, so the burger makes more sense.
You know what's crazy? The expression in and of itself, like burger, because in the Filipino community, they usually say it, burger ka sa akin, right?
I'm gonna burger you.
I'm gonna burger you. It connotes like a a negative and a positive sentence. Like I'm burger ka sa akin.
It's
like
amazing.
I might destroy you, or let's go get some cheeseburger later.
Yeah, it's something that when you guys do either in a battle and just ask someone, hey, you owe me a burger, pa-burger ka naman, right? Yeah, it's just a way of rewarding each and everybody. It could be positive, it could be negative.
But you know who's gonna get sandwiched later on? I think it's gonna be RSG if Carl goes back to the Joy.
Oh yeah.
He has been having fun on that Joy, who has been sandwiching everybody and has been twerking in front of the base.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember that yesterday.
As well as Coach Tic Tac.
As well as Coach Tic Tac. So
Yeah.
on the Joy, Carl TZ loves to go for these sandwich plays. He comes in last and then finishes off the whole squad. So
Yep.
maybe that's something that they can talk
Yep.
about there later in the coming draft.
So even by just comparing the ratio of how their team fight head-to-head is just being compared to one another, how will they even answer that problem? How will they answer the back line? Because most sports we see how RSG sometimes loses their game mid to late. So if the Joy could be in a threat to this game, how will they even secure that back line for RSG?
There's two things. Again, number one, it has to either come from the roam, like getting a Kaja or Franco on light, but also making sure that Ira does not lose steam against the Joy. Because one problem that you have when you play Joy jungle is that you lose late game potential. Like it's hard to play Joy jungle against late game lineups or just CC heavy lineups, because yes, you have CC immunity, but it's just for a short limited amount of time. And the thing is, Ira does play a lot of exotic heroes. They have a lot of they have a lot of things in their arsenal. I think you have to also keep in mind that Lancelot is a good matchup against the Joy jungle, because technically you don't really meet each other, but you also provide problems that Echo needs to solve. So it's sort of like an indirect answer against the Joy, because Echo is not going to be able to play freely with Carl DZ on the front lines, because they also have to deal with the Lancelot of Iran.
That's also the reason why I think if there was any player in the Philippines that can bring it out for the first time again, the Leomord, it's Iran. So many exotic hero
You're really
picks.
calling it, huh?
The assassin jungler potential as well for this guy.
Yeah.
I have to say, this might be it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is draft time for game number 1 of Echo versus RSG. And right off the bat, a very rare first pick these days is the Valentina Midnight.
Yeah, are we finally back in this kind of choices midnight?
This is Season 9 drafting sequence. No Lancelot, no Fredrins in this game. So Joy, Guinevere, Martis, and potentially a Fanny pick from both sides. They're open. Now they go Novaria, they go with the Baksha. Again, Irad, nowadays, utility jungle. I think this is a very safe choice for RSG, but this does give the this does give a potential answer for a potential chance for Echo to answer back with very good counters against the Baksha. For one, they could pick up Claude, or maybe X-Borg. I was gonna say X-Borg because they just zone out the Baksha really well. But they go back with the Joy. Yeah, they go back with the Joy. Echo, fantastic answer. Because the thing is, you don't even know what the role of the Joy is. Could be an XP, could be in the jungle. That's the same with X-Borg. Could be XP, could be jungle. But RSG now has a chance of picking up that Claude or the Beatrix to be able to match up well against the Joy. Like sustain yourself against the Joy.
Or if Eman's playing up to it, maybe a Bruno here in this slot.
Oh yeah.
But no, we go Franco. I'm liking this. I'm liking this for RSG.
The answer.
We've been talking about the Fanny. We talked about either a slippery assassin hero, but with this choice, like Light gets his hands back on Franco on their game, if I can recall correctly, this was one of the ways that they're trying to go back to their form, their own nature, their strength. With the Franco, you have a way to catch this Joy, and you have a way to catch even the Valentina. So I think this answers slowly the skips and the dashes of the heroes of Echo.
One crazy thing about this draft is that RSG, they managed to kind of counter JP in the draft, where they picked up the Franco, and they don't need to think about the Cho pick incoming from the side of Echo. But in terms of like the hero pool in Rome, you getting the Franco as early as this sets up for an amazing Atlas pick. Now they ban out the Cho themselves on the side of RSG. Even though they are fully well equipped to deal with the Cho, they still are respecting JP with his with all his years of experience.
Yeah.
But again, the matchup, it does tell you that Echo could potentially pick up the Atlas, because at the moment, not a lot of Punishers are coming out from the side of RSG.
And for RSG, it feels like they're going pre-S12 meta here. It was Franco galore there back then. Novaria always going to be taken up. Weirdly, not first pick by Echo, which means that they probably have some pretty good answers there in the last part of the draft. But RSG, they're not really... there it is. They read into it.
I think
they read into it.
That was already like a clue.
That was a giveaway.
Yeah, like, well...
That's like, I should have done that.
No.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, we were We were kind of expecting that would be the answer, but yeah.
There you go.
On point. The Bruno, you mentioned it earlier, Rockhart. So the
Evan
Bruno,
feels it.
yeah, since there's a lot of ways that the lineup of Echo can easily escape setups. So this is one way to keep on poking them with the right amount of critical hits.
Yeah.
So with this, what would be the perfect answer? So since they banned out the Beatrix, and as well as I think the Brody's still open.
Yeah, Brody, Atlas, Ixia, Atlas.
Oh, Ixia.
Ixia,
Yeah.
Grok. Ixia, Atlas. Sorry, I already said Ixia, Atlas.
That would be something if Echo went and gave RSG a little piece of their own medicine.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
That would be something.
The Ixia counter. But they went. Oh, Angela!
There it is.
I
There's
forgot
the
the
Ixia.
Angela with the joy.
Oh,
I forgot
yes.
it. Oh, insta-pick. Insta-pick.
Insta-pick Khalid. We've seen it on the first debut pick in hands of Flap TZ. Now you called it, Midnight.
Yep.
The Ixia and the Angela with the joy being present. I think this is the shift for Echo from. Is this even right now? Because RSG has a more rounded answer for the index.
I love their index. It's maximum vision.
I feel like
it's so cool.
I feel like, in terms of overall composition, RSG does have more to their lineup. Like, they have push, they have early game, they have catch, they have vision with the Navaria. But the threat, like the kill threats, because it's hard to quantify kill threats, right? Like the catch against the Joy, it's there, but provided with the sustain of the Angela, Carl DZ again has access towards that Bruno, and I feel like this export is still going to become a problem for RSG.
Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 1 of Echo versus RSG here in week 2, day number 3. I got to say, I'm feeling it for Echo. They seem to have their own way of dealing with the RSG comfort here. Not to mention a big turnaround using the Ixia against the guy who used it for the first time here in the season. That's something for Echo. As you know, the world champions, they gotta make their mark, and they're doing it.
What?
Very quickly though, what was that?
Right away, RSG secures the first blood.
Yeah, that was JP. JP willingly, sacrificed his life because RSG invaded Echo's jungle. They're not letting Carl DZ jungle for free.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the retry from Irad just to take the green.
Really?
Wow.
Really, Irad?
I can feel the beat of the drums and the pressure is just on for RSG and Echo. What is this? The keys to victory. We were talking about how they can actually go, but by the trivia, Orcus versus Rangers in
No
MPL
way.
Season 8. Both have played 38 games.
Irad!
Oh no, wow. He is really going aggressive and giving pressure. And JP just being denied on vision, and everybody's rotating quickly up top.
All right.
3 members from RSG.
A big reminder, guys, Echo is behind by 2 games against RSG overall. I was surprised by that fact.
Yeah.
And I wonder what's going to happen. This is going to be a big tilt there in either team's favor, whoever wins this.
Look at this RSG just playing the jungle of Echo. They're not letting Carl DZ farm for free. All resources are being contested. And I want to point out, Irad stole the promo buff without retry.
Oh, look at the dodge, look at the hits, look at the spams of Cartesi.
Carthy is behind in levels, bro.
Yeah.
And on
Benny?
the what? What is happening?
Okay. We have to hold our horses here. Echo is just being delayed and denied early game. How is this being possible? RSG is just in a completely different mood today.
Doesn't it feel like they just woke up on a different side of the bed today, Midnight?
I mean, this is typical task force RSG again, as we saw in previous the previous series. Like they have the chance. They have the capability of actually demolishing early games like this.
Oh, now Eman took down JP Light, secures the first objective, and that's the bite. That is suppressed Sanji. That's the hook follow-up. Now he can't go. He's being slowed down. Irad secures the kill. Wow. Echo could not even contest that turtle.
Carl DZ is still level 3!
He's
level 3!
He doesn't have even the ultimate yet present, and Irad is just completely stealing his own objectives, just being strong. Dazzle and Sandy connecting onto Irad. Will the magic be enough?
Oh,
yes, it will.
no!
Nets finally takes down one. Carl DZ falls down.
My mind is blown right now, Midnight. Midnight, are you okay? He looks stunned.
If I was Carl DZ, I'd quit. I'd quit this very second. Not Light. Irad has been invading the jungle of Echo relentlessly. And not, he's willing to trade HP because he has a heal. He has a heal. has a way to get his HP back, and he is using those HP to make sure that he pokes Carlteasy.
Bro.
Irad just goes in,
How do
steals
you-
all the bombs!
How do you even tame the besties meet once again? Oh yeah, he just
Mando.
right flicker right onto Carlteasy. He can't move. Irad secures another kill. That's 2-1 KDA.
This is a beatdown. There's just no other way to say it. A beatdown on the jungle of Echo.
I mean, RSG, Irad, he's feeling it at the moment. He remembers APBR versus RSG. I died 3 times in my jungle. I was a joy.
While all that was happening, full outer turret
flashback.
energy shield plus a turret on top side for RSG.
Goodness, this is how APBR played against RSG when Irad was playing Joy. Now Irad is doing the same thing to the world champion, to the GOAT, the GOAT of MLBB.
Wow, they're putting really high pressure on Echo, even by just looking at the lead. We're looking at 3.4. And as of this one, I think this is not a good chance even for Echo to contest this one. And then Irad, from stealing all the objectives from Carlteasy, he takes down a second objective. And okay, there comes a showdown again up top. Carlteasy versus Nats.
It's here.
Here comes the response. That is the ultimate from Aqua. The hook misses. Carlteasy dodges, completely using his turret for his own safety. RSG Philippines.
Look at this pressure light! Light is here!
Oh, bloody
Stop
hunt.
it!
Connecting onto Carlteasy. Hard guard to the rescue. Daddy Jape is here. And with the hook follow-up, Sanji is in front for Echo to defend. No, another kill he denies. RSG to keep on a roll.
They're in full control right now. They're not slowing down.
Oh my goodness, RSG. Carlteasy's trying to look for the punish. Hook does not land. Nats!
Nats right into the middle, right connecting onto the damage. Sanford secures the kill. He takes one down. And Emon completely going mad. Takes another. And it's a 3-0-0 onto this Bruno. And Carlteasy half on HP. Irad has eyes on this jungler. Now he's not probably going to let this go. 3-man rotation quickly.
Oh my goodness.
Over and over again, gentlemen.
Aqua, definitely. Unsung hero here, getting full vision of Echo all the time, Midnight.
They cannot breathe at all on the side of Echo, like RSG. What they're doing right now is that they're willing to throw bodies at Echo just to make sure that Carlteasy is not able to get out of the jungle. They're not done yet!
Not done again!
My goodness.
This is brutal.
The damage, the response, the pressure, the pin down onto the young GOAT Carlteasy. 3 deaths onto this Joy. How do you even wake up?
Imagine. I don't even have time to analyze certain situations.
No.
Imagine Carlteasy.
We got another one.
Oh, they just pinned down another 2 here from Echo. That's the bloody hunt. Gonna go to Medicutie. A deny for this marksman. Stun on Sanji. He goes down. Eman gets a triple. And a 6-0 onto this Bruno. RSG has gone mad. It is not even 7 minutes. That's another push up top. And they're making the map red.
Dude, it's 6 minutes!
6 minutes!
They're pushing a second tier tower with a damage reduction! They've taken 2 towers already! Oh my goodness, RSG!
Guys, 6 minutes, 8.3k gold lead. No one does this. This is a...
No one.
No one does this, not to anyone.
No one has been able to do this since 2019.
Not to Minana.
Guys, we're looking at throwbacks on how this game could actually go.
9k gold lead by 7 minutes in.
Yeah, all of us here in the English desk are actually losing it. Oh, Carlteasy
It's
gives a
okay,
thumbs up
he's
for
okay,
the damage.
thumbs up. He's okay, he's okay.
And they're just putting Echo into base defense.
All right, let's breathe a little bit. Midnight.
Wait, tell Echo that.
Midnight, what's the call? If you are Echo right now, what's your call as a shot caller?
Like what you said. Take a little breather. But the question is how? Like you're stuck inside the base. Evan is pushing. Base tower. 7 minutes in.
Eman is just looking for a way to end Sanford. He takes it. Completely takes him down by just few hits. This Bruno completely energized with damage.
Rockhart, I apologize. I don't have time to answer your question. Sanji goes in.
Initiation from Sanji. Will this be the answer? Terrified onto Emma. He just completely bursting down. 3, 4 members out of Echo. And Carlteasy is the only one left. And could this be it, though? Sanford is back on the game.
It.
And it's just RSG on the gold lead. Last Insanity. Will this be the answer for the damage?
That's it!
Irad falls
No,
down. Sanford
no,
secures the kill, still defending the base.
Okay.
Wave still pushing in.
Defable?
Okay, it's
Defable.
still
Defendable.
defendable
He had flicker.
for Echo. Now this could be danger for RSG Philippines.
10k gold lead,
Dude.
ladies and gentlemen.
Fortunately for Echo, Sandwich had flicker, was able to get out. And with the last proc from the the flames from Sanford, they able to get a kill on Irad and not. But Eman is just so damn big on this Bruno.
No fastest game today, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching or binge watching an episode, if you want to go straightly right on the right time, this is completely fast forward into things that we
This is
discussed.
ultra fast.
Yeah,
Ultra fast.
in the
Ultra fast
drafting,
gameplay.
we were discussing past possibilities. We were discussing even opportunities for this draft.
I mean, the draft was longer. The draft itself was longer
That's true, though. That is
than
true.
the potential end of this game. But there's still a base for RSG to take. Again, I do not have time to analyze. But again, RSG, it was
Irad,
just them forcing reactions from Echo and making sure that they shut down Call TZ's jungle. Light and Nats, they've done this to Echo. And now Eman is finishing the job.
This is just a really hard game for Echo to even utilize in their own way. Pokes after pokes, and you have
Lord
the
is
taunt.
here.
A hook
Wow.
onto Light. Bloody Hunt. Sanford has been the target here, and now he falls. Irad takes the kill. Now Carltese looking for a way to make a play. Now
Oh my goodness, look at the
He's
Eman.
forced back to the base. Now Nats as well being in trouble right in the corner, but the action is still on the mid. RSG slowly, in a few seconds, slowly they take the win, and they take game number 1.
You can hear the crowd go wild while this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. My goodness, even Coach Panda looks stunned.
Oh my freaking god. I mean, at this point, I remember hearing amazing quotes. Are you not entertained?
Someone came to play today.
Okay, we were actually even expecting if that was a Nats Paquito, maybe that's just completely game face for RSG Philippines. We were just entering the game. Rockhard is saying, welcome to day number 3 last year's, and oh my gosh, somebody got taken down.
I'm not joking, the draft was longer.
It was.
Draft usually takes 10 minutes. The game ended 9:57, which I believe is the fastest game in MPL Season 12.
Season 12, and it was done against the world champions, Echo. And mind you, Echo only lost once as of week 2, and this was so hard for them just to go down even quicker.
Ultra fast is the term that we are going to be using to describe this whole game altogether. Maybe that Nats thing was a foreshadowing of the game.
He was baiting.
Yeah, somebody get me a hoodie.
Yeah, give this man a hoodie.
Banda Paquito bros.
Banda
I'm
Paquito.
going Khalid.
But either way, it's still
Khalid
worth-
has a,
He has a hood, yeah. But
all right, that's a good point.
He could actually be skateboarding in his entrance, but it was a different calling. And I could just hear, like, how would he even break this down, right? It's a Midnight starting to break this down.
He's going to have to try, because right now it is his time to shine. Go ahead, Midnight.
I mean, this segment would probably be longer than the game. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe my eyes at this point. Again, it was RSG demolishing early game and taking the game away from Carl TZ on the back of amazing performance from Light and the gang. The light at the end of the tunnel. Franco shutting down the early game of Echo. It was a combination of Light and Nats with the Franco and the Khalid on the jungle, providing, first of all, the resets with the hooks. Second of all, the poke damage coming off from the Khalid. They opted to invade instead of cutting XP away, which is not something that you would expect if you're Echo. And after that, it was just all trades across the board. Irad was there to use Retribution on the green. Usually, you'd see the jungle after the stolen green go back to his own jungle, but Irad was like, nah, I'ma punish my bestie. He doesn't have retribution. I'm getting greens. I'm getting your purple. And after that, it was just the golden XP gap that allowed RSG to force reactions. Irad and Light's duo was enough to actually force Echo to rotate and react to whatever they're doing. Irad was always there whenever Carl Teasy tried to get his buffs. 2 minutes in! Carl Teasy is still level 3. He got level 4 by 247. Usually junglers are level 6 at this point. And Irad sat in the jungle of Echo. You could probably invite him in the Echo bootcamp at this point. And RSG, again, they did not stop in stopping Carl Teasy. Not even flickered in here. Used the heal just to, again, force some reactions while Irad was busy taking some orange, taking some greens. And after that, RSG, they decided to group up. They were like, okay, MN is hitting hard now. He has Haskell, he has Berserk's Fury, probably has Wind Tower at this point. Let's start getting some towers. 6 minutes in, they're getting towers. 7 minutes in, they're in front of the base of Echo, and this is because of the sheer damage output from both MN and Aqua. They have enough pokes coming out from Nuts with the the hits coming out from the Khalid is enough to kind of threaten Echo to a certain HP threshold wherein they're not happy in obliging for a team fight against RSG because MN at this point is 3-shotting heroes. Even this X-Borg is not safe from the balls of fury coming out from MN, and 9:57 is the magic timer for RSG. Again, I could still not believe my eyes, but what happened in this game was just that the overwhelming jungle control coming out from RSG really proved to be fatal for Carl Teasy. He was not able to provide any form of answer whatsoever, especially without having any early game answers against this Khalid. The Khalid, the Baksha, and also the Franco invading the enemy jungle. You saw the jungle pattern earlier. They literally sat in the jungle of Echo. At this point, you have to command the movements coming out from RSG. Now we look at the emblems from both of these sides. Nats with a lethal ignition, and alongside the assassin emblem, pure damage penetration as well as DPS. If you're able to burst him down, hit him 3 times, you're proccing the lethal ignition. Even if you leave him, you're gonna be able to poke down the HPs of Echo to a point where, again, they're not comfortable fighting into RSG, which does mean that whatever RSG does with the rest of their teammates, they are gonna be able to do that without any form of response on Echo. Eman, 10k gold against Benny Cutie's Iksha, 5.9k. It was supposed to be the Bruno counter, but it was hard to play the Iksha when RSG was literally not playing the lanes at all. They were not playing lanes, they were playing jungle against Echo. They were grouping up in front of Carl Teasy. Damage to turret, of course, that's gonna be 0. And Eman dealing 55k damage against Echo. 1 out of the 138, he dealt probably 35 to 40% of the team's damage output, as well as the damage turret, 48.5k. Most probably, majority of that came from Eman. Highest gold per minute in Season 12, 1k GPM on the Bruno, the Dream. And unfortunately for Sanford, he was the sandbag for the damage output coming out from RSG. Nothing much to say. It was just the insane jungle control from RSG. I kept telling people that this meta, it's not about the lanes, it's not even about a turtle, it's about the jungle control. When you lose out that much on the XP, the resources, the greens, the orange, the buffs, you lose out heavily on the snowball momentum, and RSG pulled off an Echo in game number 1 Rocket in OSX.
So you're
insane momentum
so
built
you're
into a
saying,
snowball.
Basically, there was something that Coach Panda unlocked here. A different approach to attack, which is the jungle. Interesting, Midnight. But before that, of course, guys, like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. For Facebook, it's fb.com/mdlph.official. And of course, for YouTube, it is @official MDL Philippines. That's interesting. The one that you just brought up, right? You don't need to control the gold lane, the XP lane. No. Panda says, guys, okay, guys, this is what you do, huh? go to jungle. Get
Yeah.
Carl. TZ, don't let him play, okay?
It's not RSG versus Echo. It's RSG versus Carl. Not
yeah.
you. Not you. Not you.
No,
Yeah, I was gonna
I know
ask.
you're Carl, but shout out to all the
ask.
Carls in the world. But in the point of these guys who are just mentioning, is this just purely RSG going back in their own strength and form, or this is just one of the notebooks that we were mentioning yesterday?
To summarize, it's Task Force RSG, man. It's Task Force RSG.
TFR. SG.
TFR. they know the job. They know the job. You know. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, and of course, guys, by the way, real quick, watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines' Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. You know what? We have a lot of international viewers. I'm not sure if you can, but go ahead, try it out. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament. So go ahead over to Facebook, MPL Philippines, no matter where you are from, even if you're from one of the best regions, also known as Indonesia, please check it out.
Well, speaking of checking things out, we are actually excited to order what this mean for Echo. We've been seeing JP or Daddy JP play for like 2 weeks now in a span of 6 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah.
Will we see a shift or even a change of player now, or is there something that needs to be addressed in that draft?
I mean, at this point, you're not supposed to change like drastic. You're not supposed to make drastic changes for Echo. You just have to mentally reset. Look at what happened in game number 1. Again, it was primarily just the jungle control of RSG, but it's hard because again, RSG was really a task force to begin with.
But we have another task force. We have someone in charge to look for the smart game face of the day. If you're here in the ML Arena, be the next smart game face of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in the green background. That's why they have all their phones up. And make sure to show your face. That game face. And looks like we have it. Wow, that was quick. That was quick right there.
Yeah.
He is a smart game face of the day.
There you
Smart
go.
Powers MPL Philippines Season 12.
Nice.
Bro.
Yeah, he has a lot of expressions.
We were talking about the throwbacks of the draft, throwbacks of the first picks, even for the game phases. I think this is also one of a classic throwback. We've been doing that trend like before. Like, I don't know, something. Mind you, yes, it was the same game phase. Actually, had a chance to even win. This is how you be creative and express.
Honestly, I have no idea what that means. What does that mean anyway?
I think it's in Tagalog. It's a trend. It really hurts.
It really hurts.
it's
My
a
mind
trend.
hurts. My brain hurts.
Personally, I don't understand that, so I'm
it's
not
a
going to be able
trend.
to explain to you. I know I'm an analyst, but I don't know, that. I don't know that well.
So is that like on social media? That's
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
we've seen
Alright,
those
it
like
is.
short form trends of like doing it really hurts. It's a Filipino song.
it's-
Yeah, in the Philippines. Yeah.
Oh, that one, that one.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
how
now I
you wiggle.
remember.
That's how you wiggle.
All right.
So maybe in a way for games of the day, just to be creative and just express yourself confidently.
Yeah, we learn something new every day here, and for
You do.
me, I learned it quite a while ago. Anyway, let's cool down a little bit, guys. You know, our brains have to kind of chill. Let's throw it over to our insider.
Can we introduce ourselves at ano yung relationship niyo with Aqua?
Hi, I'm Annalyn Calderon. Ako po yung ate.
Ate,
Yes
ilan ba
po.
kayo?
Actually, 8 po.
8! Pang ilan si Aqua?
Pang 8 po.
Pang 8! Bunsong-bunso!
Yes,
Wait
po.
lang before we move on. Usually kasi, pag bunso, usually yung pinaka-spoiled, pinaka-makulit. Bakit sobrang tahimik ni Aqua, hindi siya nagsasalita?
No comment. Actually po sa bahay, tahimik lang po talaga siya.
Talagang tahimik siya since
Lumalabas
ever?
lang po yung kulit niya pagkasama niya po yung dalawang brother niya po.
Ah, okay. Ilan ba yung babae? Ilan yung lalaki?
5 po kami and then 3 po silang boys.
So, bunso, kailangan may mga kasama siyang yung mga brothers niya.
Yes po.
Tapos ano yung paano niya nilalabas yung kulit niya?
Like, for example, TikTok, ganun.
Mahilig pala mag-TikTok si Aqua. Ipa-TikTok natin yan.
Sorry, Arby.
Hidden talent. Sobrang quiet kasi ni Aqua. Okay, so panganay at si Mami. Mami. Ate, pang-ilan?
Pang-apat.
Pang-apat, ate.
Pangatlo po.
Pangatlo, puro ate. Okay. Ilan sa inyo yung naglalaro?
Kami pong lahat naglalaro.
Lahat kayong 8 naglalaro. Oh my gosh! So tinuturuan kayo ni Aqua?
Yes po.
Okay, sige nga. Okay. Hero, main hero nyo, at saka yung rank.
Ako po sa ngayon, legend.
Wow, legend and best hero.
Hylos or Uranus.
Oh, Hylos and Uranus. Ikaw naman.
Ano po? Vexana po.
Vexana.
Mythical honor po.
Wow, mythical honor! Wow, yabang naman! Ikaw naman.
Tank and support. Tank ko Hylos and yun, Angela yung support ko. Legend pala.
Legend. Okay, sige nga ate. I-name mo lahat ng heroes na ginagamit ni Aqua.
Yung unang heroes na ginamit niya nung bago pa yung Mobile Legend, naaalala ko, Alice.
Alice. Oh,
May.
mag-name. Magtiglilima tayo. Go.
May.
Oh, lahat ng ginagamit ni Aqua.
Ano po?
May 3 seconds ka.
Eve.
3. 2.
Alice.
Eve.
Ano ba yun?
Talo ka na! Okay, si ate naman. Si ate na pang-apat. Pang-apat, diba? Okay.
Parsa, Eve, Kagura, Alice, and
1, 2, 3. Talo ka na! Ikaw naman. 5 hero na ginagamit ni Aqua.
Parsa, Eve, Gord, Kagura, and si Eve.
Ano, sabi mo na yung Eve. Sabi mo na yung Eve.
Si Vexana.
Si Vexana. Ikaw atang gumagamit nun eh. Okay, nanalo. Sige, I'll take it. Nanalo. Okay, tell us something about Aqua that nobody knows other than mahilig pala siya sumayaw, mahilig pala siya mag-TikTok. Bigyan mo kami ng inside scoop tungkol kay Aqua. Inside scoop. Anong hindi namin alam tungkol kay Aqua? Sige, message na lang kay Aqua. Okay, i-cheer natin si Aqua. Go ahead. I-cheer. Dito pala kabilang side dito. Kalaban pala yon. Huwag tayo doon. Dito tayo. Okay, ano ang gusto niyong sabihin kay Aqua right now? I-cheer niyo siya.
Go Aqua! Galingan mo! Andito lang kami. Laban, kaya nyo yan.
Oh, Mami, ikaw naman.
Laban, kaya mo yan.
Mami, ikaw naman. Ano sabi mo, Mami?
Laban. Kaya mo yan, Aqua.
Ayun. Alam nyo, talagang etong si Aqua, sobrang galing. Silent lang, pero sobrang effective niya. So ngayon, papanoorin na natin maglaro si Aqua. Ate, ikaw naman, alam mo yung ginagawa ko pag binabato ko sa casters, di ba? Casters. Okay. Tayong lahat, sabay-sabay tayo. 3, 2, 1. Casters. Paso.
Always so fun to see the families of our pro players always here on the venue. Very G to join in Tamara's infamous interviews.
Also, since we're talking about a family of players, they were like 8, right? 8 siblings.
8 siblings, oh my God.
8 siblings playing all together. That's like you can do 4v4 or like a
4v4,
5-man. It reminds me of a team back in IESF that we have a team actually. They're representing United Arab Emirates. It's Jed and 5 of them were like brothers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
That's
3 of
amazing.
them were brothers, and there's actually 2 more. If I'm correct. There's 2 more who's underage, and they're gonna complete their 5-man brother family lineup.
So they have synergy.
Yes, synergy. Shout out to Yui and Jed.
Your squad name is their surname.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but they're from the MENA region, so it's good to see that mostly it's like brothers and sisters. It's a driven 5-man team of a family. Big shout out to you guys who's enjoying the game.
Amazing.
And it's amazing to see that you're all gathered together to enjoy just one common game. So
Yeah.
So now, how is RSG gonna bounce back? I don't know. How is Echo gonna bounce back from this?
I mean, the RSG also has to bounce back because they just completed the ball. They wiped out Echo. You have to reset yourself.
You know, the scary thing about that is sometimes when you do that, when you go Super Saiyan mode, you know, in the animes, they have to.
They get to
They get tired. Oh,
Yeah.
I can't do it.
It gets to your
okay.
mind.
They burn out. So I don't know.
I agree with your point. You know, both of them have to reset because Echo, you know, they have to go through the natural way of trying to compose yourselves,
yeah.
make sure that you don't get demolished again on game number 2. RSG needs to compose in a way that, guys, don't be too complacent. We won game 1 in the dominating fashion. We need to do it again, but you should not be thinking of, okay, this is a sure victory, because this is still Echo. This is still World Championship team, very, very dominant force in MLBP. But if we can dominate again, if we can do what we did in game number 1 and repeat of the jungle control that they had, then there's a fair chance of again doing the same thing that they did in season 11, where they beat out Echo in the regular season.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, it was a trivia back in the interview earlier on how they both start. Oh, okay. Kaja right away
For JP.
for Echo for securing a hero for JP. Kaja is out. So what does this tail for RSG? So will they go for the straight from the series of the day? Will they go for the Navaria, even the Basha again?
All right, this Kaja pick is actually pretty smart. Yeah.
I mean, Kaja at this point just shows us that Echo wants to pick up Joy again, because they banned out the Franco. And this is just them securing that there's no suppression anymore on the side of RSG. So the jungle invasion that RSG did earlier on is not going to be possible anymore. But RSG is still rocking that Baksha. So I don't know, maybe we might just see another form of jungle invasion coming out from RSG.
At the very least, if someone goes ham again on RSG, they have someone to control.
Yeah.
A surefire way to control whoever goes insane on RSG.
Okay, now they take the Paquito. It was banned game number 1, and still a flex still.
Take the Bruno.
For this Paquito, yeah.
Maybe take the Bruno for Echo.
It's a good opportunity now to take the Marksman, since it could be denied. So let's see how this goes. Oh, Mortis. Okay, so this still is an XP lane Paquito.
Fast lock on the Terizla, man.
Yeah, insta lock.
Interesting.
It's a good matchup because Terizla is capable of poking the Mortis inside of his own jungle, and he really doesn't care about the Paquito and the Kaja at all. Although there is some some sustained problem, I would say, like for Echo, because the thing is, you have the Terizla, you have the Baksha that can invade in the jungle of Echo. Echo does not. They pack damage in the Paquito, but they don't pack the same punch, even though they have a Paquito against RSG. Terizla is just insane when it comes to pokes, and Baksha has the capability of just constantly fighting because of the shields that he throws.
Only fights means more, obviously, more time, more up to. Whoa.
Wait. Whoa. How is this possible?
Hey, that's not. Is that legal?
What?
Is that legal? Did they swap at some point?
By any chance,
wait.
is he related to Light?
I don't know. My brain can't process that.
RSG Light cosplay.
I mean, this series, like, there's a lot of things that we cannot comprehend. Having 2 lights.
I can't.
That's light squared.
Light squared?
Wow. He needs to work around that staring contest, man. It's close. We've seen similarities. Yeah. We've seen, we're talking about the analysts. Even his game predicting the draft correctly.
My idol.
Yeah, our idol, the creation. And yeah, now how will this draft go? And we're back on the camera. It's with Mr. Kaisamo onto the gala
That's
desk.
what happens. That's what happens right there.
The GOAT. The analyst GOAT.
The analyst GOAT.
Straight 3 bans on
Bruno back.
the mage heroes.
Oh.
And they priority Bruno.
I'm not really sure about the Navaria pick again.
Novatrix. Great combo though, but weak front line, I would say, for Echo.
It's just the Mortis and the Kaja.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, their damage output is through the roof, right? So the index is going to show that later. Their damage is boom, as in boom, boom, boom.
Light Grok maybe, Light Lolita,
Lolit Solis, let's
Light
go.
Minotaur. I mean, there's a lot of ways for RGs to go about this. Like, different routes for Light provides them different options as well.
Oh.
They take Angela on Light?
Angela.
Unreal.
How is this fit for Light's gameplay?
This does not feel
a Light hero.
Yeah.
Because we are actually, again, in line with Lolita's Light. Or Midnight. How's the draft index looking here We're looking at wave clears, we're looking at hero DPS, but how's the roundup for the draft itself?
I mean, at this point, you clearly look at the objective, right? RSG definitely has more objective taking capabilities, but when it comes to pickoffs, Echo can actually pull off some punches here. Put some punches here against RSG, but you have to look at the jungle control once again. Like Martis, he's gonna be able to have a better time compared to game number 1, but Nats on RSG is a very big factor to consider if you're Echo. You need to keep Nats in check to make sure that Karteezy gets out of the jungling phase for the first 5 minutes in a good condition.
All right, let's load up in the game, ladies and gents. It's RSG versus Echo. The possibility of a sweep coming in from RSG is looming. How will Echo deal with this? Let's find out as we load up into game number 2.
It's match point for C or for RSG. Now we look, how will they bounce back? How will they make this work again? Action is trying to build. Oh, Sanford with a few throwing some punches onto Nats and Aqua. You hear how the drums are completely energizing the whole studio right now.
As usual, a Swaparino is happening.
Yeah, I don't even hear myself. Like the sounds from the drums from Echo is just overwhelming the venue right now. But talk about overwhelming RSG again. In the jungle of Karteezy.
Yes, still the same pressure. Erad looking for a way to penetrate the back line. Karteezy still on level 3. Look at the exchange. Aqua looking for a way to spam. That's a one snipe away. And he goes down. Sanford secures first blood. Erad on the middle, right on to 3. Karteezy will be able to take him down. Yes, he will. Karteezy with a kill and not for the trade. JP falls down. Knots as well. An early exchange and trade onto this game.
That's as good as you can get here for Echo, and it would seem that Daddy JP swap into Kaja really works well, especially in the early game.
Yeah, this time around, Echo, they definitely were ready to fight into RSG, even though the composition of the Raiders hurts. You being 4 as early as that, putting more damage in before RSG is actually ready to fight, benefited Echo, and actually Karteezy managed to secure 1 kill and 2 assists. So even though Erad was able to get 1 green away from the Martis, they're going to be in the same XP range in front of the Eternal. Both of them are level 4.
At the very least, we know that for Echo, you can't do the same trick twice.
Well, can they do the trick here on the first objective? 3 players grouping up onto this first objective.
Not just on level 4.
Oh, how can he still even hold this?
good.
Look at the pokes. That's the knockup. That's the damage. Look at the exchange from Sanford and Nats. That's the turtle reset. Okay, still going slow.
They're going.
Aqua has the ultimate of the Kaja. Now completely looking for a great distance. Aqua gets the Divine Judgment on JP. Now he's terrified, slowing him down to go back to the team. Now Karteezy 1v1 with Nat. Here comes the reinforcement. Erad with the hard guard. Karteezy falls down. Erad takes the kill. And now Echo is completely on a disengage. Erad onto the orange of Karteezy. JP's falling low though. Erad complete just right. Jump right in the face of JP. Ooh. Now he goes back to the turret for defense. Now RSG here. Still looking for a way to take this orange away from Karteezy.
Give that minion a raise.
Yeah, he blocked the shield. He blocked the shield from the Baksha. But talk about unfortunate events there for RSG. They wanted to get the turtle from Echo. Unfortunately, Knots was now on level 4. He went straight in mid lane to try and get some XP, but Echo rushed the turtle take as Erad was not able to take that away from Karteezy. But RSG, they did turn around and to take the team fight, took the team fight against Echo, which worked for them because the penalty zone was right on the mark onto the Martis.
Speaking
well,
of
not here.
Speaking of being on Q, Aqua flickers out. That was 3 from Echo. Now in the bottom lane, we're looking at 2 versus 1. Sanford is the target for RSG. Look at that. No mana onto Nats. It's Hammer versus Punch. Aqua falls down off cam. And it's still Ben Cutie getting a kill. Still remaining deathless from game number 1. The target is Emon here. Ultimate still not available. Emon is just throwing out some ball right on Sand here onto Ben Cutie. Now the chase goes on. Will Karteezy make another kill? Asher R connects to Emon. Hard guard security for Emon back to his turret. Now he's safe. Erad as well, but reinforcement, Emon as well. Present. Now Erad is just completely penetrating the back line of Echo. Using the turret for response to scare them away. Echo didn't manage to secure a kill there, but meanwhile down bottom, just action continues to happen down bottom.
While all that was happening, of course, Eman was actually farming up so well. Top gold so far here in this game.
This is really interesting for both sides. It's quite equal at the moment. Echo is just leading by a small goal, but at the moment, they feel like they are more powerful when it comes to skirmishes, which they are, because they have the Divine Judgment that you're seeing with this take on Irad.
JP initiated the pull. Irad falls down. No jungle for RSG. Echo sees an opportunity to take this objective for themselves.
Yeah, no jungler on the side of RSG.
Okay, looking at
That's
the
big,
situation
that's
here.
big.
Oh, Sanford going in a few punches, pushing away Aqua. Now he's forced to have a great distance, safe distance. Now Nat's dropping down HP. He falls down. Echo secures the kill. Sanford gets the point, and slowly Echo maintaining the objectives on their side.
Irad, I think, brought off a bit more, bit off a bit more than he could chew in that last one.
They're trying their best, you know, to be there for the objectives, but Echo is just much faster, you know? Like the positioning, the timing of their objective takes. They are there before RSG is actually able to position themselves, which in turn allows Echo to start a team fight on their own terms in RSG. It feels like even though they are very much capable of taking team fights, they are just much more ready.
Wait, did JP miss the Divine Judgment? He used the flicker. He was trying to get Eman out of his own turret, and there was 3 members of Echo. Completely denied.
Did the Divine Judgment even happen?
Oh, wait, look at the poke.
Wait
Exchange. Irad on Carl T's been cutie clearing the lanes. Man, they're just looking for opportunities to slow down Emma at this point.
Okay, I have to review that clip again.
Yes, I have to.
Because I think what happened was Light was the one who was who was pulled when he jumped in with the hard guard. So effectively there were 2 targets, and it looked like he was pulling off the Bruno. But Lai was the one who got pulled. But he was already inside
We
the
need
Bruno.
a frame-by-frame analysis.
We need a frame-by-frame review on that clip.
Yeah, Mid will do it later. I know he's more happy to see it back again on Rewind. Meanwhile, on this gold lead, Echo is just 6 minutes. I think this is a great start for Echo comparing to game number 1. And they're just completely doing their own objectives, looking for a way. Oh, meanwhile, penalty zone onto Nats. Asher R would not correct onto him. Sanford not letting him go. Still safe. Aqua is looking for a way to chase them down. Stunned. Carl Teasley's trying to hold War away of the ground to go up against Irad, but yeah, he maintains the distance. He is safe.
All right, we got some ultimates being used up already here for Echo. Not sure if they're going to be ready for this.
Sanford.
Take, but Sanford is in trouble.
Up against 3. Can he escape?
No!
He's buying time! Buying time for Echo! And completely going away for this. Who will get the first pull? And Carl Teasley secures the objective. That's 3 turtles. What a way to buy time. Sanford!
Talk about objective control on both sides. The delay on RSG. Oh, that's off.
Penalty zone onto JP. He might go down, but he's still the hit onto Nats. Gets him a secure kill. Carl Teasley using a way to force something out of Irad. They're just finding avenues to push him around. Pressure. Nats on low mana though. Target is on the bottom lane. They're still looking for a way to defend and hold this lane. Sanford on full stacks. Still, Echo maintaining safe distance.
Carl Teasy is looking for a decimate chain right now, but Nats is very happy to oblige alongside Irad.
Wow, the force. Oh, Benny might go down. He's still safe. Light secures the kill. Now the action continues to happen. Sanford exchange. They take another grateful trade. That was completely Eman. Fall down. Sanford with the right amount of target.
My goodness, just the sheer target selection on both sides. Sanford on the back line taking out Eman. Even though they were able to take out the Beatrix, the answer was there from Echo. And as it stands right now, both teams are in equal footing. There's already a Blade Armor on the Baxia, so it's much harder for Echo to take out the Baxia. But Sanford is on Eman duty, so the damage output isn't really that bigger compared to Echo because they also don't have the gold laner.
In few punches, Eman drop HP onto half. Wow,
Eman can't sustain this much damage from the Paquito, and at the same time, Aqua having such a hard time against Sanji. The Navaria is too much to handle, man. The OG.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I kind of frowned upon the Angel pick earlier, because you don't have that much, much like fighting choices or options against Echo. It's just Irad or Nats initiating, Aqua with some form of pokes and stolen ultimates like with the Divine Judgment. But Eman, yeah, you have some layers of protection coming out from the Angela, but I don't feel like it's enough for RG to build upon team fight on. Aqua now purchased the Exhort boots, add more gold whenever he gets an assist. But Echo, at the moment, with their composition, they are always starting team fights on their own terms.
Yeah, JP on the conceal finally
this
gets a bolt, suppressed Eman. Sanford secures the kill, and now completely pushing RSG away to not even contest his objective, but Irad is still on point. He's willing to contest against Carl TC. Okay, 1v1 showdown on Retribution. Who gets this Lord? Who gets this objective? Hard guard onto Irad. Carl TC still dropping low. Who gets this? Completely Carl TC reigns, and Echo secures the objective. Nats keeps on buying time for his team. He's still living with Spell Map, and against Carl TC, who's gonna fall down? Oh, wow. They both disengage. Benny! Oh, safe.
He missed.
Nats back to base.
It was a warning shot from the Storm. Echo, they did win out the objective take from RSG as Carl TZ was able to secure the Lord for Echo. The RSG, they are still fighting back. Remember, they didn't have Bruno at that moment, and it took Echo like a lot for them to actually win that team fight. So it's a different story when a Bruno is alive, but Echo, they are making the right calls. Again, they are starting the team fights in their own terms. JP was able to land the Divine Judgment before Light was able to react to save the Bruno.
Yeah, that is the surprise factors of the composition. Benny taking down the turret and completely getting RSG out of a surprise.
This is the exact reason
no
why
purifies, man.
You ban out the Paquito just so that your marksman can breathe. You can see, you can feel the pressure that Eman is experiencing right now.
And there's a lot of things to consider here for Eman. It's not just about the Paquito, it's also about the Kaja. It's hard for him to position here to deal damage. So again, even though as I say that RSG, they pack a punch in their lineup, like they have so much damage dealers on their side, positioning is hard to attain. It's hard to get because they don't have a lot of ways of starting team fights. It's just Nats, and it's also just Irad on both the Terizla and the Baksha. You also have to deal with the vision being taken by Sanji with the Astral Recalls and the Astral Echo.
Wow.
No pun intended on the Echoes there.
Yeah. It's still the same word, but still the same thing. Echo is on the lead, completely a different shift from what they went through from game number 1, and they're completely making the map blue as it's just 12 minutes onto the game. Location has been revealed, snipe shots connecting onto Irad, and Sanford, the coverage of the back line, is pushing RSG to a state. How will they even defend their marksman here? Light is answering so many problems right now.
Look at Paquito on top side. Sanford making them just work for their meal.
This is super annoying to RSG. Like Sanford, the only answer that they have with the Paquito is by sheer team fighting in Sanford. But they have to commit a lot. Like the positioning of Hammond has to be sacrificed. They need to jump on Sanford, probably the penalty zone, just to make sure that they land a form of catch onto the Paquito so he does not get away. But the problem is he has sprint. He will be able to run away, which is why Sanford has been able to do a lot of things in team fights. But the thing is, if they don't deal with the Paquito, Emma's just going to have a hard time.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, basically, RSG, they have to team fight with one eye on a different side of the map. That is difficult. And that will enable Echo to keep taking objectives like the Lord like this with absolute ease. It feels so easy for them.
We've seen this rotation. Look at Sanford on top of the lane. Just completely distracting RSG. They know Light is there. There's no initiate. Light can just come from in different angles. But this time around, RSG's looking for a way to secure this objective.
Conceal. Alert.
Who gets the conceal? Who
Sanford,
gets away?
Sanford.
Nobody's seen Sanford from the back.
From behind!
There he goes. Target onto Emon. Initiating the hard guard onto Light. Now to show that the punches connects. Forced out of death out of RSG. Emon falls down. Sanford does take it as well. Aqua would exchange. Carl TC with the double. Echo's completely mad. Light on this as well. Being trapped in middle. Light. The snipe will not connect. But Echo's right onto you. JP secures the kill. And Echo on the lead. And getting that objective away from RSG. A wipeout.
And the ball? Question mark?
Nice try. That bought 5 seconds
and
for Light, but it does feel like it is going to be defendable for the meantime. Irad coming out in 3 seconds.
Wait, are you sure, Rockhard? Are you sure?
Let's see though.
Are you sure?
Is RSG waiting? No, Echo's not waiting. It's done. It's done.
And just like that, the winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWE Life Insurance. They did not appreciate game one. Echo coming out of game two with a bang.
Somebody's mad at Echo. Sanford punching back that take on the back line. He took out both Nats, Eman, and the freaking Angela. 1v3.
Oh. Okay, and just by looking at how the audience cheer for Echo with all the drums, with all the beats that they provided, even for the crowd, even the energy right now completely changed.
It is off kilter. Everyone here in MPL Arena is just, they're going mad. Both fans of RSG and Echo are just so pumped right now. Even with that defeat, I saw a lot of RSG Raiders smiling. It's like, yeah, that was pretty close as well.
Yeah, Midnight mentioned this. Also, although RSG got the first game, but mind you need to respect the prowess of the world champs.
Yep.
Completely getting the Paquito in hand changes a lot of things.
There's a reason why they're world champions, right? There's a reason why they're world champions. They're able to adapt. They don't lose their cool. They're able to compose themselves. And they got a reset on game number one.
Huge reset for everybody here.
Wow.
My goodness, since day number 2, we've been having only sweeps. Our first game free in 2 days. I love it. Break it down, Mr. Midnight. We gotta see how Echo countered the flow up.
Well, again, World Championship playstyle, World Championship reactions, and I would say World Championship and C Championship caliber gameplay we've seen here from both Echo and RSG. There's a reason why these guys are champions. And speaking about championship playstyle, man, you gotta hand it over to the XP laner of Echo, Paquito on Sanford. Or you might say Sanford on Paquito. Really, just cut the backlines for RSG, shutting off their win condition, which was MN 5-2-3 on this Paquito, 7 out of 10 GPM, rocking that Hunter Strike and a Dominance Ice, making sure that the Bruno was not able to fight into him, especially with the Blade armor. The damage output was overwhelming, especially with the enhanced jab, and the control on the knockout strikes allowed Echo to fight into the front lines without having to worry about the Bruno. And they did that with with a lot of creative tools on their arsenal, like the Divine Judgment, again the jump from Sanford, as well as the snipes coming out from both MNNE and Sanji. There were constant attempts from RSG to kind of like start a team fight, but it was just Echo doing that same thing against them. They were just much more faster. They did it much more earlier compared to RSG. Specifically, this turtle fight, again, it was unfortunate for Nuts that he didn't get level 4, but RSG, being a fundamental team and a heavy objective takers, they are able to take those fights and turn it around against Echo. They were essentially turning the turtle fights kind of like what you do in Lord fights, but Echo, they were not backing down. They know that they have enough damage, they have enough catch, and the Angela factor on the side of RSG, even though there's a lot of layers around protection and sustain coming out on their side, Echo was just much faster in terms of triggering the spells on their side, and the reactions were not there. This is basically Echo saying that, okay, you are able to save your teammates, you are able to sustain. What if we start it in a way that you don't expect it? And that happened a lot of times in this game. Sanford, this specific team fight, started with Echo contesting the Lord. RSG, they tried to turn the team fight around, essentially pulling off a Lord turn. But they did not expect Sanford at all, coming out from the back line, coming out from a push on the top lane. And it looked like it was defendable for RSG, but again, Echo saying that it was endable at the end of the game. Definitely a lot of pressure was applied on RSG from mid to late game because of the lack of vision. Now we're going to be seeing the emblems used by the players here. I really want to highlight the prioritization on the mobility on the Paquito. Quantum Charge with the agility adds more movement speed to his arsenal, and the sustain is coming up from the fighter and the Festival of Blood. Both gives him, insane amounts of HP regeneration whenever he hits the combo onto MN. And the thing is, you don't even need to build like pure damage on Paquito because he just deals so much. And with the Fury Hammer, the build-up, the component of the Hunter Strike, it's enough. Because if we look at MN, the sole target of Sanford in this game, he does not build into physical damage mitigation at all. Like there's no physical defense on this Bruno. So it's kind of like rewarding for Sanford to just build up a Hunter Strike, gives him mobility, gives him damage, gives him the burst potential against MN. He went straight towards Dominance Ice. Athena should just make sure that he does not get bursted down by Aqua, and then went straight to the Blade Armor, really ensuring the fact that this Bruno is not able to do anything. Add to the fact that there's already the division factor coming out from Sanji, which does enable Echo to find and locate where Ammon is. At all times, Ammon's position is compromised. And it's also by the virtue of the composition of RSG. Again, for the reasons that we've discussed earlier, for RSG to be able to fight into Echo, they need to compromise the position of Ammon. Maybe that's the reason why they picked up the Angelic, because it felt like there was no saving the Bruno, but it ended up being a downside on their composition that was fully exploited by Sanford on this Paquito, as literally RSG had no answer against the punches being pulled out here by Sanford on the XP lane, and that is gonna force out game number 3, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's good. Basically, Sanford with the IDC, I don't care mindset. I will get Eman. That is all. Echo commitment. Oh my goodness. Compounded with the Echo location. That was good to us. It is just immaculate. There was nowhere for him to run. It's unbelievable, right? And I think coming in from game number 1, the fire that was in Carl TZ, he never missed the retry. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
I love that, even if so many were 50-50.
Oh, yeah. And we see how dedicated Irad as well to have this contention with objectives. So it was like he was missing the damage, but Carl T was like, you're not getting this objective right away from me.
You tamed the beast.
You've taken so much from game number 1. I'm completely hungry. Amazing game.
You're done.
And I stumbled across the Filipino casters, even on the way to the toilet. They said, we were running out of air. Everything just keeps on happening so quick.
The keyword was ultra fast for game number 1 and game number 2. It's like they're racing. Not because of Lakshas or, rolling.
Mobility.
But
they're racing, man. Like RSG
so
again.
fast.
I'm still trying to catch my breath.
All of us are.
That's what it felt like all series long so far.
Yeah, watching game 1, game 2, like, this is crazy, man. Like, this is peak MLBB.
I know, beautiful.
Hashtag end of PH year, what?
What?
I hope everyone's watching.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I'm hearing PH year, this is how you do it, this is how you take Lord Dance, this is how you take Jungle, this is how you show the world how it's done.
You know what? They're doing
That's what I hear, by the way.
The reason why they're going ultra fast, because they need to catch up to this Leomord right over there.
Okay, Rockhart.
Still
on
on
the
to
other
the
side.
We got you.
Yes, because we need to catch up. That's what they're thinking. You know what? We'll show you fast gameplay. 12-0, that's pretty good. But what about below 12 minutes?
Oh,
that's what RSG said.
Yeah, 10. That was 9. First game 9:57, and then second game. So with that being said, Rockhart, since you're really trying to get a chance if even Leomord shows up, will they even change something in the draft? Because I think it's just two teams relying on comfort or relying on strengths. Do they even change the thing was not even broken?
Again, you're not supposed to change a lot of things.
Don't change too much because you practice something,
They did adjust like the draft sequence to optimize like the way RSG played in game number 1. When they picked up the Kaja, it locked in the fact that Joy is not going to be a presence at all.
There you go.
In this game. Even though Carl TZ could have picked it, when they saw the response from RSG, okay, we'll try to fight fire with fire, like the sustain that could come out from the Trizla. They opted to go for, okay, there's not a lot of marksmen left. You might consider picking the Bruno, but we go Paquito. And, Paquito outmatches Trizla in terms of damage and in terms of mobility. So they already won first phase for Echo, and I feel like that's where the solution came in. Like when after the phase, the first phase ended, Echo's like, okay, we have a better game this time around.
Completely a great start. So, so it's just
So
them
excited.
finding back their own ecosystem. Since you guys are the Echo location, Echo, everything Echo.
Yeah, they're finding how things interact. They're
Yeah.
finding the best way that all things interact in this circle. And it is an ecosystem.
Yeah, we were looking actually for Bruno to even bounce back in that game. It was really hard for him.
I was waiting.
Yeah,
I was
man.
waiting for that Bruno.
Yeah. No, the thing is, damage was there. Positioning-wise, again, it's always compromised, and it's always a thing that Hanford has punished all throughout the game.
Even with the hard guard.
Even with the hard guard.
Yeah.
Dude, he took down Nuts, Eman, and he was like, okay, Light is here too. The Angela is here too.
Yeah. So you get an extra surprise instead of one. That's good. Light was like answering too many problems. Like, where should I go? Should I just be on the base or should I just keep on sets? Again, in the draft, is this even a Light hero? Is he even happy with just 3 buttons with Angela? Because it's all about response, all about sustain. But in a way that you're up against this Echo, who goes like ultra fast. So that's one way to
The Express.
Yeah, the Echo Express, as we call it here in the casting desk. So how do you even make amends for your team for even first setups? Because even Eman is really having a hard time to even have a goal or for his own kill.
Yeah. Yeah, puns aside, because they're playing football. And there's goal in football.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually didn't get that, but yeah,
Sorry.
that does make sense.
It makes sense. That's right. So, I'm wondering for Game 3, is the Bruno even going to be considered here, considering that, all of a sudden, Echo knows how to deal with this Bruno. Like, just pick up the Bakido, right? So
you just maybe need to have an extra advantage on how to even deal with the roam issue.
Yes, the roam.
Maybe not Angela if you're up against a Bruna. I think Bruna is still a winning condition for everybody.
Because game number 1, here's the thing, Greg. Game number 1, they knew how to deal with Bruno. They didn't know how to deal with like the jungle invade thing. So game number 2, they adjusted. They still let go of the Bruno. So it feels like Echo does not mind playing
don't
with the
care.
Bruno at all, because they are the first team to play Bruno in Season 12. Although Kelda is the first. Sorry. No, that was lesson. Never mind. Okay, going back, Echo, they were the first team to introduce Bruno. Sorry, I'm losing my thing because of the games that we've watched.
We're still crazy.
Catching our breath.
We're trying to recover as well.
I'm still digesting what happened in game number 1, by the way. So they were the first one to introduce Bruno in Season 12, and it feels like RSG found an answer when they were trying to play the Ixia into the Bruno. Maybe Echo refined it. We don't know. We don't know what happens in scrims. We don't know what happens during the times or the days. We don't see them at all. But again, as we saw, they were confident in dealing with the Bruno. They didn't even care that the fact that Eman was trying to 1v3 top lane. They were still chill. They were still like, okay,
chill,
we don't care at all about the Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. We don't care. Like player lane,
Apparently.
player lane Benecuri. When we get our spike, that's when we group up. Let Sanford deal with the Bruno thing.
Yeah, and for the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, our players are, as you can see behind us, they're getting ready. They are roaring. They're getting very, very heated up. And I wonder, with all that heat, what's going to come from the steam? Are they going to go faster? Because trains run on steam.
Yeah. Will the Echo Express
I'm
be
out.
stopped? Or RSG will completely make a different stop for this train to even be halted?
Man, you're full with puns, Like all of us, we're full of puns.
I know,
Yeah, it's the last day of the week. Just
All right.
But
game 3.
Game 3.
Being
Let's go.
consistent now, I think Echo is just remaining on the blue side midnight. They have a way to prioritize what they really want.
Yep. Again, Kaja is up for the taking here on the side of Echo. Bakido might be banned out here for RSG. But I'm wondering, since it's game number 3, some teams prefer playing safe. Some teams actually prefer risking it all on game 3. So I think Fanny is something that both teams should consider. Like Irad.
Really?
I know Coach Panda will probably say, no, Irad, stop playing the unreliable hero slot. Let's
Yeah.
okay, but Pakito gets banned out. So stop playing the unreliable heroes.
Yeah, they respect the hell out of Sanford this time. Okay.
But again, the RSG might just consider getting it for the for the surprise factor because Irad plays an insane fan. He plays an amazing fan. Kaja is still picked up for Echo. Now you still could go for a Baksha, maybe even steal the Valentina away from Sanji, or you go Baksha and then Novaria to get a vision against Kaja.
Yeah, Navaria is still very good in the second 2 picks for RSG. Other than that, you know what? I love that they're thinking about, our marksman safe, we ban Paquito. No. Farsa's still out there. Eve's still out there. There's still a lot of other ways to answer this. And if they don't pick up the Navaria, your marksman's still not safe.
Glad that you mentioned the Eve rock card because that was a problem of RSG. Since they have a great roamer, how do you even suffice the AoE? Okay, they went straight in for Valentina and Kufra.
I don't know with the Kufra pick, but you just gave Carl TZ a free Baksha pick.
Yeah, you just did.
Frederick also is banned out, so that means Baksha looks very, very apparent.
I mean, actually, you could still
or
go for
Martis.
Martis, yeah.
Yeah.
You're
the Holy
up against the
Trinity.
Either they are prepared for this, or just have a way to a great counter
There you
for
go.
damage.
Baksha,
okay.
Novaria.
Oh my goodness.
Anything IA in the end of the name is just beneficial for Echo right now.
Wait. Is RSG trying to pull out a Ling?
Oh, that was a great point, man. Oh, right. For Irad. Because we haven't seen him, like, go back to the assassin choices.
I mean, it might be a bad choice, but it is a possibility because Ling is such a good hero against Novaria and Baksha. Both of them cannot deal with the split pressure of a Ling, especially without a Paquito that can deal with the split push. It might be enough to tempt, Irad to pick up the assassin once again. RSG, you might just go for a marksman here.
Swing!
Go, I was right, bro. I was right. They went
Okay.
They went with the bunny.
Yeah, that's just midnight. The midnight alarm.
Coach Teo's like, okay,
hold up.
We get Fanny now. What? Okay, let's not try to lose some proper buff. Because that happened, like 2 times.
You know what? You know what's so weird? Because they Echo right now has the perfect invading comp, the Kaja and the Baksha. Just add in someone else here, and they're solid.
You know what's crazy? Is if Echo picks up the Khalid too.
Oh yeah, and to think that this Fanny is out in the open, they have a way to have a secure XP lane as well, because in team fights, you don't want to get caught by the slow or the pull. And everybody's just doing the stare down contest. When it's RSG, when it's Echo, there's always a stare down contest, even from the audience. Oh, okay, that was the reference.
Now I get it.
Okay, it's for Nats.
Yeah.
There's so much cosplayers right here in our venue.
There are so many people who look alike in esports. That's all I'm gonna say. Inside and out. That's we are all one.
I'm aside from Francis, like OSX.
What?
You're unique.
Oh, thank you, man.
no one looks like Francis.
You guys are both unique to me.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
But is it?
Oh no, people tell me I look like Gem. So.
Oh.
Harmonic.
Now that you say it, you're right.
I can't unhear that.
I see it.
Yeah, I can't unhear that because today we started with an MPL
It's your
multiverse.
fault. It's your fault.
It's your fault, man.
I'm just saying I'm not unique.
Okay, the man of the Bruno. Okay, not effective for RSG. So since there's no marksman hero yet for Benny Cutie, if you're up against a Fanny,
Bro, this is a nice cloud ban, by the way.
That's a good one.
This is a nice cloud ban. Now you're forced to go Brody.
Yeah, I was about to say that. With a Fanny, so they're just forcing everything out for RSG.
The thing is, you
Leslie good, Brody good.
I mean,
Iritel good.
If you pick up those heroes, they're susceptible to being caught out by the Kaja. Like, there's no mobility on those heroes left. What's left? What's left? Irithel, Leslie. Irithel, Leslie, Ixia.
Ixia.
1-1.
Brody.
Oh,
there you
wow.
go. No mobility whatsoever.
Look at the insta-lock.
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 There you go. Baited.
Oh my God. Was
Baited.
that a bait?
I was like, if you ban Cloud, no mobility on the marksman anymore, and Sanford picks up the most banned XP laner against him.
It's official.
Wow.
That last game, by the way, in game 1 was the fastest game of the season so far. Oh no!
In all
MPL region. What?
Out of all season 12s.
So far in the pre-M5 era.
Yeah, that is truly Pinas Malakas.
Pinas
Pinas
Malakas,
Malakas.
bro. My
Okay, what's left here? XP. Terizla. There's no Explore. Uranus doesn't sound too great. Actually, never mind. Uranus sounds great.
Is Lapu-Lapu an option for RSG?
I don't think
Feels
so.
like you're gonna have to look for comfort here for Nats.
I think you need a frontliner. Terizla is the best option because it's a mixture of tankiness and sustain. Because the reason why I recommended the sustain here because you need to be able to get some form of vision over Echo. Kufra is not enough. He will not get vision for you. He will be able to punish heroes that go in the front line, but you need a front line setter first. So it makes perfect sense that you put Terizla, because again, it gives you best of both worlds. You have damage, and you are sustainable enough to go in front lines.
That's fair. That's fair. Not to mention, you also the best thing you can do here is just to make sure that you don't get invaded for Irad, and I guess Kufra is one of the best picks for that as well. So, all right, now that we've all had time to breathe and to recenter ourselves, let's go ahead and break this down. Who has the better game here, in your opinion, Midnight, coming into this?
Echo.
Echo,
Just use zones, right?
they completely answered all.
You think it was a trap?
They answered the correct banning and debate and just completely answers to all Echo's favor.
I think at this point, the Yu Zong pick was just something that RSG did not expect at all. They were essentially baited. Like even if they went with the carry, you know, Echo might have gone with the Harith. So that last two picks were really important for RSG to not mess up.
For the first game free after a long time here in MPL Philippines week number 2, we are going into it with Echo and RSG. Now, slowing it down here, obviously Light more comfortable on that Kufra, that's number 1. And so far, no invades happening against the Fanny, or will there be?
Oh, he got blocked. He got blocked by Light.
Okay.
Nice block there.
Looking at the status of Carl TT's progress, he was early on his own rotation, completely getting a first step ahead. Oh, Irad is just being in the middle of 2 here from Echo.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, is there any change of the emblem here, Midnight?
Well, very important to take note of here is the tenacity on the carry, the sustainability that we will get on the early game, as well as the emblem of choice in Sanford, Quantum Charge. He's going to be able to catch up to most of the targets that he wants to go on to. Sanford, though.
Speaking of catching up, that's Irad catching up onto Sanford for the first blood. Irad with the response, and that was completely the great bait. Nats is all on low. He's dropping on his HP bars. JP didn't see light!
JP!
That's the bounce. That's the charge. Now JP falls back. A follow from Eel. Oh, man, he's fast. Now hit a follow-up here. Cables connected onto Carl
no.
He got
That's
caught
a bad...
onto the shields. Now JP and Carl Teasy responds on point on Echo.
That's an oof moment. It's like, oh, Box is here. Oh, he's level 4. I'm level 3 still.
Respect.
By
I
the
need
way,
to go back.
Mini heart attack.
Fanny is still level 3.
That's bad. Yeah. And while all that is happening, all the shenanigans, Carl Teasy has maintained control on this box shot.
Well, speaking of maintaining control, okay, we're about to go into pause, and as the first objective is concerned, that was just Echo having the free reign over RSG Philippines.
Yeah, this time around, again, the rotation came out from Echo, even though we said that there was no invade happening in the early parts of the game. When Carl TZ finished the purple buff, went straight to the greens, and he was able to get steal away one, but the Fanny was able to get the other. But that just means that Carl TZ is ahead in terms of XP, and JP standing on bottom lane just made sure that even if Irad was able to get the kill on Sanford on the Yuzong, he was not free to farm that part of the map, while Carl TZ just roamed, took the greens on their side, and went straight towards Turtle.
That was a great point, Minute, because as we entered that game, Carl TZ had a great start of clearing his own purple and own orange first, and that was a great way to have a control over the river, because he knows that Light could actually be there to safeguard the Fanny, Irad, to secure his own objective, because we know how a Fanny could actually be dependent on objectives, even buffs, so that's one way to even deplete the resources out of RSG.
And Light on the Kufra is a great way to secure those resources that you're talking about, right? So I don't mind this Kufra at all. Although again, it's not the most optimal, like in Midnight kindly pointed out. It's still something. It's still something for RSG, and at the very least, all the lanes have stabilized for the meantime, which is odd. It's uncanny for it to happen like this. Everything slowed down.
There's a big XP gap between Benny and Eman.
Oh, yeah, good point.
That's really crucial.
You know
Something
what?
happened?
The 1 XP ahead.
yeah.
Iron's Revenge did not
Overshot.
connect. JP now looking for a way to pull one, but now they're disengaged. RSG's looking for a safe way to flee this skirmish. Aqua might be in trouble. Carl T's just pushing them away. Look at the pressure. Onto Light, onto Eman. Light with the exchange. That's a stun. Sanji's here from the back line trying to connect with Benecutie. Onto the corner. He's looking for a way to take down one. Eman might be in trouble. Look at that. Follow up from Irad. Benecutie falls down. 2-man. Taken out of Echo, and RSG winning that fight.
2 for none. 2 for none, and that is huge here. Benecutie definitely was not informed.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't even know why they were standing there. Like they forced RSG out already, and that was just overextension. Now Eman has claimed the golden XP advantage over Benecutie, which does give a big window for RSG to work with, especially in the mid game where these heroes are strong, like the Fanny, the Brody, Valentina, and the Terizda. These heroes are monsters in mid game. And Echo, they were already leading. Now they just made the window bigger for RSG.
You caster cursed it at Midnight. You said, "Oh wow, Benecutie's ahead on top."
I am so sorry, Benny.
You cursed it.
I am so sorry, Benny. I'll make it up for you. I'll make it up to you later. But for now, RSG, they now have the the gold lead. Even though it's just 100 gold, it's really important for RSG to kind of capitalize on the window that they have in the mid game, because the Brody is gonna be able to team fight with RSG, while Echo will have to buy some space for Benecutie to farm up.
Well, speaking of space, that's the ultimate being laid down against RSG. That's the pull for JP Divine Judgment. He targets down Nats. Now he can't move. He goes down. Benecutie's curse to kill. Now Sanford up against 3. Petrify on the 3 for RSG. Now they can't move. Evans curse to kill down Sanford. He goes. An exchange of 1-to-1. But the objective is on the hands of Carl Teasy. He secures it for Echo.
This is what I want to see. I want to see a proactive JP coming out into play.
Yeah.
And it is giving RSG a hell of a time.
This is Echo basically saying, RSG, you're not in position to fight. Why are you not ready? JP was like, okay, you guys are not ready. Let's take it, Echo. They're the first ones to initiate that fight. Again, it's Echo fighting on their own terms. RSG, they were not ready at the moment. They did not respond at all. Even though the jump was there from Light, the ultimate was able to connect, but Echo already took out a target that they wanted to take out.
And despite the 1-4 kill advantage, Echo's still ahead by a little bit on the gold, which just goes to show how difficult the lanes are right now for the RSG squad.
Also,
at the very least, Irad still gets his purple.
Yeah.
So
still safe for
that's
Irad.
something.
Also to check, speaking of Irad, a good point there, Rockhard, because right now just instead of maybe the Blade of Heptasis, he got to see Halberd first Midnight.
Yeah, the anti heal from RSG is important to deal with Sanford, especially with the regeneration. I think it's a viable choice. It does give you attack speed. Hold that though.
You know that the presence of Carl TC alone is pushing RSG to respond into 2 right away. Irad and Aqua, they know how they wanted to guard those purples and the objective, as you say, the greens for RSG. It just Echo just kind of way they're using it against them once it's up and ready.
JP again trying to look for potential targets here. They are in fighting position once again from Echo.
Yeah,
RSG, they're not ready here. They're not ready here.
Wait,
okay, they give up. They give up. They hear Kufra.
Okay, so they're still containing themselves. Echo is just looking for a way to increase their gold lead, because even on the focus right now, even in the bottom lane, Sanford is not just exposing more of their own lanes and actually looking for a way to take on down. But as of now, they're still tanky. They're still surviving their lanes. Second turtle is up for the game.
7 minutes in the game, we are now seeing that Echo still has more control over this turtle, obviously. Team fight might be initiated here by Sanford, but everyone's actually very far away.
A little too early.
They don't want to go. They don't want to go here. It's a fake here for Echo.
Yeah, a little too early for Sanford. He does have Petrify.
Oh, what? He flickered. Okay, Nats just caught one. That is just the turtle going in the hands of Carl Teasy. and now completely Sanford takes down Irad right away.
Benny Cutie trading top lane. My goodness, Echo. They're getting everything out of this game. RSG.
Light looking for a way to turn this around. Bouncing ball out to Carl Teasy.
Even
JP.
the purple.
Stolen by Carl Teasy himself. Echo with an objective take with the push. Clearly, they're on the lead of everything.
Okay, let me break it down for you. Sanford, little early on the use of the Black Dragon form, but he paid off for it with a very beautiful Petrify onto Irad. And JP following it up with the Flicker Divine Judgment hold onto Irad. He was not able to use Retribution, and Carl Teasy, after the penalty zone, was still able to get the turtle away from RSG, and all the while, Benigudi was just split pushing top lane.
The macro game that Echo is putting against RSG is completely mad. He's stunned, denying the cable. That's a way to tame a Fanny.
The block, bro, the block. It was beautiful. And Carl Teasy knows it. He plays this hero as well, just in case you guys don't know. You guys at home. He plays mean assassins as well.
Yeah. Again, this is the risk that we talked about earlier, but it hasn't paid off for RSG. All the while for Echo, okay.
JP with Divine Judgment onto Agha. He's going to be bursted down. He's not escaping the wrath of Sanford. Another kill for Echo. Amping up the lead. Irad as well, looking for to secure a cable for him. Now he will still escape that. Going back to the base, but Echo on the way of coverage, going focused on the EXP lane.
The way this game is going, it feels like RSG, they were balancing a scale so carefully for the past 7 minutes. And all of a sudden, the balance just tipped all the way into Echo's favor.
The thing is, RSG, they're trying to like pace the game, right? But Echo, they're not playing into the momentum of RSG. They're not, they're not running the same wavelength. They saw now 3 heroes on the side of RSG. Look at the damage from Benny
Use his own penalty zone to escape the damage of Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
Too much to handle. Now they're being caged in, looking for a way. Light's trying to bounce ball out. Sand with the Black Dragon 4, trying to target it down. Carl T secures the Lord. Now RSG's completely disengaging. Another purple taken away from Irad. Oh no, not looking good. Echo is just completely on a roll.
Nats has to be careful. This is Benny Cutie who was left in the kitchen.
Ooh.
So he's one.
Okay, he gets a vision.
You know what I mean? It is. It's going to be it. So you can't face off against the carry straight up. So Drizzler has to back off completely.
I mean, at this point, RSG, you're probably trying to look for mistakes on the side of Echo. Not really much skills.
No. They always meet. Carl T, he just senses out.
He's trying to tame the beast, you know? He is trying to tame the mechanical prowess on the side of RSG. And I gotta point out, Echo, their willingness to commit the battle spells, their skills, onto the heroes on the side of RSG. It is what's stopping RSG from creating any move at all. Like, they're not allowed to even make the space to think of making plays because Echo is always in the face of RSG.
Yeah, and Carl T
Look at Light. Look at Light, man.
Taming the beast. He knows when to intercept Irad as well, mid-air.
Oh, Light. Light is on the conceal. He's on the mission. He's going to do task with RSG. Will able to catch one.
Big play.
He catches one. Tyrant Trade connecting onto Sanford. He goes down. Irad secures the kill. It's go time for RSG. Well, they will be able to catch one for a Carl DC as well, but still maintaining the distance. RSG location in revealed. Still maintaining safe distance. Irad. Oh,
Benny!
He loses. Benny!
He's fine. He's fine.
Still safe.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on to your horses, gentlemen. Benny's still safe. Sanford is the only one who falls. And still, Irad doesn't secure his purple.
He dodged what, 3 cables?
Yeah.
Dude, flicker out, and sidestep 1, and then dash out.
Insane.
Insane movements coming out from the carry man, Echo. Again, you saw the commitment on top lane, right?
Yeah.
They used ultimates. Just to force the reactions coming out from RSG. RSG, they were like, okay guys, let's defend bottom lane. Meanwhile, mid lane, Benny Cutie just demolished the mid lane tower. And RSG, they did not expect that at all. It wasn't even the main objective, the bottom lane. It was the mid game. The macro gameplay from Echo is just immense at this point.
Man, I felt that Benny Cutie. I was looking at Carl Teasy, but that crucial possible pick off of RSG. So close yet so far. And Benny Cutie is maintaining that one death. Carry on, the late game will shine. if damage is concerned, that's one way to pull a trigger out of RSG's defense. Now, they're just hungry for objectives. Meanwhile, Sanford, petrify.
Cabled out of a Petrify. That's pretty big here.
Again, the commitment, right?
The
Commitment. Okay. Let's give
Look
it
at
to
this.
them.
Okay, they used all their spells here, right? Light was able to find the kill on to the Yuzong. But Carry took out mid. That was the whole game plan for Echo.
Go. Completely giving them an advantage up against RSG.
Yeah, working out well so far
On
for
the lead.
Echo.
Yep.
Everything seems to be going according to a very well-designed plan where Carl TZ can control what Irad is doing. The only thing that, of course...
JP pulled one!
Oh.
Light forced out an ultimate, forced out an immortality out of Light. Now JP is on a chase, but Irad trying to penetrate the back line. He fails! Benacurity secures the kill. Sanford takes one as well. Eman is down, 2 men out of RSG. And the space of damage of Echo right now is on a great amount of damage display against RSG. Now they go back to base, Rockhart, and Echo, and everyone is just clearly taking this objective for themselves.
Yeah, they really went ham there. The last remaining members of RSG don't really deal damage as well. So that was a free lord, and they're going to have to really work hard to climb out of this one. 7,000 on the gold lead for Echo.
Again, I just gotta say, that's a Yuzong, man.
And we're back with
That's a
Yuzong.
Yuzong. RSG, they wanted to fight, but Echo, they sent Sanford. They were like, Sanford, go deal with RSG. And RSG was like, how do we deal with this Yuzong? He was zoning 4 heroes on the back line.
There's just no way.
Man, this is just a lot of problems
By the
for
way,
RSG.
he soloed 4 heroes, right?
Yep.
He took out Eman in the process. Oof. He took out a gold laner while zoning 4 heroes on the back line.
Sanford MVP for this one for sure though. I don't think Carl TZ did so good. If they win, Sanford, he's doing everything. He is doing their homework, he's doing the dishes, he's doing the laundry.
Oh, that's a good steal. That's a pull. Light again. No, it's Nats being pulled into damage. Now Light receives the kill. Benny secures the point for Echo. And Sanford. Benacurity taking out Aqua, and Echo is now looking for a way to end this game. Few seconds away, and Ian is the one left for the team. At this point, the world champions prevail against the sea.
And still undefeated, it is Echo! This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Talk about world-class performance, world-class comeback. And I would say Echo, after that beatdown from game number 1, claiming victories 2 games straight, very well-deserving of this victory in the series.
Man, I was just even looking for a way to RSG to bounce back, but that initiation from JP alone, and when he got Nats. There you go, that's the exchange. Man, all things that we do here, they're still friends. RSG and Echo exchanging fist bumps, even hugs. Yeah.
New besties in town.
Yeah, you can see the smiles. Even Irad knows it. He knows what's up. Give it up for Echo though. That was, RSG, that was a very good game number 1. Big props, mad props, setting a record. But of course, in the end, the M4 champions still are able to find the key to victory in that game number 3.
Oh, finally we can breathe.
Okay. Finally, that was
back to the desk.
completely Echo bouncing back. It was just the same thing. Echo lost once, right?
Yeah.
From week number 1, and they lost again today. It just only takes 1 point out of them, but they maintain. They completely reversed the sweep out of this happening from RSG.
1 game per week. 1 game per week.
1 game per week. What a great way, what a great match to end our week number 2. Can you guys believe it? Next week is week number 3 already. We're halfway through.
there, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Time flies, you know. We said it earlier. Time flies. So fast. Ultra fast. When you have amazing teams like this.
Just the best of the best, right here.
Oh yeah.
End of what?
We were trying to echo something, and we can't hear things.
Sorry, I don't hear you. Echo. End of what?
Yeah. There you go. Man,
That's,
the teams right now, Rockhart in MPL Season 12, week number 2. So this works, right? Since we're kind of like based on 8 weeks of regular season, shorten the weeks, this happens.
Yeah.
This is completely alive.
More jam-packed, amazing actions per week. Per week. And you get to see games like this one. It was an amazing day, by the way. But I did not expect this at all, like from Echo and RSG, especially with the way that RSG beat Echo in Game 1, and to have this fantastic Game 3 come out from Echo, it is like something you might just take out of a fantasy book because it was unreal.
At the very least,
was fast.
RSG showed us a proof of concept. It is possible to do this against the world champions.
As a PhD.
As a PhD team as well. So, well, you know, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open because we got some stuff. We got some stuff
It's
for
a
you.
prerequisite, right? Like a subject that you need to take on, or a course that you need to complete first. It's a prerequisite to be a PhD first before you be.
They just show that it's possible. Things like this are possible.
Yeah,
right?
anything is possible. So to think and also to commend how Echo completely recovered from game number 1. This is the first time I even saw Echo like push to the wall and not do anything. And when they completely had a way to turn things around in the draft, I know you were counting the cards there. How will they even approach the draft here of RSG? And they were back on form like, okay, let's do Assassin. But the problem is there was so much pressure being put into Light and even to Irad most of the time. So it was completely, they were squeezing out more that they can even do.
It was immense. The pressure there was immense.
The pressure was immense, definitely, but also that same thing. You could say the same thing to Echo after game number 1. Like the pressure was immense on their side, but again, the composure of being a world champion. You know, you just have this, you know, the click of a button on your head. If you're Echo, game number 1, we move on. IDC, capital IDC. Game number 2, reset. Sanford played a fantastic Paquito, played a phenomenal Yuzong in game number 3, and again, that's a Yuzong.
Super Saiyan mode there. For
It's
the
a
world
hashtag,
champions.
yeah, for Midnight. It was
That's a Yuzong.
from Series 2. When you saw Yuzong, hashtag it's a Yuzong. We're talking about the pros and cons of a Yuzong, and in the hands of world champs with world-class MLB,
Love it.
it's dangerous. Yeah, it's Sanford.
In the hands of Sanford.
Sanford, he was a boxer in game number 2.
Yeah.
And now he's a dragon, and he was just petrifying members.
It worked. You know what? Games like this makes me wonder why is Yuzhong not picked up every game, right? I just love Midnight loves Yuzhong.
Even without the presence of the Eve, it's just completely a great way to answer XP lane. Wow.
Fantastic game.
Amazing day. We
Speechless.
don't end it with 2-0.
No 2-0s today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it over the stage where we got some words from our M4 world champions, reigning and defending. It's Echo.
Thank you, casters. Give a round of applause to Echo. Grabe naman. Okay, yung laban na to, pagsimula pa lang, banat agad. First game was 9 minutes 57 seconds. Second game was 14:23. Third was 14:56. Walang umabot ng 15 minutes. Ba't ang bilis nyo? Kasi sa iba, buong game na yung isang series nyo. Why did you guys finish it so fast?
Ano po, binilisan nila ng game 1 eh. Edi bilisan na lang din namin ng game 2 at game 3.
Okay, wait. Kailangan ko sabihin. Okay. Carl, sige nga, game number 1 fastest game in all MPL regions, by the way. Yung game number 1, 9 minutes and 57 seconds. For the first time since pinapanood kita, na nakita ko na sobrang na-pressure ka ng kalaban to a point na nung nag-turtle spawn, level 3 ka pa lang, habang si Irad, level 6. What happened to you, Carl? What happened?
Ano po kasi, sobrang di ko po in-expect yung strat talaga na ganun. So, akala ko kasi siya yung best mechanical player eh, but kailangan lumamang.
Okay, nainis ka ba? Nainis ka ba nung nangyari yon? Nung pumunta kayo sa room nyo sa likod, nanggigil ka ba sa kanya?
Siyempre po, ang kulit po kasi sa farm ko eh.
Akala ko ba besties na kayo?
Yung sa sagot niya po kasi parang ayaw niya eh. Sige, wag na lang tayo tropa.
Oh, okay. Wag na lang daw tropa. Okay. Meron ka bang gustong sabihin sa kanya ngayon, kay Irad?
Palakas ka pa.
We'll leave it at that. Okay. Ito naman, Sanford, ikaw yung MVP. Ang init ng floor dito ah. Okay, Sanford, ikaw yung MVP nung game number 2. Kwento mo naman sa amin kung ano yung pinag-usapan nyo sa likod. Kasi pagkatapos ng game number 1, going to game 2, kahit isang pitik hindi nagawa ng RSG sa tore nyo. Full pa rin ang lahat. So, ikwento nyo yung mga ganap na nangyari sa likod and how were you guys able to do that?
Pagkabalik po namin sa likod, parang napag-usapan po namin kung ano gagawin namin. Nagbubon po kami agad sa game 1. Then, ayun, sobrang ready na po kami sa kanilang game 2, kaya nakapag-adjust din po kami ng maayos.
Nung tinapos nyo kaagad after this game number 3, wala pang 15 minutes, how good did it feel? Kasi for sure, naasar kayo ng game 1, no? Wala pang 10 minutes eh.
Hindi po.
Hindi. Ikaw ba naasar ka nung game 1? Wala pang 10 minutes?
Opo.
Kasi tinan mo, fastest game in all MPL regions. Ginawa yun sa'yo, Carl. Okay, so yung game number 3, did it feel so good na tinapos nyo na?
Hindi po. Ilang beses na rin po namin sila tinalo, lalo na sa playoffs.
Okay. Now it's time to announce the series MVP. Let me hear some names. Ang daming names. All right, let's take a look at the screen to see the match MVP. Carl, bragging rights. You get the final word. Ano pa ang gusto mong iparating sa lahat ng mga kalaban mo at sa nag-level 6 sa'yo kanina? What else do you want to say?
At yun lang. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan. Thank you very much.
Oh, ano to? Yawi, ano sabi mo? Ano sabi mo? Yawi, mate, sabihin mo. Merong what? May last message daw. May sinasabi ka ata sa kanila
Wala
kanina.
po. Gusto niya po kasi trash talking ko si Rad eh.
Okay. Kailangan pa ba?
Hindi na po siguro.
Okay, I think nag-mic drop na tayo kanina. Let's go easy. Okay, sabi nga ni, sino ba si Leila ba yun? Go easy on, hindi, iba pala yun. Okay, so, final message to everybody?
And thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Tutuloy namin tong win streak namin.
Congratulations once again to Echo. You may now take your bow. Echo with their win streak. In fact, this is their only second game loss sa lahat ng kanilang series na ipinanalo. Once again, everybody, Echo loud. A lot happened in that game. Talagang marekohan yung laban. Kaya we're gonna break that down for you. And going back to our casters, pasok.
We just witnessed a literal mic drop by the GOAT. He dropped the mic right there.
The catch. Wow, wow, we have props, wow.
And as you can see, 5-0. Echo are still undefeated. 2 weeks of MPL Philippines Season 12.
Man, that is completely one of the the hottest takes for this weekend. Translating it onto English, Carl TG thought that Irad is the best mechanical player.
Yeah, it was like, really? Somebody shouted, oh.
Who was it?
Yeah.
Midnight? You know what to do. Break things down for us.
All right. It was an amazing series altogether. Fantastic game number 3 on the back of amazing performances on all sides. But it was Echo that prevailed in game number 3. Again, they did not care at all about the composition of what RSG had. What they wanted to do was set their own terms. And the terms were set when the visions were taken, when the pokes were there from Saji on the Novaria. 106 on the KDA. I really love the fact that he went for the cooldown book here, the Enchanted Talisman. More vision, more pokes, and more information being taken by Echo. And that allowed for a lot of things in this game to happen for the Orcas. For one, they were able to get a lot of resources on the side of RSG because they know where the heroes are. They are able to gather information and they are able to throw their spells. And because of the hitbox effect from the Astral Echo, they're able to land a lot of things in this game, specifically the damage output from the Astral Recall, and of course the the pokes coming out from Sanford and JP. Positioning is also important for RSG because again, what they have are two heroes that you need to protect in the backline. Although Irad does have access towards the backline of Echo as well. He has insane mobility, but one problem on their lineup is that they don't have any natural frontliners. That's why they picked up the Terizda, but Nats suffered a lot in this game because he literally was not enough to withstand the damage output in front of Echo. And the story of this game is Echo setting up the terms when it comes to team fighting against RSG. They did not let RSG take position with Light. They did not let Nats sustain for their team, as whenever they see a target, they burst him down in a quick manner. And again, Sanford on his Yuzong just allowed Echo to find front lines, provided with the vision and information being given by Sanji. They were able to make a lot of calculated plays, like the risks are minimal. Sanford zoning out 4 heroes on the backline because he sees everybody on the side of RSG, thanks to the Astral Echo being given by Sanji. Again, no pun intended with the Astral Echo, it's just the name of the skill, but that is what allowed Echo to get a sort of unfair advantage when it comes to team fighting versus RSG. Now we're going to be looking at Carl Thesis' jungle pattern from the minute 9 onwards. Irad did not get purple at this moment, literally. Like, no purple were taken during this moment for RSG, and that is what shut down the mid-game prowess, or the mid-game spike that RSG could have been able to pull off, specifically with the front lines being shut down. When JP, reels in the target, Echo every single time is in the jungle of RSG. What RSG did to Echo in game number 1, they were replicated on game number 2. And I love the fact that he's rocking the Brave Smite here. He knows the Concussive Blast will be useless because most of the time he will only be in front of Nats. So what he did is adjusted the emblem, the talent. He went for the Brave Smite every single time that he casts a skill. Every 6 seconds he is able to get back 4% HP towards the tankiness of Baksha, because HP is everything on this hero, specifically up against RSG. Now looking at the carry. Oh man, 511, 12.8k compared to the 8.7 of Eman. You can see clearly that there was a lot of gold disparity between these two gold laners. Not because of the fact that Eman is slow in farming. It's kind of true with Brody, but Echo did have more space in the map to farm up because, again, of the vision being provided by Sanji, the threat of both Sanford and JP, and his macro gameplay overall. Like Echo forcing out a ton of stuff on RSG, forcing out the skirmishes, allowed BennyQT to farm lanes, split the pressure, and push for his own objectives, effectively gaining on the 860 GPM and allowing the late game carry to come out and deal so much damage against RSG. 45.2k out of the 162k hero damage dealt by Echo. That is literally 25% of Team Echo's output damage. And RSG, they did not have fantastic answers against this, even though, again, as I said earlier, they have a good early to mid game spike. As a team comp, they did not have that chance, as Echo really were just forcing skirmishes onto RSG, allowing Echo to fight in their own terms and win game number 3.
Thank you so much for the breakdown there, Midnight. And it would be, I would say, I have to reiterate this, what a match to end out week number 2, where, of course, Echo will still remain at the top, undefeated. And I gotta say, this is the Philippines. This is the power of the Philippines right now.
End of what? No, we can't hear. End of what? Excuse me? No. I didn't hear. Echo World Champs prevailed against C. It was a great match to witness, and even C, when that was 2-1 against RSG. Wow. Man, we were completely losing it. Game number 1, 2, and 3. And wow. Just complete recovery. This is world-class MLBB. We are hosting M5 right away, so it's just complete with the power of Pinas Lang Malakas.
Yeah, it's a complete recall of how strong Echo really is. Shoutouts to Navarro.
That's been it. I'm Rockhart. This is OSX. And Midnight, it has been a pleasure to give you guys week number 2. Don't forget, we are going to be closing up into week number 3 soon. Big patch coming.
Oh yeah.
In a few days.
Exciting.
So
Oh yeah. Woo. Oh yeah.
you might
Look at
want to
that.
reset everything you know from the draft earlier because it might be
Things will
different
change.
next
Yeah.
week.
Things will completely change. And it made his eyes was glowing out. Oh yeah, there's a patch.
Yeah.
And then he just
I reviewed it on the way.
See?
I was like, okay, a lot of things changing.
Lot
next
of
week.
things.
Bro.
So it's not just
So-
about the teams, it's also about the adjustments.
So practice with us, and don't forget to rank up your games later on. See you over to Mara Aquino. She's got a few things to say.
And just like that, the second week of MPL Philippines Season 12 is in the books. Pero binusog naman tayo ng ating mga koponan sa highlights and surprises. Pati dito, maraming highlights sa ating interview. Unang laban pa lang, nakaldagan agad ni Atomax at ang buong barangay ang Phoenix Army matapos walisin ng Smart Omega ang TNC Pro Team. Now in the second series, the Hive stopped MNNE Evo's under track after the dependable Idol few led AP Brand to a 2-0 victory against the Tigers. And for the last series, the icing on the cake, the new besties ended with Carl having the upper hand. Echo survived the aggressive RSG Philippines to extend their winning streak to 5 matches. Mabilis talaga ang tagpo dito sa ating liga. And next week, dadako na agad tayo sa first half ng ating regular season at siguradong mas titindi pa ang salpukan. Lalo't nakataya ang tsansa ng bandera ng bansa sa M5 World Championship. Muli, I'm Mara Aquino, nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLB players sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas Lakas. See you next week, everybody, and keep it good vibes!
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.